All right. Hold on, y'all. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. Please put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. I'm trying to check and see if this thing is working, but I don't think it's working. Hold on. Please put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. Let's see. Hold on. It would be nice if I could see the chat, but I can't. Hold on. All right, hold on. Mm. Hmm. Trying to get this audio thing to work, but I don't know if it's working or not. So please put a one in the chat if you guys can hear me. All right, thanks, bro. I appreciate that. Lord have mercy. Shout outs to Larry, legend in the building. Good to see you. YouTube is not telling y'all that I'm live. I'm trying to check my YouTube live. That's not working. Let me see. But I guess it's going out. But shout outs to everybody here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Shout outs to everybody in the building. This is like my fourth attempt trying to go live. Let me see if it's coming up. I don't see it coming up, but we'll see. If you guys could please do me a huge favor and hit the like button on the way in. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me know if my audio drops out at some point, because it might be doing that. Like it says, I have a horrible connection, and it says I have excellent connection. Then it says that my you know it says certain things been dropped, and then it says certain things aren't dropped. So I really don't know. All right, hold on, y'all. Get everybody here in the building. All right, we got a lot of stuff that's not working today. But yeah, I don't know. We'll build the plane as we go. You know, hold on. It's a lot going on, and it's a lot of topics that we got to get to on today's show. Let me do this. I don't even know why it's doing this today. Hold on, y'all. All right. Well, we got some topics to cover. Y'all hit the like button. Um, Man, I don't even know where to start. Do I start with Kanye? Do I start with Shannon Sharpe? We didn't definitely didn't go over the Vivica Fox thing. You know, not the Vivica Fox thing. We went over the Vivica Fox thing. We didn't go over the Tracy Ellis Ross thing. I think she was on Michelle Obama's live stream or her podcast, and she was talking, about some stuff that honestly people in the manosphere have been talking about. We've been, we went in a little bit on Tracy Ellis Ross for years, and I like Tracy Ellis Ross. I think she's cool. I think she's funny. I grew up liking Tracy Ellis Ross. You know what I'm saying? Um, I used to watch Girlfriends. I like the show Girlfriends. It got dumb after a while though. You know what I'm saying? It got dumb after a while. Just the writing and the story kind of got stupid. After a while. But I like the show Girlfriends. Who was my favorite one? The stoner one, the one that used to be high all the time, the little light skinned one with the little armband. I think she was cool. That was kind of my speed. And I like Tracy Ellis Ross. I like her character. She was pretty dope. But you know, um, yeah, the writing kind of got dumb. It kind of got unrealistic. When she started dating, what's the dude's name? Will or some shit like that. You know. So it kind of really, it just I don't know, cause I don't know. Even then, I knew that the guys never make it out the friend zone like that. You know, realistically, I knew that's not how you make it out the friend zone. You know, y'all hit the like button on the way in, support the show. Um, Let me see. I I'm getting sent some stuff. Okay, yeah. So yeah, like I said, Even then, I knew that that's not a realistic way to, you know what I'm saying, make it out the friend zone. You know, like I said, I give y'all the game, and we chop up hella game, and talk shit and swallow hella spit on these shows. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you guys for liking the show. If you haven't, make sure you do that. I appreciate you guys supporting the show. And if you haven't supported the show before, now is the perfect time. Because all we do is give y'all the game, drop gems, and good broadcast quality, good everything. Give y'all an abnormal amount, of very good information. You know, but like I said, I even then I knew that's not how the friend zone works. I mean, obviously, guys are gonna stick around women and become orbiters and stuff like that. And try to be the shoulder to cry on. That's eventually gonna become the D to ride on. Pause. You know. Um, I'm gonna put you onto some game. Even with like the whole friend zone stuff. People like well, I'm in the friend zone or I got friend zone. Thank you guys for the one like. Like more. It was these 10 people in here so far, and only one like. Y'all hit the like button. The likes are free. Okay, but the friend zone. A lot of people don't know is you can work your way out the friend zone. I'm not gonna say the work that you're gonna have to put in to get up out that friend zone is always worth it, but it is it is what it is. Guys get friend zoned. Their attention and their non-sexual attention gets monetized. That is a thing in today's dating society, and not even just today's dating society, yesteryear's dating society and stuff like that. It's just worse now. What's going on, Bronze Flat Power Guy? Good to see you, player. You know, it's just worse now because you got the internet out here. So it's another way to take up a lot of your time. You know, um, when you're friend zone. You know, I would I would officially let you guys know that in 2025, this is stuff that y'all don't think about, but this is the value that I provide when you guys, support the channel and soak up this game. I give you guys a lot of tools and, mental chewing gum, to consider, because it's not considered, you know. And I don't expect a lot of you guys to not necessarily understand it, because you probably been through it, obviously. You can understand, certain things, people know what they like and don't like. But what I'm saying is that, I don't expect you guys to super research it, because, why? You know, um, a lot of guys aren't players, and I don't even understand why a lot of guys are offended by that statement. When it's the truth. Like, not a player. A lot of cases might be a little bit red pill, but not a player, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't. I don't look the guys to be like, hey, and the standards and stuff, but a lot of reasons why people are offended when people say that is because they're talking about relationships and relationship stuff on the internet, and they're in red pill spaces and stuff like that. And with these talking points that people barely even understand, you know, it'll have a lot of y'all feeling like y'all something that you're probably not. And I get it. I'm not here to debate any of that shit with you. I'm not here to debate a damn thing, honestly. But If you're trying to get up out the friend zone, or you're stuck in the friend zone, or you don't know what the hell that is, this space is the first time you really tackled that concept. Because this space don't even really tackle no dating concepts. You know, this space is not even a dating space, the red pill space. Half these niggas don't know what the hell they talking about. You understand? Half these niggas don't know what the hell they're talking about. You know, and hopefully through conversation and you listening to some of the details and ingredients and stuff that I put in this game that I'm giving y'all, y'all will pick it up. You know, being stuck in the friend zone is it can be a horrible thing. You know, depending on if that person's even your friend or not. You know, where there's no such thing as being friends, honestly, between men and women. Can it happen? Yeah, but it's not really a thing, you know. And what's going on, Coffee? Good to see you, big dog. Welcome to the show. Royalty in the building, man. Shout outs to Coffee Nino. You know, um, the effort that it takes for you to get out the friend zone. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze in the building. What's going on, man? You know, the effort that it will take for you to get out the friend zone. Yeah, we're going to go over the Kanye thing also. Because I'm just now hearing that also. You know, y'all come on in. Y'all support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the like button. Please support the show. You know, yeah, we're going to go over all of that stuff, you know. Kind of going over slightly some of this Tracy Ellis Ross stuff. And then we're going to get into Kanye stuff. And then Shannon Sharpe and stuff. We got a lot of stuff, you know. 2 likes and 7 people in the building. We can get the likes up. But what I was saying was that to really get out the friend zone, what you have to go through, is it worth it? It's not really worth it. Some guys will say that it's worth it, and some of those guys, like I said, y'all are trapped in the friend zone because you might have talked to a woman or dealt with a woman, or you might consider that woman a good friend, and she got a lot of problems and things that you may want to help her solve or have solved for her, and all kinds of different stuff, and you feel that you have a great understanding of her, or you see a side of her you think other guys don't see, and you want to help her out. You think you know her story, or let's just say you do understand her in ways that other men around her don't, and you know her story and stuff like that. I'm not doubting it. You know, um, but some of y'all are, with that friend zone shit. Some of y'all are getting uber ridiculous with it. And what I mean by uber ridiculous with it is that you've done seen that woman date about 4 or 5 different dudes. Some of y'all niggas done been in about 4 or 5 proxy relationships and don't even know it. You done seen her dealt with like 4, 5, 7 niggas. She done complained to you and went back to certain dudes a couple of times. You know, some of y'all are in too deep. You know, some of y'all are in too deep, and it's probably destroying y'all. Or deteriorating you mentally or something or whatever. Whatever she means to you. You know, and to really get up out the friend zone, I mean, honestly, even if you stick around as an orbiter, honestly, that's still not gonna get you that desired uh outcome that you want. You know, that's not gonna get you the desired outcome that you want. You know, and it's horrible, you know, to put yourself through that and whatever you want, out of that situation, put yourself through all of that stuff. So if you look on the internet and you look around in these spaces, you'll see that guys spend so much goddamn time trying to explain to women that just SBE, just trying to explain to women some shit they already know. Women know, you know. Women know. They just gotta play and hide behind being delusional to keep you around or to keep whatever circus they got going on in their life around. They don't give a damn about bringing closure to certain things. They don't wake up one day and be like, "Oh my God, the guy that I wanted was here for me the whole time." Nah, they know that. They're using you as a stepping stone or your friendship. That's a stepping stone. You know, so they play that game. And honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I'm preaching to the choir. You're supposed to be her friend. You're supposed to be the one helping out with her problems and shit like that. You know too. You know too. And if that's the position you want to take, well, damn, might as well not even be giving you this game. But what I'm saying is, what you have to do to even get up out of that friend zone will require you to have some tact and will require you to have some nuts, basically, to disappear and reinvent yourself. You know what I'm saying? Which I've given y'all the game on that so many times. How to do that. How to actually get out the friend zone. I've even gave y'all a caveat, and I've even gave y'all a disclaimer that you know the stuff that you would have to go through to get up out that friend zone. You're gonna have to start. You're gonna have to ask yourself. Shout outs to Coffee. Yeah, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I'm trying to let me see what's going on new. Shout outs to Shaka Nulu in the building. Hold on, y'all. I don't know why none of my stuff is working right now. But what I was saying is, the stuff that you would have to go through to get up out of that friend zone. Uh, hold on, hold on, y'all. What the hell is this? Okay. What's going on, Devin D? Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Yeah, make sure you guys come in, hit the Cash App, support the show. Thank you so much. What I was saying is the stuff that you would have to go through to get up out that friend zone. You know all that effort that you have to go through to get up out that friend zone. You might as well, you know what I'm saying, go get you a new chick or go look elsewhere for a new woman. You know, and then what type of friend is this girlfriend that you're orbiting around if you're going through all of that? Because you know what I'm saying. If you go get a girlfriend or something like that and she gets upset or feels some type of way or gets mad, that she might have to share some of that share some of that attention with another woman, man, that ain't your goddamn friend. That ain't your goddamn friend. You know, that absolutely ain't your goddamn friend. No, she's not your friend. You know what I'm saying? That's not your damn friend. If you have to explain to them or go through a certain amount of BS to even keep or maintain a girlfriend, you know. So YouTube is just not showing me that I'm live. Good job, YouTube. All right. But anyway, getting back to the topic at hand, like I said, I used to like the show Girlfriends. You know, I used to love that show. You know, I thought it was a great show. I don't know why none of my stuff is working here. Let me do this. I have no idea why none of my stuff is working. All right. All right, I wonder. Okay, that's coming up. All right. I already built the plane before I started flying it, and now all of a sudden everything's acting up. But it's cool. We here. Hold on. All right. So we're gonna talk about a lot of stuff on today's show. If you guys could do me a huge favor and hit the like button and subscribe. Also support the stream. I don't know why it just got rid of my damn. Okay. Oh, my stuff was on the screen. Damn chat box was in the way. And I'm up here tripping. Okay. Hold on. How do I get my chat box back? Fuck. I just got rid of my chat box, y'all. How do I get that back? Well, I guess I can see you guys. I guess I can see you guys in the what you call it in the in on the screen. I'll figure out how to get my chat box back because I have no idea how to get that shit back. I have no idea how to get that shit back. Wait, hold on. Okay, I got it back. All right. So yeah, you said there's nothing wrong with being in the friend zone. I mean, you can do things for her to be but do things for her. Be her emotional tampon, listen to her cry. Yeah, that's what I was saying, you know? Yeah. Shout outs to the Shaka Nulu in the building. Yes, sir. Make sure y'all head over to news page and subscribe. You using OBS straight up? No, I'm using something else. You know? I got you on the back end. I'll tell you what I'm using, but I'm using something else. You know, something I'm not gonna say is better than OBS because I know how to use OBS really well, mind you. But I'm using something that I think is better than OBS, and it's not Streamlabs OBS. Also, I didn't even notice recently that they had to drop the Streamlabs OBS part on their name. They got into a kerfuffle about that, so that was pretty interesting. You know what I'm saying? That right there was pretty interesting. Uh, yeah, but they got into a kerfuffle about that. You know, because they used to call it Slobs. You know, Streamlabs OBS. But yeah. Um, let me see. Yeah, y'all get the likes up. Let's try to get the likes to at least 5. We got 8 people in the building. Real quick, let me pull this up. But yeah, we gonna talk about that. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, you got a lot of women, like that's like Tracy Ellis Ross. That's from the diva era. I used to think that not because I grew up with them, and that I think they've existed in the best era of not even just the internet or social media. I would even say arguably Hollywood and life. The diva era of women, they kind of, and I've been putting in this work and giving y'all this game for a long time. I know what's going on, but it's sad to see the diva era of women go out like this. Cause mind you, all these broads running around talking about some independent and I can do it on my own and whoop de whoop and stuff like that. Man, those bitches was just blowing hot air. Those bitches was just blowing hot air. You know, a lot of these divas and stuff, some of them actually proved it. At least in their era, you know, that they were real independent or they could get some shit popping or off the ground and stuff like that. But what messed up the diva era was the internet. You know what I'm saying? Was the attention economy. And by the time that happened, you know, they were well into their 40s and 50s and shit like that. And what I'm trying to say is that, they were hustlers. So think about what I'm about to tell y'all. When the attention economy really came in with the internet and they really started seeing how much attention regular women have gotten, you know, um, at that point, them and what they were doing were getting so undermined that, you know, um, that it didn't matter. They could afford and pay to be in the new economy, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they've benefited off the new economy. Case in point, if you guys haven't soaked up the game that I'm giving you guys or have given you guys in the past, y'all can go over to my pre-records, right, on this channel, and y'all would see that I did a pre-record on Bow Wow kissing Tyra Banks. And you had a lot of you had a lot of people who were like, "Oh, Tyra Banks this and Tyra Banks that, and she's the goat and blah blah blah." Like I said, when I started dating women that were models, like real models, not no goofy chick with an Instagram account. I'm talking about models. I'm talking about from the modeling era. This is stuff I've warned women, that's even fully invested in this attention economy now. This is the stuff I've warned them of the past that was gonna happen when Instagram came out. I remember when Instagram came out. You know what I'm saying? It was around the time when I started dating, you know, dimes. Then those were what would be called dimes. I've dated women that's traveled, that had to have a portfolio, and you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all niggas never dated no like models. I'm talking about, a lot of guys here have, you know what I'm talking about, but I'm talking about like the younger cats now, like the zillennials. Nah, I'm talking about pre-Instagram. That's why I'm looking at the younger dudes now, and I'm like, man, what the fuck are y'all complaining about? Y'all niggas are getting, I mean, goofy as they are in a lot of cases compared to the women of yesteryear. Y'all are getting models on discount or whatever you want to call it. Actually, they're not even models. You know, I'm not even gonna lie. You came from an era where a woman said she was a model. She was an actual model. You know, and it wasn't necessarily a red flag. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, too, if you never really dated models like that, because I've always told men that, yeah, you should at least in your life for 1 year, if you having issues with women, or if you on some player shit, or whatever you're doing, I think every man should do what I did when I was, early 20s, late teens and stuff like that. Just say, fuck it. I'm just about to just date nothing but models for a whole year straight. Now, for me, it ended up lasting 3 years, and then, you know, all even up until now, all into my adulthood, dealing with attractive women and stuff like that. But not just dealing with attractive women, you know. Um, Cause like I said, how when I started and I said, oh, I'm gonna start dating models. I said I'm gonna, take a year off and just really lock in and start dating attractive women for a year. And who would have known a year would turn into a lifetime. You know what I'm saying? That's really what I'm getting at. But I'm telling you, and give me 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna catch up on the chat. I just want to come to a complete stop. Um, in my 20s, I'm telling you, dating. And this is the last time this shit ever happened. Dating models was a completely different thing. Back in the day, you had to have a portfolio. You know, a lot of those broads, they had to, risk taking pictures with creepy ass niggas. All kinds of shit. Dating the actual model. These younger cats haven't dated a model. I'm talking about if you dating a model now and you're a younger dude and a woman tells you she's a model, that's a red flag. Back back in my day, back in the day, that wasn't a red flag necessarily. Even though a lot of models are hoes, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Before the internet, women could mask it very, very, very easily. You know, before I really started dealing with them, I used to think models were you know what I'm saying? I used to think models were rich women. Not even rich women, but I didn't think models were poor or struggling. Obviously everybody struggles, but I didn't think they were struggling like that. The internet masked that pretty good. And models mask that pretty good. They would make y'all think that they're living this lavish lifestyle until you actually start dating one, and it's like, oh, she's a starving artist just like anybody else. Not even an artist. Because a lot of those models back then didn't really even dress themselves like that. A lot of those models back then didn't even really dress themselves like that. You know? It's to when you guys start dating very attractive women that call themselves models, or actual models that's actually been on the cover of something or had a magazine feature on there and stuff like that. And honestly, I've dated very attractive women that were models, but I've never dated like a woman. I mean, I think I forgot the name of that magazine, but I've dated girls that been on the cover of magazines, but they were local magazines. They weren't like Essence and all that. I'm not gonna say, hey man, I've dated the baddest of the baddest. No, I've dated some very bad women, but I've never dated like women that were on the cover of very very famous magazines, local magazines, and websites. Yeah, you know, but and women that had local fame. But back then it was different. You know, those women masked it better. She didn't. She was borrowing clothes and stuff like that. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. Or getting sponsored by companies and stuff like that. Some of those, and then back in the day too, you didn't even really have to be a starving model. I mean now obviously the cat's out the bag. Bitches don't want to pay for their photo shoots and they fucking weird camera niggas and doing all kinds of goofy shit. And now you can tell that models are a bit broke. Even like I said, like go check out my pre-record because I kind of go a little bit more in depth and talk about how like Tyra Banks locked out, like Tyra Banks, like and this is in hindsight. All of those shows were ass. You know, America's Next Top Model, or American Idol and stuff like that. A lot of those people that went on those shows, they didn't go on to be anything. Some people made it, but shit, you were better off as a contestant that had talent than actually winning those shows and getting in a goofy ass contract. You know what I'm saying? Most of the people that didn't win American Idol made it, or were second up or something like that. So, what I'm saying is, a lot of those people got locked out of the market, the superheads and and stuff like that. Some of those women that wanted to do the whole shit and some more shit, or has done a lot of whole shit and some more shit, they feel they got to spin the block. They feel they got to spin the block and come back around and get that attention. They feel they got to come back around and get that attention. They not the Vivica Foxes, the Tracy Ellis Rosses, and stuff like that. They gotta come back around and try to spin the block, get that attention and stuff like that. But guess what? Where you trying to get that attention from? Where you trying to get that attention from? You know, and yes, for exposure, but like, how much times are you gonna try to play the game like a man before you realize you're not a man? Even in older age, yeah, you want you. I mean, how much attention do you want? You know, Tyra was locking out a lot of women. Tyra was locking out a lot of women. Her and that the El Gibbet dude, the lettuce, bacon, and tomato dude, the Jay Alexander, I think his name was. So Tyra Banks locked a lot of pretty women and untalented women out of opportunities that Instagram gave them. Instagram gave them a shot when Tyra wouldn't. Plus, the industry was getting stupid anyway. I'm not even gonna lie. I mean, honestly, a lot of these girls now, they lazy as fuck. But modeling, there was a lot that went into it than just walking down the runway and stuff like that. You got to change the clothes. You got to make sure your team is there. You got to make sure your makeup is on point. You know, you got to make sure you're putting on the actual clothes correctly so people can see the profile and stuff. You got to make sure your attitude's intact. You got to make sure you know how to walk. You're probably putting on 4 or 5 different shoes and stuff like that. You got to make sure you don't rip anything. You understand what I'm saying? So obviously, back in the day, of course, a lot of dudes are gonna think you're rich. You're wearing a lot of rich clothing. You got a makeup stylist. You got people in the back doing you up, all kinds of different stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know, and models gave off the illusion. Shit, back in the day, I used to think pretty women just in general were rich and taken care of, and to a certain degree, a lot of guys did. You understand what I'm saying? And to a certain degree, a lot of them were. Why am I talking about this? Well, I'm going to talk about this because I got a lot of content coming up in the future. Like I said, I'm going to give y'all the game and this story about how average women and feminists got together with the internet and actually destroy pretty privilege. Because you can't dime shame a guy no more nowadays. It don't matter if you have a dime or not nowadays. Dimes are on discount nowadays. I didn't know pretty women were poor. Pretty women were poor too. I didn't know pretty women go through some of the same struggles. I mean, obviously you're human. I mean, duh, everybody goes through it, but they're having a horrible time hiding it because of the internet. You know, models they're struggling a little bit now more than ever because now it's saturated. See, now it doesn't matter if you're talented or something like that. You know, the internet, and when everybody's doing the same thing, it gets turned into a lottery. You understand what I'm saying? It all gets turned into a lottery. So, you know, it's a lot of stuff that women can't really mask now that they could have masked then, and that was easier for them to mask then. And guys, would oblige. You know what I'm saying? Guys would oblige back then. Um, Obviously, I wouldn't say men control the beauty standard now, but men do control, not who they find attractive necessarily, but men still have a choice in type, Not saying that men never had a choice in type or didn't have a choice in type back then, but it was a little bit more fair back then. Now everybody looks the same. You can't dime shame a guy. I mean, 'cause like I said, I mean they've accomplished their mission. They've successfully not thwarted, but they did something to pretty privilege. Pretty privilege ain't the way it used to be. Everyone's pretty now. See how all inclusive it is? You know? And just because you're not a dime or wasn't a dime, that does I don't know why that's offensive to people or was offensive to people. I mean, if somebody says you're not a 10, you're not a 10. That doesn't mean you're not pretty. You understand what I'm saying? It's not grounds for you to be offended. But you go tell a woman nowadays that she's not a 10, she's offended. Well, Instagram didn't say that, and blah blah blah, and like you get to the now you're shaming. So yeah, there's no proper appraisals. There's no, none of that. They took that out the hands of men, but not only out the hands of men, out the hands of women. You go look at a attractive dime or a bona fide dime or something nowadays. If she's caught up in this internet whirlwind, she's not gonna know her value. She's not gonna know her value. For example, a couple of weeks ago, y'all support this game. I'm giving y'all some good information. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get to the chats real quick. Couple weeks ago, weren't we just talking about Kendra G on Tamron Hall's show? Now go look at Tamron Hall. How wrapped up into the internet world do you think Tamron Hall is? Tamron Hall didn't need the internet to tell her she fine as hell and she gonna be well off. Kendra G did though. All well, diva era now, mind y'all, diva era, y'all. All well into her 40s and 50s, Kendra G needs a the internet to tell her, to appraise her value. You know, it's inflated. You know, go like everything is inflated. Okay, but anyway, it was really to take pretty privilege away from men, and honestly, it did a number on women. Feminist women to a certain degree have a look. Feminist women wasn't necessarily that beautiful chick. The beautiful chick was a rare archetype because she didn't need it. A lot of beautiful women didn't need feminism. For what? A lot of average women didn't need it neither, but that's another story. I was watching DJ Hamp the other day, and again they he tried to do some, like tonight's conversation type conference show, and the audio was fucked up. Like y'all get the panels, y'all get all these people done fly out, all kinds of shit. Y'all get everything right, but the audio. But the audio. Niggas still having trouble with their audio. Niggas still having trouble with audio. Audio just flies over everybody's heads. You know? And I'm sitting there listening to dudes that should know better. Got all the talking points in the world. SBE explaining to women certain things, and even the women got into it and start making stupid analogies. Like when you listen to people in these relationship spaces talk about the scale of 1 to 10, immediately you should tune out cuz you're wasting your time. If someone's sitting up there seriously talking to you about the scale of 1 to 10, cuz they don't know what they're talking about. They don't hear themselves. And I've been telling you guys for the longest time, the the scale of 1 to 10 is not accurate. Even in theory to use it, it don't like it. It's not even a good idea in theory to use it because guess what? It's not realistic. You still got to explain to people that believe that they're relationship experts that tens don't date tens. That's rare. You know, people aren't even looking at numbers in the right way anyway, especially when it comes to dating. But let me get to the comments real quick before we get into it. Let me do this. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. You said cuz it's mics cuz mics are getting tired of SBE, right? Like y'all keep trying to explain shit to women when they already know. They just want to sit there and watch men kind of somewhat beg and plead a case. Women don't know how to get conversation out of men, the type of conversation that they want. So a man over explaining himself to her is basically to a certain degree, because I'm going to add something on the SBE. I'm going to take that, I'm going to move the goalpost. This is what real cats do in the space. This is what trendsetters do. When you get beyond the SBE piece, let me tell y'all what y'all are doing. Y'all are worshiping them. Yes. A man that only says 10,000 words a day, if that, sitting up there over explaining and trying to get a woman to see where he's coming from, but failure to know their nature, failure to know their dance, failure to know how to communicate with them to get your point across, it defaults into worship. That's worship. Some of y'all be praying to God and don't know the language of the Lord. Or get into black pill theory. If you say you can't do something, that's true. If you say you can do something, that's true also. What do you believe in? Some people believe in aliens, but do aliens believe in you? Do you believe in you? It amuses women when they listen to so-called guys that believe that they know about women or all about women or have these talking points or are experts on women sit there and just worship them. It's just as bad as arguing with them in a lot of cases. You know? I was watching this video with this I don't know if she was trans or a lesbian or bisexual, but it was this LGBT lady that was portraying herself as a man playing with her dog on her live stream. It was a puppy. And she was like, yes, this is Roger. He's a boy, and blah, blah, blah. And then, oh my God, they were ribbing her in her chat room. They were like, how do you know he's a boy? And how do you know he's a boy? And and she was like, because when he was born, blah blah blah, because she was calling the dog a him and stuff like that. Because a lot of stud women like to get, like male dogs to feel a little bit more dominant. She has some type of male energy in the house respecting her. The same thing with a lot of these older single women that probably don't have kids and stuff like that. They usually get a boy dog. You understand what I'm saying? A male dog to have some type of male energy in their household. Anyway, or some type of man to boss around too. But anyway, some type of man looking up to them or something like that. But anyway, they were ribbing her in her chat, and she was explaining to them how she knew that the puppy was a boy, and then mid conversation she realized what she was doing and stopped because everybody in the chat room started laughing. And it's like she was like, "Oh, damn." Like mid conversation, she realized how dumb she was and realized that she's built a lifestyle around some goofy shit. Her lifestyle as a human being. And there was a lot of irony behind that. I'm like, damn, even as a puppy, a dog, intellectually or just regularly, that dog is gonna probably, I mean, not even enjoy his life necessarily, but that dog can enjoy his life knowing that he's not fucked over by his own delusions. Here you have a human being that's playing God to this animal that will gender this animal and you understand what I'm saying? But they don't even use that logic on themselves. You know, very interesting thing to see. That even being a part of a group or feeling some type of way, altering your body and doing all of that stuff. Logically, women know what the hell is going on. You're not gonna explain some shit to them that they don't know. You can make them look stupid, yeah, of course. If she didn't know, yeah, yeah. But she's gonna, instead of learning, she'll accept looking stupid. I hate to say it like that, but it's the truth. There are specific features in women I look for before suggesting their model material, weight, complexion, are irrelevant. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but y'all know back in the day, all of these women running around saying that they models now, man, please, bitch, please. Then, now, it's not even worth pursuing. Every woman is a model if you let them tell it. Social media. If you were fat, you couldn't be a model back in the day. And you knew it. If you had tattoos, you couldn't be a model back in the day. Some of these bitches damn near had to be bulimic to be a damn model back in the day. I'm telling you the requirements and stuff like that. Like the modeling industry was fucked up back in the day. And this wasn't men, mind you. Because it got to a point where models were lying their ass off and trying to say, well, it's the men, it's the men, it's the men. No, it wasn't the men. Because the model industry is filled with what women claim or think that they love now, which is LGBT people and other women. You know? Modeling nowadays have turned into cosplay. It's a form of cosplay. You know? Y'all hit the Cash App. Y'all support the show, y'all. I'm dropping endless gems. Support the show, y'all. Damn. Now, so much has gone into, so much went into it back in the day. You know, I mean, like I even said, back in the day, even if you were a full on slizzard, um, Playboy bunnies weren't trying to call themselves no Instagram model. Playboy bunny, you even had hoes that were getting paid a lot of fucking money to be hoes with their nose in the air. They weren't going to stoop to a certain level that average women are stooping to now, It goes back to the story of Hagar that I told you guys about. About how they didn't like how Hagar was sleeping with their husbands and their men. And then later on, they turned into Hagar. Oh, I would never be that type of woman. Oh, I would never do that. Oh, I would never. And now she full blown doing it. Doing it more than the woman that they've observed of yesteryear that they told you that they would never do that. Like nowadays, if you want to be a hoe for show, you got to fully jump in. And the hoes that made that bag, and a lot of the hoes of yesteryear, there's behaviors going on right now that even those women wouldn't indulge in. You know? Even if she was a hoe for show, she was still a woman first. She still kept some type of caliber about her. You understand? She wasn't in it for the sake of being in it. And if she was in it to win it. You know? She wasn't fucking around. I'm not saying that one hoe's better than the other, but let's keep it frank. One hoe is better than the other. Hoes used to be respected. Hoes played a big role. Neighborhood watch, all kinds of stuff. And you're starting to see a lot of the stuff that I've been telling you in the game that I've been giving you guys come back full circle, because now women are paying for a man's companionship. And what I tell y'all that hoes used to do back in the day, in the you know what I'm saying, in those brothels and stuff like that, that damn near created the gigolo world. They used to pay for companionship, which I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. I don't believe there's nothing wrong with that necessarily. You know, but some of these OnlyFans models, they're doing the same thing. They can afford to pay other men to come in and shoot content. They can afford, after a while, the pinkies of the world could afford to run their own company and agencies. And what happened when they run their own companies and agencies? They become madams, even if it's for themselves. And those hoes, I'm telling you, a madam is way more effective and worse than a pimp for a woman to work with. And as I keep telling y'all now that, you know, if you see how women and what women are doing to their bodies and how they mutilate themselves and the things that modern women are doing to themselves nowadays, they're gonna wish they had a pimp to step in to love them and treat them a certain type of way. They're gonna be more. They would be more happier with a man objectifying them than them left to their own devices to objectify themselves. Even though I don't think nobody should be objectified. Let's keep it 100. It happens. It's women that's bullying Glorilla and all these women into surgeries and all kinds of shit. It don't got shit to do with men. So again, why are these guys SBEing? When the women know what they're doing. Women are capitalizing off their own bodies. Why would a woman mutilate and fuck up her body like that? Well, guess what? Some women dread being women. As a matter of fact, a lot of them dread being women. They're reminded of it every month sometimes. And I'm going to tell you the truth about this shit too. Shout outs to the women that carry themselves with dignity. Shout outs to the real women. Shout outs to the real women that have respect for themselves. People are like, what's going on, Chris G? My bad. Let me catch up on some of these comments too, though. But people are like, we live in a trick economy, and niggas ain't players, man. They're not saying the same. They're not saying nothing to these women. One of the things in the game that I know, right, is a woman would sit there and try to charge a man because they're not. Women aren't pimps. Women can be players, but and a lot of women are players, mind you. But what I'm saying is that they don't. A lot of them are just weird square women. They're not. They don't know what the hell they doing. They're just throwing shit at the wall, hoping that something sticks. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of them, even if she do or have came at you on some slick player shit, she's probably been up under some instructions, or she probably even a hard earned street veteran. I don't fucking know what type of women y'all want to deal with. Y'all really be trying to deal with hoes and shit like that, and y'all ain't even cut from that cloth. But when a woman try to charge some of y'all, one of the most player things you can say to her is like, hell no, I ain't about to pay for no fucking pussy. You ain't pay for it, so why should I? Right? Tell her she didn't pay for it, so why are you paying for it? Now, funny as that statement may be, because she a player, and she gonna either laugh or giggle when you say some shit like that, because that statement has a lot of truth in it. I'm gonna tell you this: There's a lot of things when you run it down that they didn't pay for, that they have to maintain. A woman didn't pay for her looks. Well, some of them do now, with the internet and the makeup and all that shit out here. But she didn't pay for her looks. She didn't pay for that coochie. She didn't pay for none of that. But yet she finds herself in a vessel where she has to protect all of that. Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? She has to maintain all of that to a certain degree. And that's why a lot of women are opportunists and stuff like that, because if she was smart, she'd keep it intact. But that could be the very same thing that's stressing her ass out. She got to make sure she still look good. She got to make sure she knows how to properly clean herself, take care of herself. She is born with a certain level of responsibility and accountability that in return she can monetize. So on top of emotions and stuff like that, a lot of women have a opportunistic. It might be lousy, with the stuff that I'm telling y'all, and it might not be lousy. I mean, it's up to her. How does she handle it? How does she carry herself? You understand what I'm saying? And this goes with a code, of how other women will judge another woman. They judge other women on how they carry their womanhood. I'm not gonna say that is a form of integrity, but there's some value there. What I'm getting at and what I'm illustrating and teaching you guys that struggle or don't know much about female nature is that they got to put up with that shit. I'm not telling you to see where they're coming from. I'm just telling you what the reality is. Right? They got to put up with certain issues or just say fuck it. A lot of them would love to say fuck it. That's what the internet allowed a lot of them to do. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm big as a house, but I'm Beyonce. And you will address me as such. Fuck it. You know? So what I'm saying is, even as a guy in the manosphere or a player or whatever you're doing, soaking up game, whatever you call yourself doing with women in a lot of cases, if you're red pill raging, what they don't talk to you about and what they don't tell you about is that in the end you got to focus on yourself. But most dudes can't and won't focus on themselves for a myriad of reasons. And I can tell you two of the biggest ones because I've been doing this for a long time. Support the show, y'all. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. I'm going to tell you some real shit. Yeah, it would have been like that without the internet. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with that. But I'm going to tell y'all some real shit. You have to forgive women for their own nature. You have to forgive them for their own nature. And then focus on yourself. You have to fully forgive them, but you have to somewhat forgive them, because some of y'all don't even know what I mean by that. And women will hear that and be like, "Huh? What does that mean?" And blah blah blah. Because people don't know how to. People need a YouTube video to teach them how to take in information. You gotta forgive women for their own nature, and quickly you will understand their nature when you do that. When you forgive them for their own nature. Why do you have to forgive women for their own nature? Why does that sound crazy? Why does that sound fucked up? Well, it's not crazy. That's not fucked up. That's actually sane. And that's actually smart. But when you forgive them for their own nature, you will quickly realize that women punish themselves for their own nature. Only till then, when you realize there's a difference between understanding and loving them, or doing both, you know, you'll realize that they punish themselves for their own nature. And then also too, you'll realize something else, that they don't want to forgive themselves for their own nature. If you forgive them for their nature, I'm going to tell you something. In a lot of cases, you've practiced something towards them that they don't even practice with themselves. And rightfully so. I don't judge a woman. What's going on, Auntie? Good to see you, player. Always good to see you. I don't judge a woman for not forgiving herself of her own nature. Because I understand women. I don't judge them for not forgiving themselves of their own nature. Life would be boring as fuck if women forgave themselves of their own nature. You know? And a lot of y'all guys don't even know it, but if women forgave themselves from their own nature, y'all wouldn't even believe it. Not saying that makes you an expert on women or you know everything about women. I'm just saying men wouldn't even believe it. Men wouldn't even believe it. You know? What is there to do if a woman forgives herself of her nature? They're not going to be able to complain about certain things. They might be locked out of a certain, I wouldn't say necessarily locked out of a certain market, because that's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true. And then the crazy part is that a lot of the women that y'all like, that are quote unquote red pill or in red pill spaces, or get called pick me's and stuff like that, I'm not going to say they forgave themselves of their own nature. I'm not going to go out of my way to say that. But I will say this, though. I will say this. Hold on, y'all. Sometimes the life and upbringing and family and certain things that women go through, they don't get the same chance or opportunities to to fuck around. you know some women couldn't really dive in the delusion that they would like to, accompanied with their nature and stuff like that, because life is hard. Life be life, and times and things be happening. Some women aren't some women don't have the, or didn't have the luxury to fuck over a lot of guys, or do certain things. So a lot of those women are more practical. A lot of those women are somewhat more in tune with men. Funny thing is that men don't want to. I mean, not men don't want to. A lot of men like women that that are more practical and down to earth. But the thing is that a lot of men are drawn to, you know what I'm saying, women that are delusional. What's going on, Stoic? Good to see you guys in the building. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way in. 19 people here, 13 likes. Let's get it. But anyway, well, let me pull up something that aligns with what I'm talking about. Let's start the show. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show. More than an hour in the madness. Let me tell y'all, and all the stuff that I'm telling y'all adds up to what what we're gonna be looking at because y'all, and y'all gotta start requiring more from. Yeah, all women are delusional, absolutely. Some more than others, though. But all the stuff that I'm telling y'all, it goes into what I'm into what I'm saying now. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, I'm dropping the game. I'm giving y'all some game. Hopefully you guys are dropping y'all support for this game. So definitely I can give y'all some more game. That every when y'all support the show, I'm telling y'all, you get it gets better. I just give y'all the game. I just start giving y'all way more information, you know. But what I'm saying is way more value, way more knowledge. What I'm saying is, what's going on, 1,000 Suns? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. You said, but it's in a woman's nature to be opportunistic. Absolutely. Absolutely. How much can you even trust a woman's background or character? Their nature overrides it if given a chance. Absolutely. Absolutely. Their nature overrides a lot of it. That's what I'm saying. And that's why I'm like, why would a woman forgive herself of her nature? Some women spend their lifetime growing into the roller coasters of emotions that they go through. Some women don't forgive themselves of their nature. Some women believe that that goofy roller coaster that they're putting themselves through or that they're going through, some women believe that that's them. Some women think that, oh, I'm going to just rediscover myself at 40 or at 50 because this is me and this is just like, no. You're subject to your own nature, you know? And it's a roller coaster. Why would you expect them not to indulge in it? You know? Like I said, if they forgive themselves of their nature, it'll be boring as hell, even as a woman. You know? If you don't understand female, you wouldn't understand that if you don't understand female nature. I can understand why a woman wouldn't forgive herself for her nature. I can see how shit will get boring, you know? And that's why I'm like, why are guys trying to make women take responsibility as a man? Why are guys so invested of trying to make a woman understand what it feels like as a man? I mean, obviously, guys do want sympathy. Guys could use a little bit of sympathy, but it's just that, go find a woman that's going to do that. What's going on, Carmen? Shout outs to you. Welcome to the show. Shout outs to everybody here. Y'all please hit the like button. Show the channel some love and support by hitting the Cash App. So like I said, I don't blame a woman for not forgiving for not forgiving herself of her nature. But I do let a guy know that if you understand women to a certain degree and that's not what you want to put up with, then bounce. Because there's a second half to what I'm telling y'all. When you forgive a woman of her nature, then that's when you can truly focus on yourself and look back on yourself as a guy, as a man. A lot of a lot of your self journey as a man revolves around you completing certain tasks and things that you've been tasked with. And I hate to say it, ladies, but to a man, and even women in but so many words will tell you the same thing when you logically not bog them down, but when you logically get them to admit it, that women are a conquest to a man. They're a conquest. They're a conquest. When a woman gets her life in order, gets a man and kids and the house and all kinds of other different things, that's her world. She gets her world together. You know, she loves her husband. She enjoys the nice things that she has. She loves her kids. And she's living in bliss. When a man pursues his conquests, and it's not about conquering, but when he conquers his fears, when he conquers women, when he conquers, his mortality to a certain degree, and has kids and survives long enough to replicate and make sure his kids are good and the household is good, and he has some of the trinkets and things that he you know what I'm saying, that he's worked for, and the people around him in his life and his wife and children are benefiting from labor and certain things that he's conquered. He gains the world. He gains the world. Not his version of the world. No, he gains the world. Women don't want to gain the world as much as they claim they want. That's not power to them. Who run the world? Girls. No, women run from the world. Women don't look at the world the same way a man does because the world revolves around them in their world. It's about their world. It's not about the world. Respectfully. It's about their world. They look at the world like, what can the world do for me? What can the world offer me? What has the world done for me? A lot of men, you have to teach them to be opportunistic. You have to teach them. You have to encourage them. You have to build them up to be like, hey man, what's in it for me? That's why when little boys grow up, their value is determined on what they can offer the world. When you jump off the porch, what can you offer the world? What's your job? What do you do? You don't really have to ask a woman what her job is. A woman can tell you she don't even work. And to a certain degree, even as a guy and her, a woman will be unemployed and still feels that she brings something to the world. What can the world do for her? Or still believes that she's offering the world something. That's what I'm trying to say. A lot of men don't get to really understand themselves or fully understand themselves until they understand women. And this is why women in a lot of cases have been the downfall of men. You don't truly start to live unless you sometimes, as men, understand women. Men will build themselves up and throw it away for a woman for no reason and don't know why. Don't know why. They would allow themselves to be fucked over and seduced and reduced. And don't know why. Have not one clue, not one earthly idea why. Just throw it all away. You listen to guys tell you to preach that bullshit to you all the time. Oh, you need to go to school. You need to get these certifications. You need to study. You need to be a high earner. And then the guys will come here and be like, "Well, the women ain't acting right. What should I do?" Take that money that you earned and all of those years in college and school and trials and tribulations and ups and downs and all the goofy shit that you went through. You need to take all of that money that you earned and put it in the glittery hand of a prostitute. And you dudes will sit there and be like, "Man, that makes sense." Niggas will go to football practice, will get tackled, will get shot up, stabbed up, scholarships, opportunity, all kinds of shit to go play ball and throw it all away to some random woman. Don't got shit to live for. And the woman that they throw it away to is the one that was supposed to restore or bring some type of meaning to their life. At least at one point. Maybe not now, because some of y'all don't like y'all baby mamas and shit. But at one point, that woman was bringing some type of meaning to your life. It ruins it now. I mean, obviously you don't like your baby mama, but the kid, the experience, certain things, originally was supposed to bring some type of meaning to your life. That's what I'm telling you. You gotta forgive them for their nature to truly find out who the hell you are. Y'all wouldn't. A lot of y'all niggas wouldn't listen to a damn thing I'm saying. A lot of y'all niggas wouldn't buy Corvettes. Y'all wouldn't buy all these nigga trinkets and all kinds of shit that y'all like nowadays if it wasn't some type of woman or the possibility of sex. Rest in peace, Alan Roger Curry, or some type of woman attached to it. And what it alludes to. Right now, Dodge is planning on coming out with the Barracuda. Thank God. Scat Pack, maybe the Challenger era is over, and they're probably moving on to the Viper again and the Barracuda. And guess what? All of the nice shit and amenities and stuff that car has, they got to put a woman beside it to sell it. Or make it seem like or stage some goofy race with some woman in a checkered flag and stuff like that, and that's what's gonna incentivize a lot of the guys to buy the car. You could get a woman if you get this car. This car is a status symbol that will get you more women. That's what it's subconsciously communicating. Carmen said, lot of dudes on here talk like they got co-worker skills, but want manager. Lot of dudes on here talk like they got co-worker skills, but want the manager benefits. Yeah, that's true. I agree. A lot of dudes on here would just throw whatever. They'll throw it away. You know, they'll throw all of this shit away. And you got a lot of delusional women on here too. And guys that'll sit up there and listen to this stupid shit. You know? And the funny thing is that a lot of even beautiful women done forgot that a lot of them ain't smart. And they get on here and they try to, give relationship advice not because they got experience, it's because they own a phone or the internet, right? Let me show y'all something. I don't know why this thing is not working. I want to show y'all something right quick though. see if this works. No, it's true. Hold on. No, I got a example right here to show you. All right, let me get rid of this tab real quick. Hold on, y'all. Cause it was a plus if you had beauty and brains back in the day, Carmen. A lot of the beautiful women, they don't realize that it's like you're not really as smart. And also too, like, I mean, look at these shows. Like Fresh and Fit don't be having no real women on these damn shows. And all of the whatever podcasts and Fugazi and all that, they be bringing on goofy girls. It's easy to argue with some goofy chick that thinks she knows about relationships. Easy to argue with them. Hold on, y'all. Oh shit. Uh, now listen to now listen to what I just said, right, Carmen? Listen to what I told you, right? Just a second ago. Listen to what I told you, and take a listen to this real quick, y'all. Let me know if y'all can hear it. Y'all should be able to hear it. Could y'all hear it? First of all, I need y'all to hit the like button to support the show. Could y'all hear it? Shouts to MTR. Now this is the goofy shit. That men are jealous of women because women can control their lust. First of all, no they can't. No they can't. Women cannot control their lust, and women cannot control their urges like that. Women can hide it well. Hold on, y'all. Okay, my stream was fucking up for a second. Hold on. Women can hide it well, but they can't control that shit. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. 2 hours into the madness. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. Women can't control their lust like that. That's why I told you guys, as players or whatever the hell you trying to be, logically you can control yourself more than women. If guys really at least appeared or somewhat become disinterested in sex to a certain degree, you'll get all the damn sex in the world. But you got a lot of dudes that are thirsty. You got a lot of dudes that turn this into into a competition. You got a lot of dudes that just turns this into some goofy shit. And it appears that men can't control, but men can actually control their sexual urges a lot easier than women. There's a lot of deterrence there. Even it's just a lot of deterrence there. Women control if sex happens also. So even then, men still got a million ways before women to control their urges. Women mask it better. If you take away that Hitachi magic wand, the Lush, the Rose, if you take away all those sex toys that women have, y'all will see a completely different shift. Women cannot control. Women cannot control their sexual urges like that. That's cap. Okay? And it's goofy when they get on here and run this stupid ass narrative. Men only think about one thing, and men, they'd sleep with anything. Nah, that's cap too. Now there's a lot of niggas that's out there that'll sleep with anything. Granted. But women, it's a known fact. That's why I said the internet has showed y'all things that women used to mask and hide very well. It's a known fact that women will sleep with anything. Because women have slept with everything. That's not nailed down. Now, I told you a glory hole has a man figured out. I've accepted how dumb niggas are. Seems like women haven't accepted how goofy they are. So let me remind y'all. If I made you laugh, you owe me a like. Definitely support the show. Women sleep with men. Women quadruple dip. Women sleep with men. Women sleep with women. Women sleep with animals. Women got a gang of sex toys. They sleep with transgender, or both. Women and men, both. You know, I hate to say it. There's so many things. Women have more objects to sleep with than men. There are way more female sex toys than male sex toys. I can keep going because I've done it. Y'all tend to forget that me and a lot of other people are the reasons why y'all are talking about some of these topics that y'all talk about today. Guys like myself and guys from the space from yesteryear have put this information out there. We've shaped some of y'all personalities that y'all think that y'all earned in a lot of cases. Like, nah, you've heard that on the internet at some point. You've looked that up. You wasn't using that word prior. No, respectfully. You know, we know where it comes from. We know why we're saying it. You know? Again, pretty women weren't known to be smart because they didn't have to be smart. Men made it a competition that, okay, yeah, we're gonna get pretty women. You know, I like, I like my pretty women dumb, medium dumb. I don't give a damn if she's super smart. Actually, what men call intelligence in women is something completely different than what women think it is. You know, a man would take a woman working at Burger King than some prestigious graduate in a lot of cases. A man would rather date Kim Kardashian's assistant than Kim Kardashian herself. You get my drift? Pick up what I'm putting down. And when you pick up what I'm putting down, make sure you hit the Cash App. and hit the PayPal. Support the show. So this woman right here about to say a gang of dumb shit. I'm just warning y'all. We don't care about a woman abstaining for sex from sex. This God didn't stop making pussy when he made yours, respectfully. There's always gonna be some woman out there that's not gonna be abstaining from it. So, and like I said, if men were more player about some of the stuff that they want to talk about all damn day, you would realize you'd get all the coochie in the world if some of y'all would stop being so damn thirsty. Even women have sat back and said the same thing. Like I would have gave him some, but he started acting goofy. So here we are, and it's true. And to a certain degree, women like men like that, being overly thirsty. They like to be the epicenter of a ball of emotions in a man. They like to be the epicenter of uh of why he would make a decision or can't help himself or certain things like that. They like to be the reason of why a man couldn't control himself. You understand what I'm saying? They like that puts them in a lot of their mind, that puts them in an honorary position in a man's life or at least in his mind. That's like one of the highest achievements of getting someone's attention. You see it on the internet. You see trolls, they want to get somebody's attention, but they want to also be acknowledged and they also want somebody to crash out. You see it all the time. Women get off on that. Obviously, Adam and Eve. How much times we got to keep revisiting this story, right? Eve got off that she got Adam to do something that he shouldn't have done. Why do women like this? Because they're not as responsible as you, as a man, to a certain degree. And women embrace. That's why I said I don't blame women for not forgiving themselves for their own nature. But women love to embrace the idea of not being in control. They like to embrace the idea of not being in control. Because a lot of them spend a lot of their time not being in control. If you are ruled by your emotions to a certain degree, you have no control, but to a certain degree, you do have control. But you can choose not to have control over your emotions. And you can choose to sit there and acknowledge emotions that you do have control over because you acknowledge them. And you could change them or put little deterrents and stuff in the way to change them. But you don't. And it's an exciting and exhilarating thing to see where it could lead you. It can give you privilege, it can give you benefits, it can sabotage you, it can fuck you up, it can do a lot of different things. So, women are open to the idea of not being in control to a certain degree. Now, listen to all that game that I just dropped on you. Listen to all those gems that I just dropped on you. But now pay attention. If this is true and you believe what I'm telling you and you know it to be true, fellas, and women about women, being open to the idea of not being in control. Why are you niggas up here negotiating cooperation? Oh, you didn't see that coming, huh? Didn't see that coming, huh? Mm, mm. Never mind. I'll go deeper on it when the show gets a little bit more support. But till then, let's break this down. One drunk man. All right, so hey, this is that bullshit that Adam listened to that got everybody kicked out the Garden of Eden, that put a kink in every man's neck, and this is why a lot of women have periods today, cause somebody sat back and listened to this dumb shit and believed it. She really thinks she's saying something smart. She really thinks she's deep. And look at how she's looking up and to the right. This is not even. She just thought of this. This is just a idea that she hasn't really sat on for a minute. All right. Yeah, yeah, we already heard this rhetoric so many 1,000 times, y'all. They're gonna use the Bible, and the Bible is supposed to be used as a tool of control, as a tool of reference. Come on now. You're gonna use religion. Religion is an extra deterrent in the way so men can have power over women and their bodies because women are gods and we're the fuck out of here. They know that their lust is disgusting and that their sexual urges are weird. Really, the women make men look like schoolgirls. Oh boy. Yeah, men are the ones on the internet butt naked. Gotcha. What's going on, Chaos? Y'all got. Y'all should be able to hear it. I know the audio is working. Hold on. You said no volume. Y'all got to fix y'all audio because it kind of throws me off if y'all don't fix your audio on the way in. Let me see. Y'all should be able to hear it, right? Hold on. So y'all gonna sit up here and let me play this? Y'all can't hear it? Okay, Chaos is right. So y'all can't hear it. Y'all just you said I don't hear shit. Okay. Y'all gonna sit here and let me play the damn audio and not hear a damn thing this woman is saying, and nobody in the chat gonna say anything. 14 people here, and y'all just letting the dead silence, not saying anything. No, I'm not using StreamYard. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me patch in this audio. Give me 1 second. Let me let this play real quick. Put a one in the chat when you guys can hear it. Y'all don't even hear it. Thank you, Chaos. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I probably should do that. That's a good. Hold on. I'm not trying to have all them applications up. Hold up, y'all. This should be coming up under media source. Well, nah, hold up. Cause this, y'all gotta hear this shit. This woman is dumb as hell. Hold on. She's talking about some lustful men need the fear of God, and lustful men this and lustful men that. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I knew something was missing. Hold on. If anything, I'll just use loop back. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna let it play real quick. Hold up. Hold on, y'all. This shit crazy. Hold up. Yeah, I gotta reroute. I gotta reroute all of this shit. Why can't I add an audio source though? All right, give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on, let me catch up what y'all saying in the chat real quick. I thought y'all would be able to hear it. Yeah, that's another thing too. These teachers are up here sleeping with these kids. Ooh, we got some effect filters. Hold on, y'all. What's going on, Joe? Yeah, I was sitting here going over this video with y'all, and thank God Chaos came in and let me know. What's going on, EB? Shouts to Eric Bird. What's going on, Fighter? Yeah, y'all give me 1 second. We building the plane while we flying it. Y'all please hit the like button, support the Cash App. Devin D said I had a long ass meeting. Oh man. We 2 hours into the show. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can patch this in. Cause I'm trying to hmm, trying to get this patched in. And I don't know, it's not giving me an option where to send it or where to route it. That's the thing about man, y'all have no idea the shit we gotta go through just to bring y'all some content, man. I can hear it, but y'all can't. See. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Control audio via okay. Alright, let's see if this works. Ah, y'all should be able to hear it now.
Stop using
Alright, put
ChatGPT
a
like
one in the
everyone
chat
else
if
and
you
do
guys
this
can hear it.
instead. To the men over 50 who don't know how to use
I
AI,
can't hear it.
tomorrow morning, we're starting the 28-day AI
Praise God, I
challenge
can
for
hear it
beginners
now.
over 50. Just 15 minutes a day to level up your life. In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable. In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy. In 4 weeks, you'll wonder why you didn't start sooner. Tap the screen to join us.
Y'all should be able to hear it now.
This
Put a
man
one
who
in the
was
chat.
drunk like 3 weeks ago, and we were just having. If you get a man drunk enough, he will tell you the truth about anything. So I need to tell you guys the truth that was admitted to me by this man who was drunk like 3 weeks ago, and we were just having a regular conversation. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it because he basically blatantly admitted that the reason why him and so many other men are jealous of women is because they feel like women can control their lust, and they feel like men are controlled by their lust.
God damn. This woman is insanely dumb. We're gonna get into the game too after this, man. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. We're gonna get into the Shannon Sharpe BS, and we're gonna get into Kanye West. I I don't know if he came out the closet, but you know, it's some ancestral shit. Put a one in the chat if you guys can hear. If you guys can hear it. Hold on, let me do this for my own self. Hold on. Hold up. Okay, thank you, Eric Bird. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. Good to see you, man. Good to see everybody here. Hold on. So yeah, it should have came up. All right, let's go.
Wait a minute. First off, if a guy admits to you that he is jealous of women, you must understand that that is not really a man, and you need to ignore anything that's about to come out of his mouth. And also, why are you taking a drunk man's word? All right. If I went and said, only way you can get the truth out of women is if you get them drunk first, I would be viewed as a predator. All right. Let's keep going.
When he admitted that to me, I was not surprised. I been knew this about men, but what was surprising is what clicked in my mind after. And basically what clicked in my mind after is that religion is a lustful man's tool to control women, because women are not controlled by their lustful urges or their sexual desires. And men know this. Deep down inside, they know this. Whether they want to admit it or not, doesn't matter. Men realize that women can control their lust and they can't control their own lust. So what they decided to do is
And that's what I was talking about earlier when she said men realize that they can't control their lust and women can control their lust, and they're mad at women because women can control their lust. And it's like, oh baby, you are dead wrong. Like we're supposed to see. That's why I said the world revolves around women in their world. Like, why the fuck would I be mad at you because you can control your lust? Girl, don't nobody care. That's like me getting mad at somebody because they can control their hunger. Man, I'm mad at this person because he know how to fast.
In order to have a sense of control and power, they decided that it was women's fault that they're so lustful, so it's women who must be controlled. And as someone who used to be in
Men do not believe that it's women's fault that they're so lustful. Says the woman that got her titties in the camera. But men are disgusting.
a religious community, in a religious family, and like heavily involved in religion, I can tell you from experience that the more religious a man is, the more lustful he is, typically. Because lustful men need the fear of God in their hearts. They need the fear of punishment. They need the fear of hell and fire in order to not be disgusting animals.
Wow.
They know that their lust is disgusting. They know that their sexual urges are weird. They know this. But instead of reflecting on what they can do to be better and how to express their sexual urges in a healthy, creative way, they've decided that women are the ones to blame, and that in order for them to avoid being controlled by their lust or by their sexual urges, they need to control women. You know, this actually makes a lot of sense when I think about my dad and my upbringing.
I can't listen to
Daddy issues. Okay. It's starting to make sense. Not only is it daddy issues, but it's also religious daddy issues, which just adds the icing on the cake. It's odd to me that this is the topic of conversation, women calling out men for being lustful while literally putting your titties in the damn center of the camera. That doesn't even look like a comfortable place to be holding your phone. But she wants to make sure that you know that she has big tits, so here it is. They want full control over what they represent about themselves out into the world, but they will shame you as a man for taking notice to it. You see how odd that is? But let's correct some of the things that she's coming to a conclusion with. She said that men don't know how to deal with lust, but women do. Meanwhile, you can pull up countless cases of female teacher inappropriate contact and or situation with young male student. And in fact, I'd say that the lust level amongst both men and women.
That's what I'm trying to say, though. Smart women don't need to be like they're pretty women are not smart like that. They get a pass. That's another part of the whole pretty privilege thing. When the feminists co-opted the dimes into giving up their pretty privilege because they believed that that was something that was a standard that was they were lied to. Remember, a lot of average women were jealous of pretty women. So you got to understand that they wanted to see what was the grass on the other side. They wanted to see if the grass was greener. Are these women getting better men? Are they having a better quality of life than I am? I want pretty privilege too. Why don't my man look at me like that? Why don't this? Why don't that? So they don't know. They didn't know. They were locked in their mind. They were locked out of a certain type of satisfaction. So when the feminists, average women, came up with the concept, or average women that were feminists came up with the concept to destroy the quote unquote pretty women, because pretty women, they weren't feminists. They didn't need to be. They weren't the smartest neither, but they didn't go that route. So when they got co-opted into, into a lot of the stuff that's going on today, the feminists use them as a front to bring attention. Oh, she pretty. Let me see what she talking about. And then she's spewing all this feminist shit. And it's like, ugh. This is why a lot of guys that got common sense, even if they would have let her get away with murder. Because women get away with murder, but they're not trying to hear that feminist shit. They're not. And it's like killing two birds with one stone. This girl is dumb. We can, you know what I'm saying? We can use her as a face to make our movement look like something that it's not. You understand what I'm saying? I know some of y'all are a little bit behind on the game, but I'll even use an example. For example, Austin Holloman, right? He's a decent looking brother, fairly good looking dude. The Passport Bros used Austin Holloman. You know, we're going to do macro and micro. Used Austin Holloman as a face for the movement. Knowing damn well most Passport Bros aren't even young. That shit didn't last. And knowing damn well most Passport Bros didn't look like Austin Holloman. Hence why you had a lot of guys jumping on airplanes. Work on your swag. Why? I don't want to do that. How to do that? I gotta hire a Kevin Samuels, an image consultant. Oh nah, I'll just take that money and go to Bulgaria or whatever goofy country y'all thought you want to go to of your choice, right? Just circumvent it. You know what I'm saying? They used them. You know what I'm saying? They used them as a face. They don't look like that. Respectfully. So they're getting used. And I'm going to tell you the truth. If you think about it, I'm dropping a lot of game. You good, Devin D? I appreciate you. I appreciate you because when you do support the show. I appreciate you, man. Shout outs to Devin D in the place to be. Listen to what I'm telling y'all. And listen to me clear. Listen to what I'm about to say, y'all. Don't you think, if you look at the guys here in the manosphere and on, not even, like a lot of those black pill cats, don't you see the same thing with them? That they would like to use the internet, just like how women use the internet and kind of took pretty privilege and dimes down a taste, right? Everybody's a dime now. Don't you think men want to do the same thing with other men that they deem handsome or getting to women? That a lot of men are mad that they're locked out of that. Like, oh my God, I got to have a jawline. I got to be a genetic specimen. Why can't I just benefit from the internet like they do? Because they don't know. Again, like how the women were locked out of pretty privilege. A lot of men feel like they locked out of handsome privilege. And it's like everybody's dating pool went up when the internet, with the internet. But it's like, why can't I utilize the internet the same way? Not even why can't I utilize the internet the same way? Why do I have to learn how to utilize the internet the same way? Why can't it be like how it is for the women? They just show up. Why do I still got to put in work? Why do I still have to have money? Why do I still have to learn how to dress? Why do I still have to look like I have to give a damn about myself? It's the same thing with the guys. What's going on, intelligent Neanderthal? Good to see you, man. It should be that way. That's the key. That's the key word. Should. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. It should be that way, but it isn't. Unfortunately, you know. And guys think like this. Unfortunately, you know, as a young player, I lost friends. I've had guys look at me and envy me for certain type of women that I had then. And I'm like, oh, God damn it, Streamlabs. Why is Streamlabs doing this? Hold on, intelligent caveman. Oh, you posted a link? Why did Streamlabs time out intelligent caveman? Hold on. Let him cook. Hold on, y'all. Let me put my my Streamlabs in timeout real quick. Intelligent Neanderthal said, a lot of men are going to sound like girls. Too late. They already have. Just believe in yourself. Dream your dream. Chase your... But this is the thing, intelligent Neanderthal. They're not themselves. They're not themselves. They don't know how to think for themselves. They need someone to think for them. Why you think you have AI and all this other shit coming out? And that's the problem with people. And I see people repeating me and not giving me my damn flowers. Most people don't have a social life. They have social media. You dig? Most people don't have a social life. They have social media. Sadly enough. Let's get back into it.
Is about equal. The difference is that men have sort of
a lot of people they don't understand that, caveman. I got you.
a more of an overt way of demonstrating it, while women have more of a covert way of demonstrating it. This is also why the cheating numbers from both male to female is relatively the same. But anyway, we need to talk about the undertones of this conversation. These are the men versus bear women. They picked the bear because really they're picking the bear due to the trauma or hurt that they have suffered at some component of their life, or at least they feel as though they suffer something. Usually that suffer is on top of a college institution, gender studies class, or something that makes them feel more intelligent in regards to what it is that they went through. And they breed this contempt for men, and it goes to an even higher extreme because women like this create content where it creates a community of women that are now fearful of men based off of their misandry. But listen, men deal with lust daily. It's in our faces constantly. Strong men build up the discipline necessary to ignore y'all dumb shit and all the type of tricks that y'all temptress ass try to play. Whereas women do not receive signals of lust from the opposite sex as much as we receive them.
When we touch here, maybe just try this, ladies and gentlemen. This, oh, that feels nice.
Boy,
yeah,
right here,
that's
Paul
good.
Bikini.
So just
Y'all
do
know
that because
about
it feels.
But go off, man. Let's hear how your dad faces constantly. Strong men build up the discipline necessary to ignore y'all dumb shit and all the type of tricks that y'all temptress ass try to play. Whereas women do not receive signals of lust from the opposite sex as much as we receive them. But go off, ma'am. Let's hear how your dad and your religion is the cause of your trauma.
Because my dad was a very controlling, obsessive religious freak. So
Wow.
I grew up thinking like, oh, he's so devoted, he loves God, this, that.
And let me tell you something. This goofy chick she gonna be looking for that same exact quality in other men. I know a lot of y'all probably haven't even picked up on it. She has a slight Indian accent. She has a slight Indian accent. Or like Moroccan accent. She has like a I'm detecting an accent, but let's get it.
Until
Okay.
I strayed from the religion and I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. And I saw how deeply angry he got about that. And I was like, oh, it was always about control. It was never about you actually fearing God. It was about you fearing loss of control.
Or fearing loss of control or loss of protection or loss of structure. And listen, I'm not the one to say that you need religion in order to have structure in one's life. I think that people can be decent and moral without having to rely on the structures of a particular religion. But your father putting rules within your household was not oppression, ma'am. What it sounds like is that your dad has a code of ethics based in and around religion, and he tries to pass that off to you, but you are now rebelling, and you're rebelling into a lifestyle that he never wanted because it's worldly in nature, one of which you do show your sexuality over the tick thoughts as well as that in public. But if I had a daughter and she wants to step out in a tit dress like this, she ain't leaving my house. Period.
So using this concept of God, of a male God that's in the sky watching my every move, trying to plant a man in my head permanently to observe my actions and judge me, gave you a sense of control. Me rejecting that and deciding that actually I don't need this invisible man's point of view in my head nonstop in order for me to be a good person, when I realized that about myself, it scared the shit out of him. And it scares the shit out of most of them, which is why the first thing men do when women...
This woman is dumb as hell. What's going on, Gail? Good to see you. Good morning. This woman is dumb as fuck. God damn. Shout outs to Gail at night. And this is dumb as... He's trying to plant an invisible man in my head to scare me? Oh, God. And then, like, how dumb, and I ain't even gonna lie. Maybe, I'm saying this because I'm older now. Sometimes your parents are aware of how dumb you are. Thank you, Gail. Thank you, Devin D. Thank you guys for putting the Cash App in the chat. Shout outs to all my wrench holders. Make sure you guys hit the like button and support the show. Let's reach our goal. We have a goal of $70 on today's show. Please hit the like button and support the show. If you are entertained, if you are enjoying the show, if you support Player Talk Radio and you got a wrench, definitely please support the show. Shout outs to the wrench holders in the building. Please hit the like button and support the show. This is fucking ridiculous. This is ridiculous. He's trying to put fear in her heart. I've followed all of these religions and I'm religious and oh my God. Your parents to a certain degree tell you certain things because to a certain degree some of them are fully aware of how dumb you are. And another man can't save her from her own stupidity. Only God can. And yes, she got some nice titties. But hey, you young. And if you go keep on the way you keeping on, them joints gonna be down to your knees real quick. You gonna be able to throw them over your shoulder like a continental soldier. You gonna need a reduction before reproduction. Damn straight your father gotta instill some type of fear in you. I know my worth. No, you don't. You just got big titties and you don't know. That's what I said. A lot of women are you know, I wouldn't even say mad at their own nature. It's you gotta see, it's up to them and how they were taught how to carry it. Cause I'll be mad as hell too. Certain women have expressed that they're mad, but I'd be mad as hell too. You were just born and you gotta sit up there and protect and keep certain things intact and stuff like that you didn't work for. You wish you could have a reckless mouth, but you're a pretty girl, so you really can't have a reckless mouth like you think you can. Cause not only are men are gonna hit you all up in your face, these bitches are gonna hit you in your face too. So you really gotta watch your mouth. You can't really take full advantage of your shitty attitude like other women can. You may not have brothers and shit, other men around you to sacrifice. Hey, it's the reality. Whew. Scare your daughters, fellas. Scare them a little bit.
Women liberate themselves
Huh?
is take away women's rights.
What are you talking about?
Is try to get them married off because of some religion or some
I don't
man.
know what the hell she talking about? And these young girls be having y'all fooled and shit like that. Like she really went through something. Y'all are trying to take away our rights. What are you talking about? Like, it should be to the point where there shouldn't be no such thing as a feminist nowadays. Y'all have all the rights in the world and y'all are mad still. You're still on depressants. No one told you shouldn't have a bank account. Yeah, she's not from here. She's from Morocco or India or somewhere. I hear the accent. She don't know what the hell she talking about. And a lot of them too, when they come over here and shit, they gotta take up these mantles because they think that that's what American people like, and this is how they can get along with American women. This is how she can get in with certain American folks and befriend them and go to certain little goofy meetings at her college, or I don't even know if she in school. Some of y'all not even in school, so it don't even benefit some of y'all to be a feminist. You a whole pedestrian, but you a feminist. She don't do her story. And she don't realize those white women don't like her neither. Some of them. Some people only like you as much as they can use you. Story of a lot of our lives, don't it? Make sure y'all hit the like button, support the show, support somebody that's doing a good thing, putting out a real message. Let's keep these shows going. And Player Talk Radio can't keep going without y'all support, alright? So Let's get it. You said she's speaking about another country in space and history. Yeah, but those women over there are more happy. Those women over there are more happy, you know, to a certain degree. Those women get to America sometimes and be like, "Damn, I can't wait to go back home." Like, I ain't doing. Hell no. Put that hijab back on.
Or some this or some that. It always comes down to
This is
women's lives
crazy.
being limited and restricted in order for men to feel some
It's like I want to go outside and fuck the world. No consequences. Your father trying to save you. Mm-mm.
sort of sense of control.
Please tell me how any portion of your life is currently limited. Women like this think that they're avoiding oppression. Meanwhile, all they're doing is trying to escape accountability. Is your dad really utilizing him to control you, or can it be perceived that he's trying to lay out boundaries that lead to safety, community, being
Because as a father, he should know how dumb his daughter is. He knows his daughter is dumb.
a good moral person?
I genuinely don't know what it's going to take for these guys to realize that they do have control.
For these guys. What do you mean, these guys?
The control is just over themselves, not anybody else. You have no control over any other man or woman on this planet, period. You can control yourself, though, but that's not enough for them because they don't actually want to control themselves. They don't actually want to take accountability. They don't actually want to improve. They don't even want to understand themselves. They want everybody around them to cater to them and their desires and their needs so that they can feel a little powerful, so that they can feel like they have some sort of control over something instead of just
Oh, man. She thinks she knows something.
controlling themselves and being better. And I think that's really sad and really pathetic.
Oh, is that it?
This is what it looks like
I'm
when a
mad at
young
you,
lady
Vince
grows
McMahon,
up and
though.
thinks that the structure that she received from her father or a parent was oppression or a component of the patriarchy. And then they overcompensate for their structure the father tried to give them by embarrassing the father publicly. My G's that are watching this channel, listen to me, please. You must do everything in your power to identify women like this and stay as far away from them as humanly possible. These are the same types of women where you can go out with a night with them, you have a couple of drinks, you go back to the crib, there's some hanky-panky, she'll wake up in the morning and then call the cops saying that you took advantage of her. They have a low to high key barometer hate for men through whatever bad relationship that they had with their father. And on top of that, this one is sprinkled with a little bit of religion. They have no empathy for men. They can perceive no other alternative besides it somehow being a man's fault. Meanwhile, utilizing the maybe rumblings of a drunk 20-year-old guy in their way that they surmise the world around them. You must also be very careful of them because you may reach to your pinnacle of value and your contribution in society and reach a high level of power, of status. But what is something that always takes these men out? Assault allegations. Meanwhile, women like this will lead with their power of sexuality because she understands.
What does your spirit animal totem say about you? Take a test.
Understands that to weak men, it's her most powerful tool. It gives her instant influence over men who lack discipline. And when a woman knows that she can walk into a room, show a little bit of skin, and bend the room to her will, she don't need to build no character, values, emotional depth, and she can walk around with this nasty little attitude and
we gotta stop using these little terms. Bend the room to her will. She's not bending nothing. You're just getting people to look at you. Hell, a monkey will look at you. All right, let's go.
face little to no consequences. And the crazy issue is that it'll work for her for 10 to 15 years because many men out there will make accommodations for the aestheticness of her face instead of utilizing logic when they'll chase the beauty with no boundaries. And that's exactly the type of man that she knows how to control. Let's take a look at the comments. I'm sure we're going to come across some damn gems. My ex said he wants to meet a church girl because he thinks when he cheats and beats, she will forgive him for his sins. What a silly comment. Meanwhile, man, you go into these churches nowadays and those where the freaks is at, baby. They're so pathetic. Sorry, I just can't pretend they're worthy of respect anymore. Oh, the misandry is thick here. It gets so hard to remain a feminist when all signs point to men being less than. Like I'm not going to vote their rights away, but I want to. I think we should take them, but they're still people. You hear that, guys? These lovely young ladies want to take your rights away. How is it that you think that they're going to do that? By force? Nympho Sophie, which is hilarious given the context of this conversation. I'm praying we switch to a matriarchal society in my lifetime. I gotta see the comments of this one. We in the age of Aquarius. It's going to happen. I can't wait. We need to hurry up, though, because I'm already 44. Someone please tell me that they trolling, although I don't think that they are. Why all women should stay single forever is because there is no such thing as a non-creepy man. You know, as I read all of these, you just gotta think about how pathetic of people that get up on the internet and just display their hate like this all day. It really just makes me feel bad for them. The only kind of person who wants to control others is a person who cannot or will not control themselves. You know, here's the thing. Controlling another adult can sometimes be a futile effort, but you want to incentivize people to act a certain way, right? But what happens in a lot of these situations is that through your incentivization, right? Like, for example, if I say, I like peace and I like to be respectful, and if you command respect, then that is being controlling. They will victimize themselves to tell their homegirls, oh, he's controlling. He's a narcissist. That's also a big one as well. They'll utilize these weaponized words in order to try to describe what it is that's happening. Meanwhile, you don't like to be held accountable. You like to be as liberated as possible. And of course, when you go up on their profiles, it's yellow eyebrows and savagely.
Like how, like with the social media and stuff you got out today, how can women even be feminists in this climate? Like, y'all not hearing me. Feminism shouldn't even really exist in this climate. Honestly, women have more women going up and down their timeline than a heterosexual man. Y'all do know that, right? There's two times the women going up and down another woman's timeline than a heterosexual man. Women break every single rule amongst each other that they have a feminist law for. When they go to the club, other women are touching their breasts, smacking their ass, kissing them, pouring liquor down their throat, drugging them, beating their ass, all kinds of shit. So much so is that why? Are you even talking about men these days? Alone. The men in this woman's age range ain't even going out there like that. Oh, women are way worse than the men. And like you showed earlier, all of these teachers sleeping with these students. Sending them photos and shit. Women have been way more perverted than men. And it's worse on their behalf because guess what? It's not suppressed. Think about it. When something is suppressed due to the nature of suppressing something, pushing something back, to push something means that also something might be returning force. You're suppressing something. So a little pushback due to why you're suppressing something is it's somewhat warranted. But when something exists and is not being discussed or suppressed, that means it's running amok. The pushback that would have been there, it's not there. You got women out here that have been brutally assaulted by other women in their childhood and in their adulthood. Nobody talks about that.
Overweight. Anyway, guys, I am done having this conversation right here. Drop me your line.
Shout outs to MTR. Now I'm looking for oh yeah, married women are the worst. I've seen I know exactly what you're talking about. Shit, a lot of women in relationships are the worst. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe that shit. I was like, dang. Why are the most women that are in relationships flirting the most, cheating the most, you know? I couldn't believe this shit. And then when I said, you know what, let me actually pay special attention to them and see if I'm just bugging or is there something to this? And lo and behold, I wasn't bugging. Made me rethink relationships all over again. I'm like, damn, was I this or have I ever been this naive in a relationship? Because like for example, to my knowledge, because I'm not gonna say it can't happen to me and it never happened to me. I haven't gotten cheated on. To my knowledge, I haven't gotten cheated on. I've never gotten cheated on. From what I know, I may have ended. I know I've ended certain things that probably would have led to it if I didn't or whatever. But I haven't gotten cheated on. From what I know, throw that out there because I probably did get cheated on. I just didn't know. And honestly, looking at the stats and certain numbers and certain things, I'm like, I probably didn't know. Then it's like, I wonder who would have done it or when. You kind of look back. But women, when they're with their man for some weird reason, they flirt the most. They're more, and then also, too, it's not like oh, well, she's in a happy mood because she's around her man, or, oh, she's around the love of her life, so she got butterflies. And no, they be straight up like, yo, this what we doing? Ain't that your man right there? Even lesbians, whether stud or femme, they flirt. Throw a lot of people for a loop. But let's switch gears. We're gonna get back to that. Everybody's still talking about this Austin Metcalf situation and Carmelo Anthony situation. And remember I showed y'all that video with Jason Whitlock and how old boy was gonna do a White Lives Matter rally, and he was trying to do this whole Jesus spiel all over again. You know, because a lot of these Gen Zers and millennials, they're really not religious like that. Jesus is in the people in the Bible are just as good as Santa Claus to a lot of these people. You know, message done went over their head. They don't know what the hell they talking about. Then they try to preach religion to you, or the reason why they're not following religion to you. And it's like, let me guess, who were you watching coming up back in the day? T.D. Jakes, Peter Popoff, like who? Like, come on now. Like we really supposed to trust your religious scope. We're really supposed to trust your religious opinion. We're supposed to trust that you did all the research. We're supposed to trust that you know your interpretation of the Bible. We're supposed to trust. You know, he was just going in on Jason Whitlock talking about Martin Luther King and all this other shit, and it's like, you sound crazy. You're a Christian. You're a Jewish Christian. That's wild right there in and of itself. You know, you don't really run into those types unless you overseas, because it'll make a little bit more sense. You're gaslighting people, and then you about to have a White Lives Matter rally because you know you were out there on January 6th doing some shit you wasn't supposed to do. You went to jail. Some black man took your butter crunch, or your meal or your lunch trays. Then you see this situation, and you try to capitalize off of it and chase clout. Then on top of that, like I said, he tried to capitalize it and chase clout and stuff like that. The father was like, he don't know him. He's chasing clout. Don't, you know, trying to eat off that man's son's, you know, death, basically. White ambulance chaser. And then the shit just got goofy. And then, you know, on the last show, we showed you that the rally and how the black dude went out there with the Karmelo Anthony jersey and was trolling them and stuff like that. It got crazy. It got real crazy. You know? Super crazy. Now, check this out. And remember, I told y'all, and I literally said, yo, Jason, I wouldn't go out there and hang with that dude. You gonna be in trouble, you know. For some reason, white people and Bernie Sanders and all these other people, they can go to a Black Lives Matter rally and be A-okay. They're gonna be perfectly fine, you know. You know, they're gonna protect the white guy, you know. And then also too, you know, y'all ever seen those rallies where certain white dudes actually be having the swastika and all that other stuff and be doing wild shit, and a ton of sisters will jump on top of them and protect them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like he gonna be okay. Even at a Black Lives Matter rally, white man gonna be okay. You, on the other hand, it's so unorthodox though. I would not put that type of my life in somebody like that's hands, because they're not gonna protect you, especially if you're not like super tokenized. I'm sorry, a Jason Whitlock will get his ass whipped at a White Lives Matter rally. Only person that'll probably be protected these days at a White Lives Matter rally is probably, I could probably name a handful of niggas that'll probably be protected at a White Lives Matter rally. Kai Cenat, I Show Speed, and maybe Kodak Black will be protected at a White Lives Matter rally. Jason Whitlock, no. No. Hell no. Well, like I said, bro had his rally. Dudes were getting pepper sprayed and arrested and shit. And it was a disaster. And then people barely showed up. So that would have definitely made you a target if you were black and you were there. And the only black guy that showed up, look, the police was out there whipping their ass and pushing them and getting them up out the way. And as soon as a black guy showed up, the police immediately stopped and got on code and went after the black guy there that was trolling a little bit. You had to reverse troll them because that whole rally was a troll. Jason fake as hell. Jason sat back and laughed at him. Give me 1 second. I got so much tabs up. Let me pull it. What's going on? What's going on, War Master? Good to see you. Oh shit. Streamlabs is going in on Neanderthal. Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me put this in here real quick.
Thinking I'm gonna start cutting carbs. I need to drop my belly fat.
Here's the most interesting weight loss fact I learned in the last decade. Back in the gladiator days, I thought
Shannon Sharpe is back in the news.
Hold on. I wanted to get into this too. Wrong. Hold on. Wrong video, y'all. We're gonna get into what Jason Black had to say. Jason Whitlock. I said Jason Black. We're gonna get into what Jason Black has to say about Shannon Sharpe, because that's another one. That's another one. And then we're going to get into what happened with Kanye. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Maybe I just need to start doing one topic because I be dropping so much.
So last night, Friday night, I'm on Twitter, X, and I see this. Do they still call it Twitter Spaces or X Spaces? I see this
I be dropping so much game in one show, and it's like, damn. Let's get the support up, y'all. Let's go.
Conversation going on.
3 hours and 2 minutes into the madness. Let me catch up what's going on with the chat. Y'all take a listen to this.
About Jake Lang, and it's being hosted by a man named Cash Kelly, and I'm like, what is this about? Let me click on this, and it seemed like this was, y'all might have already taped it because I may have listened to a replay, because I didn't get home till like 11:30 midnight, and somehow I was listening to this then, and I was like, I gotta hunt this dude down. He knows Jake Lang. Jake Lang is the guy that just did the Unite the White or Protect White People rally in Frisco, Texas. Thank God it was a flop. But I want to unpack a bit more of Jake Lang's history. You know, you saw him on our show on Friday. I thought he kind of made a fool of himself. And now this man can unpack the entire mystery. He was locked up with Jake Lang in the D.C. area for more than a year. Cash Kelly, a January 6th pardon receiver.
So basically, he got a black guy on his show that was locked up with Jake Lang. He got a black guy on his show that was locked up with Jake Lang. And this black guy was also a part of the January 6th, thing. And I ain't gonna lie, getting locked up in D.C. is not no slouch of a, I ain't gonna lie, D.C. jail ain't that shit ain't no joke neither.
Welcome to Fearless, and if you could,
But he probably wasn't locked up in D.C. They probably sent him to Upper Marlboro, and honestly, that ain't no slouch. Upper Marlboro ain't no slouch neither. So.
just give us a tiny bit of your background before I ask you about Jake Lang.
A little bit about me, man. I was born and raised in northwestern Indiana. I got a history. I used to be a gangbang. I was raised in gangs. You know, I was a Latin King from Chicago, Illinois. And I changed my life around when I became a father and grew up in a bad area. So I didn't really have a father growing up. My father was murdered when I was 3. So I was raised in that culture, you know, and I changed my life around at the age, I'll say about 21 for all the way around. At 18, it started my change when I had my first son. And I got married at 19. When I got married at 19, I had more kids. I had another son. And I'm like, yeah, this life ain't for me no more. So I switched it up and became an activist, keeping kids away from gangs, away from the streets, out the streets, preaching against gang violence. And I started up my nonprofit, which is a Street Lights Unity movement geared towards keeping kids off the streets. And later on in life, got into politics. I had a viral clip in 2020 when I had a message that said, Black Lives Matter, but when the Black Lives gonna matter to us. And it was me just basically talking to the community saying, yo, you know, we got to make a change before we can expect anybody else to want to make a change with us.
So that's the backstory. He gets incarcerated over January 6th and the previous bad life that he's already explained. But tell us about one of the most fascinating things I heard you all talking about was that here's Jake Lang out leading the white movement, but the entire time he was locked up, he was telling you all he was a Jew. Walk us through that.
Yeah, so Jake, man, he was always a problem, really, in the unit. And we ended up shunning him and getting him removed from the unit because the whole time he was there, he was a problem. He had the Jewish kosher tray, which, you know, we thought if he's Jewish, that's what's up. You know what I mean? Do your thing. Nobody had a problem with that. But he would make derogatory statements towards us, like when we would take his tray or something. Like I took his.
See? I told y'all. They'll be provoking and doing stuff to dudes. And saying wild shit. And then all of a sudden, man, we got to stop black people from attacking us. Now, he said kosher tray. Now, that's another thing, too. Kosher. Now, this is a wild concept to think about. Y'all, now, let me walk y'all through this real quick, all right? Now, pay attention to what I'm about to say, right? The concept of kosher prison food. And we're not back in Jerusalem. We're not back in, you know, the Hebrew. You know, we're not doing that. We're in America. Well, they're in America. But think of the concept of kosher prison food. As a matter of fact, as a regular prisoner, that's actually kind of interesting. I think that if you are a prisoner or a black man, if there is such a thing, you should go for kosher food in the prison. That food is already disgusting, and that food is already bad. The best thing that food could be is kosher. Clean. And I'm using air quotes. Well, I guess he tried to weaponize his Jewry to this guy and a couple of other people in the unit. And this guy's going to tell y'all the whole story about how Lang, how he got down. And maybe this all should make sense.
He was a problem. He had the Jewish kosher tray, which, you know, we thought if he's Jewish, that's what's up. You know what I mean? Do your thing. Nobody had a problem with that. But he would make derogatory statements towards us. Like when we would take his tray or something, like I took his tray a couple times because, you know, he wasn't eating them. He was just leaving. So I'm on detail. I took his tray. I'm like, he ain't going to eat it. So I'm going to eat it. And he said one time to my friend Ryan Nichols, he said, keep your filthy Gentile hands off of my food. This is kosher tray. This is only for Jews. So that's what he was in, cried anti-Semitism anytime anybody said anything mean to him or whatever.
And the sad part is that brothers that look like this guy and maybe darker are original. You know what? Never mind.
It was no anti-Semitism happening towards him. He just cried that every time. You guys are only being mean to me because I'm a Jew, and you guys are part of the racist MAGA. And it's like, bro, no, that's not it. You're a nepo baby, and you're a crybaby, and you're not adjusting well to jail life. You know, man up.
And so the thing
They wouldn't even accept him if he go over there. But okay.
that I heard interesting last night, obviously you're black, but I heard other white January 6 people saying they had a problem with Jake Lang as well.
Oh yeah, most of the J6 community is behind me because, like I told you, you know, I was viral before I lost everything. I had huge platforms, and before I lost it all, you know, after January 6th, everybody knew me. So the J6 community, they support me. Most of them do. You got some people that don't because they're a part of Jake's, you know, little clan. That's what I'm gonna call it now, Jake's clan. And, you know, other dudes got other things going on. But the majority of the people that you know about, they're my people. They're my brothers. They're my sisters. So, yeah, they definitely was very, very vocal about Jake because they dealt with the same issues that I dealt with in there with him because we dealt with him together. We got put on lockdown because of Jake. They took our phone calls away because of Jake. They did all kinds of stuff to us because of Jake always causing issues. This is why we had to have him removed from the unit. I actually had a physical altercation with him.
Over?
Well, he had us locked down. We weren't able to talk to our kids on certain holidays because he wanted to act up and not listen to the COs. When the COs will say, hey, it's time to lock in, or the COs will say, hey, you guys stop doing that over there. You can't do this over here. And Jake would throw a fit. He's like, why can't we? You're trying to take away our rights. This is our constitutional rights. We have the freedom of speech. And just his little thing, his monologues that he would do. So one day he's coming up to me after we done shunned him. I was mad after I couldn't talk to my kids on, was it like Easter or something like that, Thanksgiving? I don't know which holiday it was, but I couldn't talk to my kids because you got us locked down. So he comes up to me and said, brother, can I talk to you? I'm like, nah, bro, we ain't got nothing to talk about. Everybody's shunning him. No one's talking to him. I'm like, no, we ain't got nothing to talk about. Leave me alone, bro. And he was, you're not gonna be talking to me like that, brother. We're supposed to be in this together. And he's in my face. I'm like, well, we ain't in nothing together and you need to back up. Get away from me. And I'm holding my cup of coffee. And he's like, no, I'm not going anywhere. You need to talk to me. And I got something I need to tell you. I'm like, I threw the coffee in his face. And I'm like, bro, back up off of me. And when he...
And see, the fact that he's trying to shove Jesus, down niggas' throats, that's the biggest red flag. That's the biggest red flag ever. Huge red flag. But let's go.
Backed up from the coffee. He was like, you're going to throw coffee on me? And started coming towards me. So when he came towards me, I hit him with a one piece. He fell out. I grabbed him by his shirt and I'm about to start welling on him. And he curls up in a ball and he's like, brother, please. And he starts begging me to not touch him. So I'm like, okay. I grabbed him and I picked him up. And I said, oh, now I'm your brother. I said, I told you, leave me alone. You talk to me again. You say anything else to me, bro, and I'm not going to stop. And I threw him. I pushed him off. And he said, go on somewhere, bro. Don't talk to me. And after that, he didn't say nothing to me until he got removed.
Was Jake stirring racial division when you guys were locked up? And I asked because did he have a bad experience with you?
Come on,
and that makes him want to be racist, makes him want to lead this type of move. What type of personality was Jake in terms of, and is this race thing he's doing, is that new or you saw signs of this while you guys were locked up?
He had his little opinions like about the black community, you know what I'm saying, about crime and all of that, but it was never like how it is now. You know, we thought he had a Messiah complex because he used to sit and write like his own Psalms because he would say that he's from the bloodline of David. And that's how he has this ability to write these amazing Psalms like in the book of Psalms, and he would pass them out to people. And just he did it to antagonize the people that didn't mess with him. So the people that was angry at him, he would write a psalm and go and slide it underneath their door before we locked in and say, "This is for you, brother." And then it would be a dig. The psalms wouldn't be like friendly towards you. It'd be a dig. Basically, he's trying to scold you with his own little scriptures that he came up with in his mind, scold you about how wrong it is to mess with Yisrael. He spelled it with a Y, Yisrael, and how you're not going to be blessed if you're not nice to the Jewish guy on the pod. So the racial thing, not in the sense of black, it was more in the sense of he's better than everybody because he's a Jew. That's what we gathered, and that's how he operated in there, and everybody will tell you that.
I'll say this. I don't know if you saw my interview with him on Friday, but the struggle we had, I'm trying to have a respectful conversation with him like you and I are having, but he kept talking over me and talking over me. I didn't say it in real time, but it just felt like this dude has no interest in what I have to say. Clearly it's coming across like I'm irrelevant, and what he has to say is some, straight from God or straight from him, and I'm less than him. And so and I had been nothing but friendly and supportive of Jake before this protest that they just had Saturday that seemed like it flopped and failed. And that was the other thing I heard you talking about on that Twitter space, is that he's wanted to be a leader. He's wanted to be important. And this is just another perhaps failed attempt at that, because they had 15, 20 people there on Saturday. Tell us about, I think you said he had feelings of insecurity and just wanted to be a leader of something.
Yeah, man, he's a beta male. He's always been like a beta.
Dang, he's a beta male. Beta male coon. Beta male coon. Oh, man. Shout outs to everybody in the building. What's going on, Ant? Ant said the poll. Hell yeah. Folk more perverted. I remember I had access to corn, but other niggas didn't, etc. Laugh out loud. They didn't that, and they didn't get that. Well, oh man, spell check whipping my ass, Ant. They didn't get that nut. I did. Laugh my ass off. Pause. Etc. I feel you. What's going on, Tech Rel? Yes, a superiority complex. Yes, we talk about it all the time. You said we want all to do the same. Laugh out loud. I'm not mad at him. You said of course the free internet phone ish caused a lot, Kuda. Absolutely. Absolutely. And listen, I think the internet. I mean, if it wasn't, if you didn't have a Jezebel spirit, if it wasn't in your blood, or you wasn't used to or exposed to stuff like that, the internet sure did expose and give people ideas. I think also too, y'all. And this is not just to blame everything on the internet, but the internet created a whole brand, like a whole new brand of cucks. It created a new cuck category. New cuck categories. I mean, hell, look at the sisters. They online doing peep shows. That's really what this is. Stuff that you can go see on Instagram right now. You would have to go to one of those weird VHS places, one of them weird videotape places where they had a hole in the wall and some binoculars or some shit, and you look through a glory hole and watch a huge peep show. When you went to those places, you knew you were a creep. You went beyond. You passed the whole corn section and went in the back room. You paid to go in the back room and watch whatever. You didn't even know what's on the other side of that hole. But your curiosity compelled you. Nowadays, what we got going on now? Made stuff more accessible. Even now, you go around the internet and guess who you would see on those 20 versus ones? Guess who got a 20 versus 1, y'all? And people are just so happy and tickled. Fleece Johnson. Not only do black people defend PDF files in their family, now it's fun to watch a PDF file on a dating show. The world is fucked as we know it. I told y'all to stay your ass inside the house this summer, this year. And be safe. Cert up. Do something. Learn a new skill. I heard some YNs are rioting down in Chicago, downtown. Good luck. You know. Speaking of Chicago, listen, I need you guys to do me a huge favor and head over. This is the day after 420. Hopefully you didn't get drug tested today and you still got a job, right? Head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Links in the chat. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Hold on. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Jesus Christ. Why is it doing this? Hold on, y'all. Use code T-Tube10 to get 10% off your order and mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts. The coast is clear now. You can head over to hempforfitness.com. All right, it's just not letting me post it in the chat for some reason. Give me a second. And place your order. You know, National Drug Test Day is gone now. Hopefully. You know. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Support the show. 3 hours and 22 minutes into the madness. But yeah, the internet is you know, there's some bad things that came with it. A lot of bad things that came with it, you know. OnlyFans, all kinds of different stuff. I mean, obviously people were going to be doing what people were going to be doing, but now that it's out there, like I said, if you have a kid and you put that, listen, this is deeper than Coco Melon. If you put that goddamn tablet in that phone in that kid's hand, that kid is an adult. I told y'all back in the day, we didn't get no goddamn cell phones, you know, and we had way better communication with our parents. That street light come on, get your ass in the house. or be making your way back in the house. If you saw a kid with a phone, you thought he stole it or he had an adult's phone. You know, now kids are born with cell phones now. Niggas, kids are getting cell phones, iPhones and tablets and shit at 3 years old. Can't make this shit up. Acclimated to the internet. Almost cried. I saw a guy put a Game Boy Color in a little girl's hand, and she tried her damnness to move the cursor on the screen and stuff like that. She was using it like a touch screen. It's like, no, that's not a cell phone, little girl. That's a Game Boy. Shit, you got Azalea Banks right now going in on Kanye. We gonna talk about it. Also, too, I got a video of a phone call dropped by TMZ that Shannon Sharpe made with the alleged victim. I don't even know what's going on in Shannon Sharpe's case, but we're going to get into that too because Jason covered that also. But let's get back into this. Oh, okay. Ant said, let me say, the flex for niggas now is get a light-skinned woman, even if they started with a dark broad, babies and all, so they not getting married, but looking for they light chick. Word is born. Man, listen, we're seeing that pop up out of nowhere. Colorism. So it's like we're going to have to revamp all it, we have to revamp all over again. And go into the whole colorism piece. It's goofy, y'all. Stay about these streets, man. What's going on, D Nation? Good to see you, man. Y'all hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. Hit the PayPal. Hit the Cash App. Sponsor today's show. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely an expert at it also too. You know, people be getting away with murder. And I was talking about it because we were talking about Doechii, what she said about straight men, but I don't like the entertainment and stuff that they be saying to dark-skinned women and brown-skinned women. And those women are the worst too. They like to push the colorism also, and they push it on to their children and stuff like that. They believe some of the worst things about themselves when they want to, date white people and make light-skinned babies. Not even just dating white people. They date light-skinned dudes too. We got to go right back in the whole Rashida Strober piece. Who taught you that your hair was bad? Who was bullying you for being dark-skinned? Why are you making music to keep perpetuating this mindset in little girls? And then y'all turn around and lie and blame men when it's not men and it's other women that believe that same goofy shit and not believe that same goofy shit. Like ain't nobody more lied to other than young black boys and dark-skinned black girls. And a lot of them don't even want to change their situation or feel better about themselves because they kind of get what they want being a victim. You know? They get what they want being a victim. It suits them. It's fitting for them. It's like, Oh, just be a victim. You know, that's the way to go. Just be a whole victim. Sounds about right. And the whole time they want to create, they want little light skinned kids. Black people, man, horrible. They look behind the kids' ears. A lot of those women worship light skinnedness. They bleach their skin. Serena Williams themselves, they look, it's so bad. Look at Megan Good. Megan bad. It's so bad. Look at Megan Good. Cake soap. Megan Good using Vibes Cartel cake soap. That's a joke, by the way, y'all. I'm trying to make light of the situation. It's like it's horrible. Being pretty won't even save you from your skin color. Ain't that a bitch? Being pretty can't even save you from your skin color. One of the worst things that can happen to you is a mirror and your opinion. Not trying to hear this colorism piece from goofies. Then they want to sleep with white and light-skinned men and create the same women and men that they claim to hate. Oh, I don't like light-skinned women. Ooh, light-skinned women are racially ambiguous. That's the term for it, y'all. Racially ambiguous. You're racially ambiguous. Apparently, you're not black because you never had the authentic black experience. You're not running around saying some of the stupid shit that I'm saying. And shit, you got light-skinned women saying stupid shit. You know? Word to that other lady and word to Rashida Strober. We're going to talk about it if it gets to that point. Shout outs to War Master dropping the huge and sponsoring today's show. $20 on the Cash App, and War Master says, hold on. For skin color is goofy. Scared of Xbox. War Master, look. Just the guy I want to talk to about this. We're going to start doing video game streams all over again. Because I got this software working, you know. If y'all haven't noticed, we're using a different software on the show today. You know, y'all know I don't consider myself a techie. You know, I'm being very humble. Y'all know I do music tech and stuff, and I just saw a groove box and a microphone that I'm lusting over. Gear lust. Shout outs to War Master. I'm pretty sure he's fighting gas also, and you know, he misses his Xbox dearly because he's on the road without it. You know. You know what? I'm going to start counting the days too, War Master. It's been a week now, huh? Oh, man. No, but shout outs to War Master in the building. I'm telling y'all, I had to stop the early live stream, though. I'm going to see if we can get it back because I had to scale this down to 720p. Bless my soul, y'all. I tried to go live 1080p, and I had to dial it back. All right, I had to dial it back. You know. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. Well, I'm not gonna. I'll say it a little bit later. You know, cause I got one of my certifications. I got one of my certifications, and I got a second one on the way. You know, so I've been studying my ass off. I already got 2 certs. I'm 2 certs in the hole right now. You know, but it's all leading up to a huge cert that I'm working on right now. So I gotta run this by y'all. But look, we're gonna do a video game stream. I'm back playing Final Fantasy VII, so I'm gonna I'm gonna you know geek out. I want you guys to come kick it with me. Thanks, Eric Bird. I appreciate it, man. Like I told y'all, I'm not. Listen, I'm not gonna tell y'all to stay out the way and stay in the house and go get some certifications and shit. And I'm not doing it. I wouldn't tell y'all to go do some shit I ain't doing or haven't done. But I appreciate you guys. And thank you guys for hitting the like button on the way in and supporting the show. Please, y'all, let's keep the support going. Hit the Cash App. What's going on, Star P? In the place to be. Yes, sir, ski. You know. So yeah, y'all pray for me too, But this is what I wanted to say. We're gonna be doing Final Fantasy stream soon. And also too, I've put it together. I got 2 out of the 3 movies that we're gonna have over on Rumble. I need to what I need to do is, and I tried to do it before I went live, is to multi-stream. So this stream on the next show will be on Rumble also. I just didn't get a chance to do the whole stream key thing and send this stream over to Rumble. So we'll be on Rumble also doing the video game streams, and also too, we're gonna do movie night. We're gonna do movie night, so we can do it here or we can do it on StreamYard. Either way it goes, we could do it here or we could do it on StreamYard. But if you guys want to come up on the panel, it's gonna be a little bit different. I gotta go through that process because I'm using what am I using? Vibe Ninja? What is it called? Something Ninja. I forgot. But anyway, speaking of techie though, I got 2 IT certifications, and I'm working on a couple more. I ain't gonna lie, I got a long road to go, and I'm trying to have my CompTIA Security Plus by this summer, y'all. No later than this summer. So y'all pray for. He said I'm gonna pray for. I know, right? No, we gotta pray for your Xbox One, Master. We gotta wait till you get back home. Man. No, but my real Final Fantasy game's on my damn Xbox. So I'm like, shit. I don't know how this is gonna work, cause like I had to grind y'all on that Final Fantasy game. I had to really listen. As y'all know, I played Final Fantasy VII as a kid. Best game ever. I'm telling you, story-wise, the best game ever that you'll ever play. Right? And I'm telling you, I had to grind in that game, y'all. On my furthest saved game, I got all the material, I got everything, I had strong party and everything. I sold my Chocobo lure. There's this bird in there, y'all, called a Chocobo. And you got different types of chocobos and different colors, right? And man, listen, when I realized that I needed my chocobo lure, boy, I done sold that shit. I done beat it so much bosses. I done beat it a bunch of people. So I'm like, man, I gotta go all the way back. Like, I gotta go all the way back. I gotta go back. Back of the back of the back to go get it. So I'm like, I had to start a new game. But to get Knights of the Round and like some of the strongest materia and stuff like that, you have to breed this thing called a golden chocobo. You have to breed a golden chocobo, and you have to go through like this whole process of breeding them joints together. And the golden chocobo is able to walk on water, walk on just go everywhere, and go to this cavern in this cave. Man, listen, listen. I got it on my Xbox and I don't have it on my phone. Imagine, like, I'm gonna have to go through all of this shit on my phone. It's just crazy. So we're gonna turn that into content. We're gonna get a golden chocobo. I ain't gonna lie. I'm doing a playthrough on the phone, and I ain't gonna lie. I turned on the max stats. Maybe when I do another playthrough, I'll build up a team. But I turned on the max stats. So the stats are maxed out. But I don't think I can do no material farming on it because I'm not getting no AP when I win certain battles. So I don't know. You said my new Xbox has no games. Why? What happened? Did you end up doing the Neuralink thing? I wanted to ask you about that. Y'all, I heard that Elon Musk. So one of my teachers, she's a stud by the way. Y'all probably seen her. She's into this thing called GovTech, cause apparently GovTech is like the easiest thing to get into. Well, one of the easiest things to get into when you get into when you get your IT certifications. And she was talking about this company called Plantier, which is like scooping up all the like the like high end tech people, like people that will go to like Lockheed Martin and all these other these other IT jobs, right? And they were saying that Elon Musk, his contract gonna be up by this summer, that he's stepping down from Doge. And you talk about how she was like, "Oh, Trump is tired of him and all that other stuff," which I don't believe that. But um, they say he's stepping down from Doge. I'm like, wow, well, okay, but you never know. He might renew his contract. But a lot of people don't like the bromance, y'all. And a lot of people are gonna try to break up the bromance, whatever that means. You know what I'm saying? So maybe Trump is tired of Elon, up there doing commercials and shit for Tesla in the White House and shit, you know. I ain't gonna lie. She was talking about this guy. I'm not sure if he's a tech guy or if he's whatever. I guess he's rich now. He was saying when he was young, he didn't know how to drive a car. He couldn't drive, right? And then he said by the time he got rich, basically he don't know how to drive to this day. Because he said when he was young, he didn't know how to drive a car. Then he got rich, so he didn't need to drive at all. I said, damn. Damn. You know? Yeah, they said Tesla's losing money. Star P said, I found out my pick updates have been the issue of my games and OBS not working. I had to back up my PC. Yeah, OBS been tripping. OBS been super tripping, y'all. That's why I'm using what I'm using now. That's why I'm using what I'm using now. I'm using something that's a little bit... I ain't gonna lie. It's like OBS, but it's in its own lane. And I deem it to be better. Y'all hit me up on the back end. I might do some content on what I'm using. Sometimes I just be forgetting to use certain things, so. But yeah, man. And plus, the software that I'm using, it captures video games way better than StreamYards. What me, Warmaster, Star P, Raven, and a lot of the other gamers in the space talk about, you can absolutely do that with this software. That's what this software, integrated with one more software, if anything, is built for. But thank you, everybody, you know, for rocking with Player Talk Radio. Make sure you guys hit the Cash App and support the show. And thank you guys for the congrats. I still got a couple more certifications to go, but I'm just letting you guys know that there's certain levels of conversations that we can have. If y'all need any information on certain things, just let me know. Cause like I said, we're here to grow and become better men. If Player Talk Radio don't either make me or you guys or anybody else, even young ladies here listening to it, better people, I don't know what to tell you. I'm always dropping gems. I'm always throwing things out there. And life is always going to be a big ass classroom. You are going to forever be a student. You are forever going to be a student. So it's all about leveling up. This is why I dropped the game. Drop some knowledge you can't learn in college. Lay paint where it ain't. Do what others can't. This is why I always, throw that out there. I'm even educating my haters. Because after a while, that hate turns to love. I hate that. I hate to say it, but hey, that hate breeds attention. And then that attention turns to love. And love ain't the opposite of hate. And hate ain't the opposite of love. They're both fueled by passion. You said, Kuda, I'm listening to that Reginald Watson. I'm about to kill this bitch. I'm about to kill this bitch. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, let's get back into it real quick, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Continue to support the show. We're going to get back into it. So, this guy here was up there with old boy. And, he ended up punking him in jail. And ended up taking his kosher tray. I ain't gonna lie. You probably are looking like food in jail if everybody eating that disgusting shit and you got a kosher tray. I'd claim being Jewish in jail too, probably. I'll be a Jewish Muslim. If they could let him get away with being a Jewish Christian, I'd be a Jewish Muslim. So, he basically is saying stuff that I already told y'all on the last show. You said, I think the Pope took a pill. Yeah, Pope Francis gone at 88. That's crazy. But then again, is it? Warmaster buys Xboxes like people buy white t-shirts at Marshall's. You said when I thought I broke my old Xbox, I bought a new one. The old one said in my Samuel Jackson's voice, "I'm still alive, motherfucker." Is that the one that you thought you fried the port on it? Because y'all got to be careful with hardware. You may think that you fried the port, but it's really the cord, And when the cord fries up, you think it's the port, but it's the cord. And sometimes, too, when you have too much electronics, don't ask me how I know. But War Master, you know how I know. You know how you start mixing and matching chords and shit like that? It's like, hold on, I gotta read the fine print on this damn cord. Cause you damn near will plug in a laptop cord to your Xbox, and then the laptop cord probably send a different type of voltage, and then there you go. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. What's going on? Shout outs to LT Man in the place to be. I just told them to head over to hempforfitness.com. Like what, 5-10 minutes ago, y'all? All right. Now y'all are in the clear. It's April 23rd. Well, no, it's the 22nd. My bad. It's April 23rd where I'm at now. It just hit 12:05. And you guys are in the clear now. All right. Yesterday was National Drug Test Awareness. Yesterday was National Drug Test Day. And the day before that, it was 420. If you are holding out, now is your time. And if you placed your order on 420, you should be having a beautiful package on your front porch. Okay? With your order. So make sure y'all head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. And make sure you eat, smoke, or vape responsibly. Okay? LT Man said a Jewish Muslim. Hey, somebody got to do it. Somebody got to do it. You said that Pope knew something was wrong. He didn't play you said he didn't play these years either. Washing feet and shit. He took himself. They said he was they said he was sick. I think they said he had pneumonia or something like that. You know? They have a new portable handheld PS5. Yeah. Raven was talking about getting one. I saw the schematics and stuff for it. But it's weird though. I mean, there's certain things that it don't have. You know what I'm saying? They kind of skimped on it. I don't know if they fixed any of the features on it. But it is worth taking a look at. But it might be expensive because of the tariffs. You know, it might be expensive because of the tariffs. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. It might be expensive because of the tariffs. Yeah, and that's crazy. He went around Easter. Yeah, he went around Easter. What a way to go. You said, nah, I dropped it. Oh, shit. I ain't gonna lie. That's my worst fear. I'm dropping the console. Especially with a disc inside of it. I'm glad that these consoles don't have no discs inside of it no more. You know? You said those folk with the Easter originally brought it into the church. Those folks with the Easter originally brought it into the church crowd. Yeah. Well, you know, Easter means something completely different. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, dang. I'm surprised 420 Easter, you know, Sunday came around this year. Alright, so basically old boys rally, it was a huge disaster, you know. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. We were laughing at it. We were laughing at it the other day. Old boys rally for White Lives Matter. And Jason, Whitlock is laughing at it now. And he got a guy right here that was in jail with them for the January 6th stuff. And he's like, okay, I went to jail with them. Dude is, racist and saying, some underhand shit, and I had to put hands on him, which we already suspected, y'all. But let's go.
You know, he wants to be a leader but doesn't know how to be because his mind is warped. His heart ain't in the right place. A natural leader don't got to tell you that he's a leader. You know what I'm saying? He's just going to do things and people going to follow. A leader doesn't go looking for followers. Followers look for a leader. Nobody wasn't looking for Jake because we all seen through him and seen what he was. So he does got this like inferiority complex about him. He definitely had it with me because he wasn't as strong as me. He wasn't as smart as me.
Uh-oh. Bro using this as an opportunity to brag. But the original name for today's show was Modern Success Requires You to Be Silent. And we're going to get into that. Modern success requires you to be silent. Quiet money. Because when you become successful, you put a huge ass target on your back. When you become successful. We're going to get more into that when we get into Shannon Sharpe. But let's get it.
People didn't mess with him how they messed with me. You had people that were supposed to, in his mind, he's calling them racist. He tried to label people anti-Semitic while we was in there and say that they were racist and I shouldn't talk to these people because they said this about black people. And these same people that he's talking about will be sitting having little discussions with me, or we'll sit down and have dinner together. You know what I'm saying? And chop it up and play cards and play, chess together. And we were there for each other. And they respected my word. When I would say, yo, fellas, I think we need to chill, man. This is going to happen if we don't. They will respond and be like, yeah, I think you're right, bro. But when he says something, they like, man, get out of it, bro. You a clown, go on. We don't want to hear nothing you got to say. And that happened a majority of the time that he was there. So he's got a massive inferiority complex with anybody who threatens his image. And I'm the main one that threatens his image because I'm exactly what he talks about. He called me on the show last night that we did. He called me a violent black, or what do you say, a violent black man, or
Right,
I'm a violent black American is what he said. Now you could have said that about me before. I'm not a violent black American now. I can be, and I'm gonna tell you, I'm not afraid to be. I don't encourage anybody to test that. But if you do, I'm not ducking no wreck from nobody, especially him.
That was he called in last night to you all's spaces or gathering and talked for a little bit, and then you all kind of dismissed him. And I didn't hear a lot of objections. And, correct me if I'm wrong, there seemed to be a pretty large number of people there on that space, and it was predominantly white people talking about him, not having any respect for him. And it seemed like there seemed to be a consensus among the entire group, like, hey, he's a paid agitator, he's a Fed.
Yeah.
And this isn't the first time, from Occupy Wall Street to Antifa to BLM. This dude just keeps putting on different uniforms.
Yeah, well, the funny thing about that, right, is when we all first got there, Jake and a couple other people who I'm not going to name because they ain't out here stirring no pot. But there's more. It's not just Jake. There's more. But I'm not going to mention them. But Jake is one of them. That when we first got there, he thought that they had him in PC with people who were just like him and the other people that I'm not going to name. So they were talking about Occupy Wall Street and were we there at Occupy Wall Street and how many protested. And they're like, bro, wow, Pete Schwartz. He was like, bro, why would I be at Occupy Wall Street, bro? I'm not a Democrat. I'm a Trump supporter. And then they figured out like, oh, this pod isn't a protective custody pod away from the Trump supporters. This pod is actual Jan 6ers that consider themselves patriots. That's when Jake switched up and became super pro-America.
So I'm going to ask it a tiny bit more direct because I thought I heard it last night. It seemed like some of y'all think he's a Fed, that someone is funding him. But you also said he comes from a lot of money, it sounds like, as well. Listen.
I mean, he probably is a plant. I mean, if you think about it, they put the plant, y'all, back in the jail cell with the other people, even if they took a plea deal. I mean, shit, you getting kosher food and shit. They put the plant back in the jail cell with the, with the other inmates to they put them in there with the other inmates to basically, okay, well, if we release this person, or if are these people plotting again, or what was it really, basically for information. You know, basically for information, or to land another case. They know somebody is there, or they might get pardoned or let out soon, and they got to find something else. Hey, see if you can dig up more dirt on this person. We'll reduce your time, or you come home to a bag, or you can organize something else, and we'll get behind it. But it can't be this. So him probably being an informant, or maybe he was a Jan Sixer, and then he probably flipped. You never know. That's the crazy thing about a rat. That's the crazy thing about a rat. This is why a lot of people in hip hop, they fear YSL Woody, because one of the worst people, that's even worse than a killer, is somebody that will kill you and snitch on you. One or the other. So that's crazy.
Listening to you all talk and the favors he was been able to do for people, perhaps like a Philip Anderson, the black guy supporting him. Walk us through any of that.
All right, look, it's his dad's money, number one. Number two, he got a bunch of, it's not Jake's money. Jake creates a whole bunch of foundations or PACs, right?
As I said, he's a suburb guy. You can tell he's a suburb guy. That's the thing, and that's another reason why a lot of suburb cats are some of the worst people ever. Let me give y'all some game. Speaking of shh and quiet money. Sometimes it's not a bad thing that people are chasing money. Sometimes it's not a bad thing that people are chasing money. I'm going to keep it 100 with you. Sometimes it's not a bad thing that people are chasing money. You know what I'm saying? Because at least the money, to a certain degree, will keep them occupied. When you have people or guys that's trying to live up to something, and they come from like a family with money, or they come from like a crazy background and stuff like that. Some people just want power. Some people want a name. Some people want recognition. And there's nothing wrong with that. Some people chase money and all of that stuff. But one of the worst things that can create is, this is where you start getting your funny mustache men and other people, where it's about something else. It's about power. It's about, and one of the worst things you can do is have a complex and literally not, I'm not even gonna say be undiagnosed, but you have a complex and you're chasing things like that, and you are unaware, or you are aware that you have a complex, or whatever, you find yourself doing, man, you can destroy a lot of shit. Instead of minding your own business, going about your business, treating your complex, listening to certain people around you, I've even factored in that, okay, well, since they've been in jail, because I didn't know the Jan Sixers sat in jail that long. That information slipped through the cracks. I mean, I heard they got arrested. I thought they got pardoned and all kinds of shit, but I didn't know they were sitting in jail for this long. What's going on, Juan? Shout outs to Juan in the building. Good to see you, player. Welcome back. Shout outs to the new wrenches. You dig? In the building. Shout outs to Juan. So I took into account that maybe jail, you know what I'm saying? Maybe jail really probably messed up his head. You know, because jail will do that to you. Walls caving in you know what I'm saying? And then not even that. Jail is kind of, well, I wouldn't say jail is kind of like the money. Because you want to know what, y'all? Money is not evil. You know, what people do for money is evil. You know, money ain't the root of all evil. The concept of it is what drives people to be evil or people to be tyrants. And if money didn't exist, we would replace it with something else that is a sin. And truth be told, it's your birthright to have a great life. Now, it doesn't happen to everybody, you know, but it's your birthright to have a great life. It's your birthright to be rich, you know. And I'm not telling you to worship money. And I'm not telling you that, to replace God with money. What I'm saying is money, it amplifies things. You understand what I'm saying? No, it's not even the love of money, Star P. I think it's the love of a object. You know? And but so many words, God was telling us that the human brain can think but so far that it will start to it will idolize certain things. I mean, shit. Moses done broke the damn tablets when he came off the hill and niggas was dancing around the cow. You know, the golden calf. You know? So this is how the human brain works, y'all. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. 4 hours and 5 minutes into the madness. You know? 4 hours and 5 minutes into the madness. Y'all please support the show. But what I'm saying is this. You know, money, it reveals people. Money is a magnifying glass. It reveals people. Money changes people. What may say, listen to what I'm about to tell you. Money amplifies what somebody already is. And they said money will change you. And you got people out here that be like, man, that's a lie. Money ain't gonna change me. I ain't never changed for no money. Money ain't gonna change me. Nah, man, that's a lie. Nah, man. It's like, but there's a whole saying, like what Mace said. If money hasn't changed you, that means you haven't made enough. Like, damn. That's some chewing gum for that ass. I'm giving y'all some chewing gum on today's show, as always. Giving y'all some mental chewing gum. You know, if money hasn't changed you, you haven't made enough. You know? And a lot of people will let money turn them into a tyrant. Even people that don't have it. Look at Shannon Sharpe with these new accusations. You gotta have quiet money. I even think, and will go as far as to say that as a celebrity, right? If there was a story that came out that you went broke or somebody took your money and you sitting there laughing at that shit scrolling on your phone in your mansion, I would even tell celebrities to say it's true. Because that will deter bitches pocket watching trying to sue you. And other people. Rich people pay to keep their money quiet. The richest people that y'all know, y'all be in grocery stores with them, you'll never know. Real rich people pay to keep their name out the papers. They pay to disappear. They are so rich that they have to buy a peace of mind. Where I will sound crazy trying to tell somebody that's regular trying to get rich that you have what rich people would pay for already. You're not famous. You can have a peace of mind when you want to. You can make a mistake and there's not a magnifying glass on it. You have the luxury to fail and not be criticized by nobody but yourself. So when you do get that money, you can disappear. Quiet money. You can't even enjoy being rich. Somebody always got their hand out to take what they've never worked for. Star P said there's a saying, you'll always lose money chasing women, but you'll never lose women chasing money. That's some real shit. You will lose women chasing money though. You know. I used to talk to a couple players about that, cuz I get the saying and it's real, it's some real shit. But you will lose women chasing money. Some of the best women in your life, I'm not even going to lie, you can lose them chasing money. That girlfriend that you the people, a lot of times the fucked up part is that people that you would want to spend that money with, by the time you become successful, a lot of them ain't going to be there. That girlfriend that you want to, like, yo, baby, we going to make it together. Not going to be there a lot of times when that money come. Even friends. And the reason why sometimes it's fucked up is because we have this jaded view of success. We think that success is a destination, like it's a B C type thing, and success is not a destination. Success is maintained. You don't arrive at success. You don't say, hey, I'm successful, end of story. No, you gotta keep that shit going. You gotta keep that shit going. You gotta, it's not a destination. You gotta keep it going. And then you have to protect it. You gotta protect it. Shout outs to the men in America, the handful of men in America that has done it right. Shout outs to the men that chose correctly, got good women, got good wives, have a full family. You're blessed. Chose correctly, you got yourself a good wife, you're raising your family. And you're like, here it is. But the thing about it is that you still, while you're here on this planet, gotta protect that. That's the other side of the conversation that we had earlier about, feeling your imperative as a man, being a man. Y'all can say whatever y'all want about Future, bums, and guys that have kids, even deadbeat dads. I hate to say it, even though some guys might be deadbeat fathers, they still fulfilled their biological imperative. They still got offspring rolling around. And it's ridiculous. The dating game. Because once you raise your family, get married, all that good stuff, you got to protect it. Success is not a destination. I'm learning that also too. I, even read it over and over again, reading Robert Kiyosaki's book. Making money is one thing, it's an action. Keeping money is another action. Protecting money is something else also. And a lot of it too depends on information and what you've been taught and different things. Some people have to sacrifice. Some people say, fuck it. I don't want it. If this is what the success gonna come with, I don't want it. And then not even. Some people feel like they aren't successful at all. You only look at somebody as a successful figure because, or other people look at you as a successful figure because they're a fan or you're famous. And just something that not necessarily that you take for granted. Because you may be happy that you're famous. You may be happy that you have money. You may be happy for certain things. But those things don't make you happy. And we're getting into, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is because we're getting into this era of modern man. And a man has to shape his mind for the environment and stuff like that. I read Carl Jung in a lot of these books and stuff. Talking about modern man and man's mindset. Because it's very important for me to read that type of stuff and be up on that literature. So I won't sound dumb like some of these zillennials out here. Thinking that they invented something where it's like, nigga, there's nothing new under the sun. Sounding dumb like some of these millennials too. But given modern man mental chewing gum, I gotta tell you that, a lot of men are they just want to get rich and disappear. Men have always been like that. Minimalist. Even the man in the forest that got away from society wants a cooperative wife or companion. And wants to raise his kids and go on about his business. Nothing wrong with that. But as we, go further into the future, men are just gonna get money and disappear. Honestly, real men. Become a maximum minimalist. We're living in a weird society. Listen to what I'm telling you. We were talking about this the other day. Look at these jobs out here now. It's to the point that when you picture your kids or you growing up or what your parents may have wanted from you, it's changed. Think about what I'm about to tell you. I'm about to drop some game on y'all. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. Drop something on the Rice Fund, y'all. Drop something on the Cash App. Drop something on the PayPal. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. Listen to what I'm about to tell you. I'm about to tell you some real shit. And I'm pretty sure you never heard it. Do you remember when you're growing up or you're coming up and you go to school And they ask you in school, Billy, what do you want to be when you grow up? And Billy says, I want to be a firefighter. Julie, what do you want to be when you grow up? And Julie says, I want to be a ballerina. And Julie says she want to be broke. Uh, Kenny, what do you want to be growing up? You know, Kenny, he probably black, so he says alive. He tries, you know, I want to be alive. You know, what your parents tell you to do? Oh, you know, I want my kid to be a doctor. I want, you know, maybe a policeman, maybe a lawyer, firefighter. Look at the professions that kids used to choose back in the day, and parents used to want their kids to be basketball player, all of that shit. You know what? You've never heard a parent say, "I want my kid to grow up to be." I want my kid to grow up to be a coder. Yeah, I want my kid to grow up to be an IT specialist and You don't hear that shit. And these are the most lucrative jobs that are around you know, nowadays. A motherfucker making $200K just for no reason. To sit around and maintain a computer that's going to do what it was going to do anyway. Because other people don't understand it. You know? There's so many micro and mini job professions. Oh, I want to grow up to be an ethical hacker. Oh, I want to grow up to be your parents was telling you that, oh, you're never going to make money playing video games. Puh. Tuh. Yeah, okay. Your teacher grew up telling you, oh, you need to learn how to do math because there's never going to be a calculator in your pocket. Tuh. Tuh. The world is changing. Modern men need to change. You already see women adapting to it, and women are out here destroying themselves with technology. Women are out here destroying themselves with technology. You take a phone and some of this technology out of people's hands, they will lose their minds because they never had it in the first place. You got NPCs, people that are NPC minded, non-playable character, they're just here using AI. For what? I know y'all probably roasting me in these comments. Hold on, let me catch up. I'm so far behind. No, but when the poor get money, they bring their culture up to the middle class, and the middle class don't be calling it out. Why we at this place now? They kind of do and they kind of don't. Because they will get chastised for also losing that culture. Oh, see, this now he eating caviar. He don't remember where he from. Oh, you too bougie to be back in the hood. They trying it so much. This is why this Karmelo Anthony thing is kind of interesting. Cause he's supposed to, they're supposed to be the black family that brought their ghetto to the suburbs or a gated community, and it's actually the other way around. We don't really see it with white culture like that, also, but yeah, some people bring the trailer park to the suburbs and to the gated community. Let me tell y'all something. Why do you think gated communities always have lakes and stuff there? And a lot of them say, hey, don't fish here. But, you know, anyway. I digress. You said, unlike the left, conservatives don't create political prisoners. Anthony says, I still remember Luther Campbell used to have them problems in them countries. He won that lawsuit. Since then, it's been nothing but buffoonery. Bitches out of whack, everything, yeah. Oh shit, I'm so far behind. Hold on. Y'all cooking in this chat. God damn. Chicks will use coochie to steal your money. Yeah. Shit, if she didn't pay for it, why should I? If she got it for free, why should we? If she got it for free, why shouldn't we? She ain't for the streets, she for the faculty. You said no, it's not money, it's sophisticated versus non-sophisticated. I agree. You could be a billionaire. You could be a billionaire and all it took. Look at Puffy, about to be near broke. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Puffy's a good example. You said my family got a different standing in this country, so it's different. Acreage we is different. Acreage we have, so we're here for good. Yeah, 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 yeah. You said agree. Some, not all wealthy or well-to-do people secretly envy. Yeah, I mean, shit. If you got money like that, you're free to destroy yourself. Some of y'all haven't sabotaged yourselves because you don't have money. You know, just because you're rich don't mean you're eating the best and taking care of yourself. You know, we have a different interpretation now, and it changes also. By the time you reach what you think success, don't be surprised if the definition of it or the feeling of it changed about 3-4 times. Don't be surprised. Look at what $1 million homes used to look like back in the day versus what they look like now. Some ran down bullshit house in a sketchy neighborhood is still worth $1 million these days. You know? Being anonymous is like armor. That's why the leftist government want to know everything about you. Yeah. That's another thing they left out too in that COVID thing I was showing y'all on the last show. That it was a drain the swamp. It was a drain the swamp opportunity. Drain America's pockets. Drain America's pockets, and then give them a little bit of money back in the form of a stimmy, and see how they respond to it. You drain the swamp. Yep, quiet money's the best money, right, EB? Warmaster says, never be blind to a broke man's dreams. Star P said, how that bookkeeping coming along, Kuda? It's coming along well. It's coming along well. I'm starting to learn. I mean, I really don't need to, but I'm starting to learn that but in certain industries you do. Like now, like I said, I just got my second tech certification, and I'm learning the importance of having a mentor and a good network. You know, a good a good networking, a good networking system set up. You know what I'm saying? So the bookkeeping is coming along well. I'm learning a lot. I'm almost done that certification too. I'm spinning the block on that certification because I put it on the back burner because I was told that I can start my business and don't need, I don't necessarily need to have that certification, but it does look good, when you're running a business and stuff like that. And then also too, they send you clients. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, well, let me put this on the back burner because my teacher was like, don't take, because if I and I should have took it because I could have been taking it right now. But I mean, I can still take it, but I don't know if it's gonna reset. So basically, the test that I was taking last year, um, it every October you got to take it before a certain date. Like I think it's like October 20 something. You got to take it before that date because they update that test all the time. You know what I'm saying? To cuz like QuickBooks get new features, and then also too they want to keep people up to date on, like, bookkeeping stuff and news and stuff like that. So they were telling me not to take it because the thing is that okay, yeah, you going to take it, but then even if you pass it, which is good by the way still, even if you pass it though, they're going to update it, so there might be new stuff that wasn't on the test, and you might be confused and stuff if you take it. So I don't know. It's weird. But anyway, um basically what I'm saying is that I'm learning that you need to have a good networking a good networking team around you. You know what I'm saying? When you're doing certain jobs and certain professions and stuff like that, which is true, which I know, which I already knew, but what they were saying is that you didn't really need the certification. I didn't really need the certification just yet. I could still educate myself on different advanced techniques and bookkeeping strategies and stuff like that with QuickBooks. And there's a lot of people, running their business without this certification. You know what I'm saying? And still using QuickBooks, and they're not on Pro Advisor and stuff like that. So they were telling me to, like, hold back on taking the test until I'm for certain, and basically just network. Find MBAs, find other accountants, find people that are in the field, even take up you know a different type of education, like get a mentor, which I was looking for, another mentor, and or other MBAs or people that are in the field, because what will happen is you could pay, like, $100-$200 a month to be a part of, like, groups and seminars and stuff like that, and not just seminars, but like you could pick up valuable skills. So if I got my customer, like, once the business take off, you like get like 2-3 customers and you'll be okay, right? But if you run into cuz like you're going to learn all this bookkeeping knowledge, and like honestly, realistically, in the field, you probably not even going to use half of it. You know what I'm saying? Because what your customers may want from you um could be completely different. Or, you know what I'm saying, what you might be end up doing realistically can be completely different, or you might specialize in something and pass the work off to other people. So that's what's going on in the bookkeeping world right now. You know what I'm saying? They pass the work off to other people. So they say just basically get a good support team, and basically like MBAs and accountants and stuff that's probably in your support team, they will pass off customers to you. So if you're good at reconciliations, or you're good at tax prep, or you're good at, you know what I'm saying? So basically, around the time when I was jumping into it, I kind of jumped into it at the wrong time. Like, now is the best time to jump into it, like after taxes. Even though you could learn a lot during tax season and all that other stuff, now is the best time. So I'm like, okay, well, let me grab some other stuff, and then I'll spin the block on that. Cause, like, honestly, I got my logo, I got my QuickBooks and everything set up. I'm just waiting to onboard. I'm just waiting to onboard a client. Honestly, realistically, but honestly, if I run into a problem and stuff like that, I need to have like a network, or support group where I can say, hey, I'm having this problem. Does anybody point me in the right direction, or resource wise and stuff like that. So I kind of, I wouldn't necessarily say I put it on the back burner, because I'm very well abreast to what's going on, but you know it is what it is. So yeah, I'll have more information on it though for you guys, cause like I said, I'm looking for a good mentor. But and look, my teacher recommended somebody to me, so I got somebody in mind. It's just that I gotta afford that monthly fee, and then I'm like, okay, let me relax real quick and stop spinning my wheels real quick. So that's why I like, you know what? Let me go grab some more certifications. So I'm gonna spin the block on that one. Like I said, I got my TEFL this year. I just got my second cert in IT. Like this year is just nothing but certification years. And then honestly too, like I said, this is my what you call it, my good year, or allegedly a good year to 9. So I'm like, might as well. You said why my name is Southeast. I feel you. You said always keep the land, never what they put the value on the most. Yeah, the land is grand. You know, the land is motherfucking grand, y'all. I know that's right. You said, yeah, that boy, probably knife use in Texas. Yeah, man, he got surgical with that knife. Yeah, anything is considered a deadly weapon. Shit, a butter knife, man, you can fuck somebody up with a butter knife. You know? Yeah, people in the hood want to live like a celebrity. Yeah. Some people don't like the suburbs though, cause like you can't. I mean, you can stunt on them. I mean, if you live in the suburbs and you gotta, but the stunning is different. See, in the hood, you gotta have rims, you gotta have a loud vehicle, you gotta come through, have some broads, be at the meets, the car meets and stuff, and be at the 7-Eleven, leave the engine running, at the carry out or something. You operate a little bit different when you in the hood. Stunting on niggas in the suburbs. Let's say you got a neighbor, and you got a nice house and stuff like that, and you see all the other houses in the neighborhood, and you see they drive nice cars and stuff like that. Let's say if you want to stunt on your neighbor in the suburbs or something like that, his cars and stuff in the garage or whatever, or wherever y'all are at, are on display sometimes. You know how you got the garage, and you might have the Corvette or whatever tucked in the garage or whatever. Stunting on your neighbor, if your neighbor got a Lexus and stuff like that, stunting on your neighbor would be like, hey man, I just got the new Rolls Royce Spectre. And no, I'm not going to put it in my garage. I'm going to park it right out front. Because guess what? Your neighbor would know what that car is or whatever. Or if you're making a certain amount of money. But sometimes, too, stunting on the people in those gated communities is actually you being black and being there. Mind you. So the stuff that people look at in the hood versus the stuff that people look at in the suburbs and in the gated communities, completely different. Completely different. Stunting on people is putting an attachment onto your house and driving up the value a little bit, or reconstructing some shit. Stunting in the suburbs and in the gated communities is completely different than stunting in the hood. Right, EB. EB dropping gems in the chat, y'all. Yeah. All right, let's get into it, y'all.
Right, where people donate money to for different things. Like right now, they got ones for like Ethiopian kids. You know what I'm saying? And ministering Jesus Christ to them. And the other one is for January 6ers relief. And then another one over here for Save the Whales or whatever it is. Right? And he attaches himself to all these things and puts it out there into the public. And what he told us is that he has a bunch of people from like India or Philippines or something that are bot accounts that inflate his numbers on X, at formerly Twitter. And when they inflate the numbers, it gives the illusion that I need to watch this. So it looks like he has a ton of support. So people end up clicking on the video. And then they end up donating. And they end up, why do you think he got put everywhere? He's had an assistant since we've been locked up. The man had an assistant from like the Philippines or Vietnam or so wherever they were from, doing his stuff for him while we were incarcerated and blowing up his numbers. When he dropped his little weak documentary where he tried to make himself like he was Jesus Christ, he blew that up. People weren't interested in that. And then it started to catch wind because of the inflated numbers. And people started thinking, oh my God, this poor guy, he's locked up for January 6th and he was a patriot. He saw people die. And he lied. He lied. He said about Roseanne Boylan. He said that he was there and she died in his loving, patriotic arms. That was a lie. Because when Ronald Maccabee showed up, who actually was right there next to Roseanne when she passed away because he was doing chest compressions on her, Jake wasn't right there. Jake was swinging the bat at the police.
Bro, Jason just be looking at his screen like, God damn. Jason be having that stank face. I feel you, Jason. I'm trying to get old like that and have that stank face just all day. Just stank face, y'all. But, man, that January 6th thing was crazy, you know? Like I said now and I said it then. If it went the way they want it to be, they would be heroes. But if it fell to shit, they're going to go down as villains. That's how shit is. It's called taking a risk. If it went the way they wanted it to, oh, they're heroes and revolutionists and stuff like that, and will go down in history. Went the other way, lock them up. Done. Throw away the key. This is humans. This is society. This is how people are. What Batman say? And yes, Batman. I'm using Batman as a reference, y'all. Even Batman said at some point, the same people that he saved, they're going to hunt him down because they're not going to understand the choices that he made. They're not going to understand where he's coming from. You live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Hell, we were talking about certain games earlier. A fucking Mewtwo, y'all. A damn Mewtwo from Pokemon said some deep shit at the end of that damn Pokemon movie. A Mewtwo. I ain't gonna lie, looking back, that was some cold shit. That nigga was made in a lab. But listen, that's just how it goes. You know, you either gonna be a hero or a zero. You know? That's just the way it goes. And these are decisions that men have to make in their life. You either gonna be a hero or a zero. You know? That's the crazy part. That is the absolute crazy part. You either gonna be a hero or a damn zero. And sometimes you become a zero you become a zero trying to be a hero. Let me check. Shout outs to Juan. Yes sir. There we go. Shout outs to, thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Shout outs to Juan dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio. Juan says, blessings, bro. Speak them facts. Yeah, man. Just giving y'all something to hold today. You know, sometimes you gotta hear some, there's gonna be a message every show. Like I said, I'm gonna try to give you guys a message every show, and it might be something that you never thought you would hear today. Sometimes you gotta hear something I ain't gonna lie, some of the best things you're gonna hear are gonna be in places you never thought you would hear it. And some of the best things you will hear is probably something that you've heard already. You know? Sometimes, y'all, our friends and family, they tell us things and we don't hear it. And I hate to say maybe because it's them, but in reality, maybe because it's them. You know, there's a lot of stuff that I mean, and this happens with age. You know, you don't listen to, because you like, you think your parents are tripping, and then you get to that age where it's like, God damn, you know. I was watching a video yesterday with that. Speaking of that girl, Dochi. Like this woman was on. She looked naked, but she was literally on the stage in her drawers. And it's like, you could put some clothes on. You know, you could put some clothes on. And then I thought about it. I'm like, damn, I sound like one of them old dudes. Respectfully though, because it's in good faith. Like I said, I sound like one of those old cats. Pull your pants up, put some clothes on. But it's true. I had to sit back and think, right? You got to sit with your thoughts sometimes, y'all. I'm like, shoot, because I mean, stuff gets weaponized against men. Men being visual creatures get weaponized against them all the time. Visually manipulated. Something that you like is getting annoying now. Especially when certain people do it, though. So it kind of is hypocritical. But what I'm saying is this, right? I was looking at it, and a thought hit me, and I wanted to share it with you guys. I'm like, okay, well, now I somewhat understand why the older generation got mad about certain things, because they lie, they lied too. The older generation, like, man, we wasn't butt naked in the clubs. Man, listen, y'all niggas in the 80s and in the 70s and in the 60s, y'all were wearing some strange shit too. Y'all was wearing some strange shit too. Rick James and all the, y'all were wearing some strange shit. Even more strange compared to what they wearing today. I get it. Every era has its era, you know. But I sat back and I thought about it. I sat with that. Because I'm an analytical thinker. I think, my train of thought is not as simple as a lot of people. And you guys are here on Player Talk Radio, so I assume the same for you guys. You guys are super smart, very smart. This is why I have these type of conversations with you. You can't have these man. Listen, half the shit we talk about on this show, go out in your regular life thinking that you can have these type of conversations with any old body, and I will see you on the next show. I will see you on the next show, and you can be like, damn, you know what? You can't. Some of y'all can't even talk to y'all close friends about this type of shit. But anyway, I looked at it and I was like, dang, why would an older cat get mad? Or why do older people get mad when they start seeing these kids butt naked and shit like that? Because guess what? They're young. They don't necessarily rock with their music. I think I like Doechii. She was on the stage spitting, and they were calling her like a female Doja Cat or some shit. And they were like a dark-skinned Doja Cat or whatever. And then see, black people make those type of jokes and then turn around and get mad when But anyway, I was like, why do older people get mad at younger people's nonsense? I mean, I get it, but I wonder, why do older people get mad at young people's nonsense? And then it hit me. I factored this in, y'all. Let me know if I'm on point or not. Right? If you're an older cat, or man or woman, you had a lifetime, couple of lifetimes. But even more so us now, because y'all, we on the internet. We use technology. We're overly exposed. Like, we're overly stimulated. We're overly stimulated. And to a certain degree, watching black people go in on white people of this Metcalf situation, Because, a lot of them are playing dumb also. Like, they ain't overly stimulated. But some of them probably aren't. It's like, man, we've had multiple lifetimes in one lifetime watching people parade on the internet butt naked. And we're overly stimulated. Look at the black people that got to get on here and watch Negroes die all damn day. Man, listen, I can make a whole channel dedicated to Negroes dying, because there's channels dedicated to that. Just nothing but just niggas just killing themselves and getting unsubscribed, right? I'll say this. They've had a whole lifetime of watching people butt naked. So that's why it's like, dang, makes sense. Go put some clothes on. He's right, Oh my God. Shout outs to Warmaster. Warmaster said, I want to hear. Listen. You know how much men in America, Warmaster, can't sit down and enjoy a nice, good video game once their girlfriend or wife or spouse hears that beep? Once their wife hears that beep, that's it. That's it. She don't like no inanimate object or anything else bringing that man happiness. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. It's Player Talk.
Officers. Jake came to January 6th dressed up like Antifa, dressed up like an infiltrator. People they ain't picking. I got a video on my X right now. You go and watch it, right? You see this man throwing signals before it pops off. But when the cops are standing off with the January 6s, before it pops off, you see Jake doing hand signals inside towards the police officers. He's right there in the front, and then the police is right in front of him, and he's throwing hand signals, lifting up his gas mask, putting his gas mask back down. Come on, man. And then he cries to everybody, says, they didn't let me have a trial. They violated my due process. All you got to do is go and look up the records. That man was begging for continuances. Begging for continuances. Why would you beg for continuances and then tell the people that they're denying your right to a speedy trial? You didn't want the trial. You wanted the optics. In my mind, this is my opinion, they prepping this dude up, man. He's a massive psyop, has been from day one, to make a stain on the movement, to cause a divide.
So he just straight up calling him a fed.
Between black and white people in America. And what the crazy part about it is he's not even white. That's the crazy part. He's calling for all these white people to come out and support him, and he ain't even white. He's pretending to be.
Dang.
You've certainly nailed my read on him. Last thing, I want to play you a clip from today. Austin Metcalf's dad, Jeff Metcalf, on the phone with Jake at this protest rally. Obviously, I applaud with what Austin Metcalf's father said, but I was appalled that
me too.
Jake Lang would be trying to scold, chastise, criticize this man who lost his son. Let's play the clip, and then I want your reaction.
Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point? God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today. Yes, I am, sir.
Okay, my turn to speak. You are part of the fucking problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap.
And he cursed at him. You are a part of the fucking problem, my friend. I didn't see this part, y'all. Hold on, y'all. We gonna run this back. Hold on, y'all. Now, y'all hit the like button, support the show. Shout outs to Juan. Thank you for supporting the show. Now, y'all, it's the afternoon. This is about to turn into some good internet, y'all. All right, let's keep the show going. Y'all support the show because we about to get into Kanye. And we about to get into Shannon Sharpe. All right? This is about to be some good internet.
This man who lost his son.
He said, you are the
Let's
part
play the
of
clip,
he said, you are
and then I
part
want
of
your
the
reaction.
fucking problem.
Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is large?
And that's crazy because this man is grieving and he could read the. Yeah, listen, I can read the cap, like how fake this is. And imagine have to deal with this when you're grieving. It's like, who is this guy? Your beautiful son and you're beautiful. It's like, bro, no, don't do that. Don't do that. See, the white community don't need a white Al Sharpton. They don't need a white Jesse Jackson. I'm sorry, but that Christianity shit do not work in the early stages in that community. They will go to church later and figure all of that stuff out. They don't need the gimmicks. They don't need all of the they're not throwing Jesus under the bus every time some shit happens. They're more righteous. Man, you can read right through this dude. They don't even get down like that. You want to know why? Because they believe in a period when people pass that there's a level of mourning in certain things. There's a level of there's a certain period where the soul is transitioning into the afterlife, and there's just certain things that's not needed. This is not needed. See, black people, we'd be so quick to show up at a rally and all kinds of stuff and justice, let's get the justice. No, man, no. This is not needed, man. This is not needed, and I ain't gonna lie. Some, I hate to say this, and this is very dark and black pilled, but look, fuck it. We victims also having to listen and see all this shit all the time. Some of those parents are a little bit relieved that their kids are gone, because they didn't know how they were going to feed that kid or put them through middle school or college and shit like that, and get them about the neighborhood stuff and blah 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 and stuff like that. Sad as it may seem, some parents are A-okay with their kid turning into a check. Some of those families, some of those parents wasn't even parents, man. Those mothers be at that rally crying and shit like that, and yes, the mother and the father should feel sad for losing their kid, but the grandmother was raising that kid. The mother probably still on drugs, out partying and all kinds of shit. The grandma was raising that kid. So some people, and not all people are sad, mind you. You know what I'm saying? Not all people are sad. Some people hey, the more the merrier. Turn their kid into a check. Listen, I get it. I know people don't want to hear it and stuff like that, and I know it sounds easy for me to say, but I'm sorry. When you really want to survive, it's easy for you to do. Guess what, y'all? It's America. It's America. Listen to what I tell you. Listen to what I'm saying, and listen to me clear. You can move. You can move. You can move. You can move. You're in a neighborhood and they're shooting shit up, and your son is in the streets and all that. You can move. You can move. You don't even have to move to another state. You can move to a neighboring city. You can always move. LT man says, "Say it, damn it. Hey, it's the truth. Look at FBG FBG Duck and his mother. You got like 2-3 kids, and you lost all of them to the street, man. Fuck out of here. You can move." But she a gang member too. You can move, man. Don't let these people lie to you, man. There was no way out for me. Oh, there's a way out. There's a way out. And the longer you stick around, the street gonna find a way out for you. You can move. All right, let's get into this. He cursing this man out.
Larger than Austin at this point. God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today.
Are you done?
Yes, I am, sir.
He said, "Are you done?"
Okay, my turn to speak.
Yeah, we don't need messy Jesse. Star P said, "I should be working. I feel like gaming though, man." Me too. Me too, Star P. Me too. War Master said the feds infiltrated the January 6th protest where hundreds of the feds in the crowd. Yeah, agent provocateurs. So what old boy is saying, War Master, that this guy is a fed also. You know? He's saying this guy's a fed also.
You are part of the fucking problem, my friend. You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking...
Father said, you turning this into a white and black thing.
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk.
But my son, let me finish. I give you your time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir.
Thanks.
You are creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
Damn. You hear that, y'all? He exposed him. The father exposed this man. He didn't have to say any of that. As a true Christian, he could have said, listen, I understand where you are. God bless you. Listen, I understand my doors are always open if you need it. He didn't have to say that. He said, you are creating more Austin Metcalfs with that. Damn. And see, as a father, that's what he should do. That's what he should do. Bust him out. Bust him out. He wasn't trying to help your son anyway. Damn. He just went straight to the, you're creating more Austin. Dang. Cold blooded.
Here, you are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak. Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
Hey, Jeff.
That's the problem. You've been submitted.
And the funny part is that it was a black man that gave that man the phone. I'm a black man.
Hold on, hey, Jeff.
You've been submitted.
I'll handle it from here.
You've been submitted, sir.
You're not gonna make us back down.
If we were all of your nature,
guys, listen.
You're
Let
not
me
gonna
say
see
this.
what a weak man.
Do you know who you're talking to? You don't, do you?
I'm talking to a black man.
You don't. No, you're not.
Okay.
You sit here, you talk about Trump.
But I am. You're not
Google
gonna
my
make me
name
back
and
down.
Trump. No. When you do that, my name is Bruce.
I agree with black males winning,
Google that.
but they're not winning right.
Yeah, switched up on him real quick. Yeah, right, War Master. And that's what I'm gonna start to do. I need to get a RNTP set up for this stream. I'm glad because I think with this what I'm using now, y'all, I can stream to 6 different destinations. All right. So I'm gonna spend the rest of today trying to set up those destinations, set up my scenes, set up everything. Shout outs to everybody here. If you guys are enjoying the show, please hit the like button, support the show. Dropping gems, no sticks, no stems. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. If you want to enjoy the show, that's where you should go. You know what I'm saying? It's after 420. You don't got to worry about getting, well, I don't know. Some of y'all might have to wait to the rest of the month, but you know, Be at work, buzzing, enjoying yourself, doing your job, listening to Player Talk Radio. Head home, get some food. Oh man, lunchtime gonna be lit. Head over to hempforfitness.com, alright? Lunchtime gonna be lit. Hit the gym before you hit the house. Perfect. 5 hours and 3 minutes into the madness is Player Talk Radio. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. War Master said there's a huge difference between leftist and a principled conservative. I'm glad you actually said a principled conservative, because that's the word that I've been looking for this whole time. Because recently you've been seeing a bunch of conservatives taking flack, like just taking. I was wondering why the hell was why the hell was Jason listening to this dude? Speaking of Jason, I wonder what Jason Black said about this whole Metcalf situation. I wonder if he was calling Karmelo Anthony a savage. Let's get it.
What you're doing,
they're becoming degenerates.
What you're doing
and murdering white people.
You're not helping America. You're no more patriotic than I am. No way.
Silent is not helping. You've been silent. It's only gotten worse.
Where were you on January 6th?
You've been silent. It's only gotten worse.
Where were you? Did you stand for your country?
So you
when
think
they
that
stole
made
our
you
vote?
patriot because you showed up there? Does that make you a patriot?
That's what he wants it to do. He wants it to make him a patriot.
Joe Biden is a
All you're doing is condemning us. What's your solution?
My solution is to help people where they're weak. So we have an issue in young black males' lives across the country.
It's not
doesn't
say that
matter.
to Jeff Metcalf. Say that to Jeff Metcalf.
We talk about it, man.
Say it.
At the end of the day, the man is asking. So let me ask you this: you got a father who's grieving, and your response is he's weak.
My father is celebrating my strength right now.
You have no idea. You'll never win the Senate. And what I'll do, I'll come to Florida and run for Senate and run as a Republican, and I'll kick your butt.
No, you lose, bro. You need 2 years of presidency in Florida.
Y'all, listen, see, that's why I said nobody cares, y'all. Everybody is chasing some type of goofy clout. Not a black man chasing clout. Not a black man chasing clout. Like, listen, if this shows up on a campaign slogan or commercial, like, come on now. Now the brother up here chasing clout.
Because this behavior is why we're in the situation where we are.
No.
We get these, is that what it is? Okay. Well, at the end of the day, he's asked you what to do and what not to do.
Listen,
you have a right to do it or not do it.
You can say that about Austin Metcalf, but we're gonna get
you don't know
this
Austin.
movement.
I love somebody.
You love the thought of using Austin for T-shirts, for propaganda, and to get out here and talk about
you want to shut down a white man right now.
I'll shut you down.
You're not shutting me down.
I'm not raising money like Karmelo
because I've got
Anthony.
family.
I'm not raising money like
put down anymore. No, bro, you stop. You came here to try to shut him down.
No, I came here to give him a message from a father.
And listen,
but I realize that's not his deal.
Let's be honest. You're a black man trying to shut him down.
I think that's one of the most despicable, narcissistic things I've ever seen. A man loses his 17-year-old son. Son dies in his twin brother's arms, and Jake Lang.
And he was gonna have you wrapped up into all of that, Jason.
A Jewish man from New York who has moved to Florida and has driven to Texas is telling Austin Metcalf, father, how he should feel and how he should respond. I don't know. Other than the murder of Austin Metcalf, I don't know if you could do anything more despicable than that.
I don't think you can. You know, I mean, the only thing that I would say is even more despicable than that is the fact that you're calling this man out who is a believer. The man professes to have faith in Christ, right? And he said that he forgives him. That he forgives him. And you know how much strength that takes to forgive somebody that has taken away something so precious as your son? That takes a lot of forgiveness and a lot of strength to have. And what makes it even more despicable is that the dude next to him, Philip Anderson, who I call his Wookiee, that he owes him a life debt. You know, you ever watch Star Wars? If you
Yeah, it looked like an Ethiopian dude beside him. Shout outs to 1,000 Suns. Bro, this is some, I hate that it had to go this way, but this is some good internet.
Save a Wookiee's life, they owe you a life debt, so they're going to be loyal to you no matter what. Philip Anderson is his Wookiee. He's his personal Samuel Jackson from Django. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's despicable that man comes in and says, hey, a black man here, just telling you you're weak. You're weak. First off, if this man didn't have a racist bone in his body, he might have just got one because you want to step up and talk about, hey, a black man here. You're not a black man, bro. You a demon. You're a demon. You're a follower. You're a follower of the devil that you run with. And both of y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. You're just disgusting people trying to cause a divide in America where right now it should be a time of healing for everybody. Anybody preaching a racial divide and making this whole thing racial, that's sickening. It's disgusting. Flat out, man. We ain't got no room for that. We're all Americans. How about just call out violence? Say violence is wrong. Say racism is wrong. Why put a color on it? That's the problem that I have with him, is you're putting a color on it while you're running for office. Ain't nobody voting. That again, it's a psyop. You know you ain't gonna win. You're trying to get clout right now, but you got the clout that you wanted now, buddy. I promise you that.
Cash, where can people find you and your content?
Hey, I'm everywhere, you guys. I'm on all social media platforms, and I would greatly appreciate it if you guys do come and follow me because I got stripped of my platforms. I had 380,000 people on Facebook, 256 on Instagram, but if you want to go and follow me, I'm on all social media platforms. On YouTube, I'm Cash Kelly 1, Cash with a K. Cash Kelly 1 on X, Cash Kelly on Facebook, and The Real Cash Kelly on Instagram.
All right, man. Dang. Yeah, man. Like, yeah, he was not genuine. I mean, obviously, come on now. We called it. He was not genuine, though. Dang, Jason Whitlock definitely gonna call out Shannon Sharpe. These sports guys are ridiculous, man. This shit is crazy. But it's what we've been talking about. Old boy switched up on him out of nowhere. He went from my brother and my friend to you're a coward. And you're creating more Austin Metcalfs. That out of bro, you told that man dad that? Out of all people to tell some shit like that, you gonna tell that man dad some shit like that? Damn. That's why I'm trying to tell y'all, the most real people are not in the church. You gonna find them outside of the church. A lot of the people that are real Christians, they might go to church every so often. There's nothing wrong with that. But man, some of the most evil people are in the damn church, man.
Stop using ChatGPT like everyone else and do this instead. To the men over 50 who don't know how to use AI. Tomorrow morning, we're starting the 28-day AI challenge.
The devil is at church 24/7. The devil damn near opened the church doors. The devil damn near opened the church doors. I will show you. Listen, I will show you. If y'all want to meet the devil, I will show you where you meet the devil. You can find the devil at church. I don't know what gives some of y'all the impression that the devil is scared to go to church. The devil is the first nigga in the damn church. That's juvenile thinking right there, man. The devil's scared to go to church. Nigga, that's the first place he gonna be. It's his job to be in church. He got every right to be. Your ass is just now discovering what the church is. The devil gonna be in church. I'll tell you that for a fact. The devil beat you to church. If there's one place you can find the devil, I'm telling you, it's in church. Now, I'm not saying this because I haven't been to church in a minute. I know I'll probably burn up in that doorway if I show up at church. What I'm telling you is, I am telling you the devil's in church. What's going on, David? Good to see you, player. Oh, man. Man, I should have had my whole radio thing hooked up. I can't even give it. Man, listen. Shout outs to David Akisanya in the building, man. I think I shouted you out. Not last show, but the show before last show, man. Good to see you, man. Last show, David, you would have been so mad. The what's his name? I don't know. What's that guy's name? I forgot, and he said it on the show last time. We watched the video of Charleston White in the most racist. Well, it's not the most racist, honestly. They were being nice to him. There's places in Maryland I could show y'all that Arkansas is bullshit. That's not the most racist place in America. But I think it was a Nigerian dude, and he brought Charleston White to like this racist town. And the dude was talking about picking cotton, and he gonna offer the man some fufu. I don't know if he offered him some iguzi, but he gonna offer the man some fufu. I ain't gonna lie, I do want some okra soup, y'all. But anyway, I know that sounds horrible, but it's good as hell. Y'all should try it. Don't knock it till you try it, y'all. But anyway, the Nigerian dude, I think he's Nigerian. He brought Charleston White to a racist town, and he was like butchering Nigerian artist's name. He called Ira Star Era or Area or some shit. like this guy's not even Nigerian, man. He probably first gen or something. But anyway. I was like, man, where the hell is David, man? I said, where the hell is David when you need him? This is an atrocity. This is an atrocity. You know. Shout outs to David Akasanya in the building, man. Always good to see young brothers in the place soaking up the good game, alright? Alright, so look, alright, let's get into I don't really know what's going on. I got some video footage from TMZ of Shannon Sharpe actually on the phone with said victim, and Shannon going off. You know, Shannon is a brother, and yeah, maybe behind closed door he probably real as hell. He seems like a nice, jolly Negro sometimes, you know, on Sports Center and on his show. He don't seem like a bad guy. But he said that he made way more money in this short period of time podcasting than he ever did taking all them hits. You know, he gave his body to the game. Taking all them hits as a football player. I said, damn. And it sounded about right. You know what I'm saying? He made more money podcasting in that short amount of time than he ever did becoming an NFL legend. Right? Boy, you shouldn't have said that. You shouldn't have said that. You should not have said that. Cause now he done made himself a target, you know, for I think it's a young lady here, you know. Then we're gonna get into Kanye West. Kanye West allegedly was molested or had an incestual relationship with his cousin, I heard. What the hell is going on in the world today? Make sure you guys are indoors and safe, working. I like to provide you guys with good entertainment while you guys work and some good game. Get you through your work day. Please hit the like button and support the show, because I am working also. Alright? So come kick it with us, because it's about to get crazy from here. Alright? Now, let me tell you why it's horrible too, because they say about 5 years, every athlete, because a lot of athletes are they're raised by the league, whether it's the NBA, whether it's the NFL, whatever, right? They say a lot of athletes are raised by the league. Where am I going with this, Kuda? Well, listen, a lot of them go broke after the league, you know, because you know they the money run out. You're not. You only have a business if you have income coming in. You know, outcome is a horrible thing. Outcome will show you the outcome, right? But they spend, and you had guys like back in the day like Shaquille O'Neal. He ended up going to college and graduating. You got guys that are smart. Look at Stephon Marbury. Congratulations to him. He recently got married to a hot Chinese girl. Um, you know, um, the league just chews you up and spits you out. A lot of times too, like I said, a lot of these parents live vicariously through their children, and honestly, the league is like babysitting. The league takes them in. And then aside from that, you got a lot of these players. That's why some of y'all are like, man, didn't John Morant and all these guys, didn't they have a strong father and stuff in their life, and they got the opportunity, and they in the man, that shit is like a fucking, like, it's like being raised by 2-3 different families, y'all. Now obviously the kid is gonna respect where the money is coming from, hopefully, and not even that. I mean, look at what's his name now, and he's fucking up. Fantastic Junior. What's this dude name? That looked like Mr. Fantastic. What's his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. The other young dude that got that stripper bitch pregnant, and now she fucking up his career. He got like 5 other bitches, and then he keeps getting injured and stuff. I ain't gonna lie, they giving him endless chances because he's really done. I forgot the dude's name. I was gonna cover that story too, because she went to his house. First of all, she had a baby. First of all, he has 2 babies with this. He's dumb twice. He put 2 kids in this woman. Then he had another girl at one of his other mansions. He separated from this girl and kept her at another mansion that's not that far. She threatened his other girl that he's dealing with and said, when I drop this baby, I'm gonna do something to your face. Or she egged his house or some shit, vandalized his house. Then recently she just got locked up for assaulting the other woman and stuff like that. Basically he can't control his bitchy, right? He can't control his bitchy, and now you know what I'm saying? And then he keeps getting injured and shit. And all of this shit is showing up on the court. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, nobody cares. Just play ball good. Because you're pissing off a lot of people. You're pissing off a lot of people. Mind you, people be doing these draft picks, and they're gambling on the side. They're gambling behind closed doors, and just doing all kinds of shit. Behind closed doors. So money be riding on these people. Not even just in the league. Just money be riding on these people. Contracts and all kinds of shit. You have a whole legal team behind you. Because that's another thing too. Mind you, in the NBA and in football and stuff like that, you have a manager. You have a road manager. You have an accountant. You have a whole team behind you. When people see Drake, they're like, oh man, that's just Drake. No, Drake is a corporation. It's an entity. It's a business. It's a whole team behind you. So you're well known. Okay. Why am I bringing this up? Well, look at Shannon Sharpe. Guys like Jason Whitlock, Skip Bayless, what's the other dude's name with the bald head? All them dudes, right? Stephen A. Smith, all them dudes. they've seen his whole career. Maybe lost some games and stuff like that. They have biases. Maybe their favorite team is opposite of the team that he played for. You know? Oh shit. Hold on. Shout outs to David Akasanya dropping the huge 1651 on the PayPal. Lord have mercy. Shout outs to David Akasanya. Thank you, bro, for supporting Player Talk Radio as always. Strap in. We're going to have a crazy show, y'all. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. Let's keep the support going. Yes, sir. He has a bias.
Honey, it's Monday. Are you ready?
Yep. I joined the November Chair Workout Challenge. If you haven't
He has a bias. So, Shannon, he says Shannon Sharpe's wickedness comes to light. And let me tell y'all something. It's fucked up. It's very fucked up. You want to know why it's fucked up, y'all? You want to know what makes it super fucked up? Because you're an athlete. People like you. Girls are going to be around you. When you're out of the league, it just takes a couple years and you go broke. There ain't nobody left around. And you running out of funds. The girl done left you. Look at Tom Brady. Listen. If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? Word to Jap. If Jesus can't save these hoes, why? I'm not even going to lie. I put Tom Brady in a whole different bracket than Jesus. If Tom Brady couldn't save his bitch, why are you trying? Now, mind you, it's fucked up because while you're in the league or you're in the because y'all be wondering why the athletes and the rappers and all these people pass around the same women. Well, guess what? You get used to a certain type of woman. You can't just have any old. You need a girl at the house, y'all. You know, you need a girl at the house to watch over the kids, make sure they're going to school, whoop-de-whoop. You need a woman, is the Bentley at home? Is the Bentley, you need a woman that can transport the Bentley. You need somebody to watch your mansion and stuff like that. I'm telling you, I watch some of the weirdest shit on YouTube. I be watching like people go to like these like abandoned mansions and shit. Drake got a crazy abandoned mansions. He got like 2 mansions fused together and shit. That's abandoned. TVs and shit still in them. You got guys that go around and they go to like these abandoned mansions and shit. Like, man, listen. It take a lot of money for that mansion to upkeep on the mansions. You know what I'm saying? I know when 50 probably bought Tyson's house. You know what I'm saying? Probably he was just probably on one side of the mansion, and that's some scary shit. When you're in a mansion in a manor and shit like that, and you only on one side, and then the other side of the mansion is like just dark because the power is off, and you know what I'm saying. And honestly, you got to keep the power on in that shit. Mold and all kinds of shit can happen and stuff. These are large areas of space, y'all. And you never know. Shit just haunted. Rick Ross got to cut his own grass. Upkeep is crazy on the fucking mansion. It's not what people think it is. It looks good, but shit, you got to make that shit back. You better have them filming a movie somewhere, or you have a car show and do certain things like what Rick Ross is doing to keep his mansion. Then, because I mean, and you only really live that way for like 5-10 years, honestly. In the end, you go back. In the end, you retreat back to a little apartment or a little, a nice little modest home. Because, like I said, and like we said, as men, we are minimalists. But once that paper gone, she out the listen. Once that money gone, it's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, bro. Like you're done ski. You're done ski. You know. So it gets to a point where you got to make a decision. You got to make a decision. It's like okay, what are you going to do after your career? Well, you could be a commentator. You can do some commentary. I think that's what Tom Brady should do, and I think that's what he does do. You know, you could be a commentator, but then guess what? You're under contract. You know, Shannon Sharpe. I'm not even gonna lie, because they say podcasting is done. Says people that wasn't even around since for it. And I talk like this because honestly, I'm one of the people that made podcasting fucking interesting and what you call it? Not interesting, but what's the word I'm looking for? Popular. You know? But Patrice O'Neal and all them other people, they make that shit popular. You know what somebody said, and it's true? I went back and looked at it. Go back and watch the Bernie Mac show. I know some of y'all, y'all ever watched the Bernie Mac show? Somebody said Bernie Mac was the original first live streamer, which is kind of true. Bernie Mac used to do talking head videos in the middle of the Bernie Mac show. You know how Bernie Mac used to sit and look at the camera and be like, "Hey, America." They said Bernie Mac was the first real streamer, and you think about it, it's like that is kind of true. He used to look at the camera and do his things. Honestly, I pay homage to Patrice, Anthony Opie, Shock Jock Radio, and stuff like that. But podcasting was a different thing. Because podcasting, we were using radio microphones. Like, literally running a damn radio station in your bedroom or in your or in your living room. You know? War Masters said, I would have loved to see what Kobe would have done in the... Man, that's what I'm saying. But you know what, War Master? Right before Kobe passed, because I really didn't want to report on that, but I was telling y'all, if y'all go back to the third shift, right before Kobe passed, he was ready to be in a big-ass lawsuit, in a big-ass scandal. Shit, what's happening to Shannon Sharpe right now? What was going to happen to Kobe? He probably wouldn't have became a podcaster, though. He probably would have been a great feature on somebody's show because, after you have those little allegations and stuff like that, you kind of got to let it die down for a couple of years. But maybe, you never know. He probably would have became a podcaster, and he probably would have been a great podcaster also too, because Kobe, no homo, has a good voice. And he's not dumb. He's not dumb by a long shot. That's why Shaq went and got his degree and stuff like that. A lot of people don't know. I think Kobe know how to speak Japanese or Spanish and stuff like that. Like, honestly, when he went to the prom with Moesha, he was really out of her league. They would try to say, "Oh man, he just Moesha out of his league." Like, nigga, what are you talking about? This is Kobe motherfucking Bryant. Yeah. And I know his daughter would have went on to be very famous too. Italian. Yeah. I know he was like trilingual. Yeah, Italian was one of them. Yeah. And then I'm not gonna lie, like sometimes I get like this weird. I don't know if hopefully I'm not the only one, cause y'all be leaving me out like a sitting duck every so often, like, cause sometimes I fear death, y'all, and then sometimes I don't. Like sometimes I find death fascinating. Not even just death, like celebrity deaths. And I don't find it fascinating in a way where it's like, oh, he was set up, or oh, this, that, and the third. I don't find it fascinating in the way that most people would probably find it fascinating. You know what I'm saying? But I go look into certain things, especially airplane crashes. I don't know why. The Aaliyah plane crash, that got me. You know, the Kobe one got me too, though. The Kobe one got me too. And then it was already predicted. You know, and then honestly, what happened to what's going on, Jalen? Obviously, what happened to Kobe and what happened to Pop Smoke, the same thing happened like a year apart from each other. I was asleep, y'all, right? And then when you're like awake, but you're not awake, but you're awake, but you just haven't moved yet. And I woke up for a split second, and I woke up, I paused, and then I looked at my phone, and then like I looked at my phone, and then like 2 seconds, like I looked because I'm looking at the time. What time is it? And then boom, it just pops up. Kobe killed in helicopter crash in Calabasas. I couldn't believe it. And nobody on YouTube said anything. And I got up, and I think I was the first person. I literally just jumped up and put it on YouTube. But it didn't take off. And that's when I learned that. I mean, and I always knew this, but like, just because you're the first don't mean your shit gonna take off. If somebody can reach 30,000 people, the 300 people that I was talking to at the time wouldn't stand a chance. Wouldn't stand a chance. So and I'm not trying to be the first to deliver bad news or nothing like that, but it was just interesting. You said Cuda rides a one wheel and then says he's afraid of death. A one wheel is a death. It isn't. Actually, War Master. Actually, I don't know what the numbers are looking like now, but honestly, since the one wheel has been out, like it was really only like it was under 10 deaths confirmed on the one wheel, and honestly, it was something else. It wasn't the actual one wheel. And I had to go look it up because like they were doing this right to repair thing, because a lot of people are modifying their one wheels, and the thing is that one wheel don't like people tinkering around with their boards and circuit boards and stuff like that, because when somebody falls off the death trap or do something, or let's say add something to the death trap, right, and they modify it, they're gonna say, oh, that person got killed on a one wheel. Not like, oh, that person put a stage 3 turbo and a, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, dang, I didn't think about it that way. I thought they just didn't want people to prosper, but it's like, dang, you know. And that is absolutely true, War Master. That is absolutely true. Yeah. But you know what? You know what happened though, and this is why it's not good to be first. And I learned a valuable lesson that day, even though I knew it. But sometimes the things that you think you'll learn that shit on day 300 again. Um. Yeah. That's exactly what happened. So I didn't want to actually put out what I saw first, but I did. And in the article that I put out, it was from TMZ, and they said that Kobe Bryant is survived by his daughter Gianna, and blah blah blah, and blah blah blah, and blah blah blah. And then later on, you find out that Gianna was on the plane with him, on the aircraft with him. You know? So, right, Jalen? So yeah, later on you find out that that Gianna was on the aircraft with him, and I'm like, damn. And then you know what else got horrible? when it got to the black women. Oh, that's what he get for marrying that Mexican woman, and that's what he get. I was like, oh, y'all are, oh my God. Like, the man died taking his daughter to and her friends and stuff to a basketball practice. He died being a father. And then, like I said, getting into the details and stuff, man, Kobe Bryant was decapitated. They were sharing pictures and stuff like that. His chest gone. He lost his arm, leg, and all kinds of shit. Man, black misandrists are the worst. They are the worst. Black misandrists are the worst. They don't even wait till you in the ground. Is this Paul Heyman from the WWE? I'm like, is that Paul Heyman, big head ass? Y'all, Io Sky retained the belt. Oh man, y'all make sure. Look, I'm gonna be doing pre-records all day today and setting up, doing a bunch of setups on today, man. Y'all make sure y'all pay attention to the channel. Hit the like button, support the show. Thank you guys for supporting the show. I appreciate all the support and love shown to Player Talk Radio. Let's let this play real quick. Give me 1 second, y'all. What the hell is Paul Heyman doing?
Welcome to Fearless with Jason Whitlock. I am Jason Whitlock, your host. Happy Tuesday. Thank you so much for joining me. Awesome show for you today. You know what? I'm just going to go because you already know what you're here for. Shannon Sharpe
He about to roast this man.
is back in the news cycle again. I don't think anyone should be surprised what he's in the news cycle for. There are allegations against Shannon Sharpe. A woman has filed a $50 million lawsuit and accusing Shannon Sharpe of anal rape.
50 M's. 50 M's, y'all. 50 big ones. God damn. Made me sneeze. 50 M's. Like, what possesses a person to think that they... Damn.
And anyway, it's an ugly lawsuit. Shannon Sharpe has responded, he and his lawyers, very, very aggressively. They are not holding back here. They're trying to put a stop to this as soon as possible. And so yesterday, when news...
All right, so in this case, Shannon Sharpe might have to settle. That's really what this is. Like, they get this high number, and then what happens is they settle for an undisclosed amount behind the scenes before the court of public opinion, really sets in.
News was breaking out about this lawsuit against Shannon Sharpe, the ESPN broadcaster, the host of...
Shorty said, fuck Club Shay Shay, Club Pay Pay. God damn.
Club Shay Shay, the host of Nightcap, the media mogul, the hottest star in all of sports media, in my opinion. When these allegations came out yesterday, Shannon Sharpe, through his attorney, Lanny J. Davis, wow, did they respond. They released a bunch of text messages allegedly from the alleged victim that paint her in a very sexually aggressive light. I will not read all of the text messages, but I'll just read some of them to give you a flavor for how aggressively Shannon Sharpe is trying to put this thing down and trying to destroy her credibility. I know you missed this big juicy ASS, 25K for each.
But see, and that's the thing, War Master. Same here. Same here. Like all the stuff that we know, right, War Master, and everybody here, all the stuff that we know, right? All the stuff that we know. It is protocol. It is protocol not to believe the woman. It's protocol. I'm sorry, ladies, but it's protocol at this point not to believe the woman. It's protocol at this point. Anal rape. That's crazy. Anal rape. That's wild. That's why, listen, and y'all should know this because now we are living in the age where all of these women are on some type of medication or drugs or pills or all kinds of stuff, you know? Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna be 100 with you. If that girl did not go to Hemp for Fitness, don't listen. Anything else she taking, tell her to leave your house. Don't deal with her. Don't listen. Bras be trying to come to your party off coke, all kinds of different stuff. They be trying to come to y'all party pre-game, inebriated, all kinds of shit. Send they ass home. Come back when you're sober. Are you on any type of medication? You a slow little bitch. Do you take Ritalin? Listen, because they will be on all kinds of drugs and psychedelics and shit like that and stuff like that. Listen, if she says if she hasn't went to hempforfitness.com, do not invite that woman to your house. Don't trust her plug or whatever drug she on, because later on down the line she gonna come back and sue you and say you did something to her. If she says, hey, let me toss your salad, don't let her do it. First of all, no salads should be getting tossed anyway. You freak. You pervert. Let me stop. What I'm saying is when they start making weird requests, just don't do it. Just stick to regular schmegular sex or no sex at all. First of all, just no sex at all in certain women. You know? Because that's what they'll do. And you don't want to put your details out there. Those women will have buyer's remorse. Post-click clarity. And drain the swamp. And not the swamp y'all think they trying to drain. Your bank account. Shannon Sharpe better sell his Bentley, all that stuff he own. He better sell that shit to his little cousin and tell him he gonna buy that shit back when he when this shit blows over. Cause she gonna come after everything. They're gonna have to settle for an undisclosed amount. No way in hell nobody about to have. No way in hell nobody about to get 50 M's. What type of sex is worth that much? And then see. Y'all dudes that's running around here telling people to trick, y'all gonna learn the hard way. Cause listen, she don't got no respect for him. And when you trick, they don't have no respect for you. When they spend up their bag, they're like, oh, there's more where that came from. Tricking ain't gonna save you. Y'all be trying to sound like y'all players and shit like that. You're not a player. Listen to me. Tricking ain't gonna save you. Mister, I don't pay them to stay. I pay them to leave. Okay. Nah, nigga, you just paid for them to come back another day. In another way. Tricking ain't gonna stop this from happening. This is what they don't tell you. This is what they don't tell you. Tricking ain't gonna stop. Actually, tricking enables this. Because when you a high value trick, sometimes you first of all, you treated her out and you did something nice for her, when in reality you had no business giving that woman that type of money, and she had no business getting that type of money for whatever. Scorned women. They get to cash in whenever they want. They get to play a victim and cash in whenever they ready. One master says, "What would you do for money?" Bedroom fun turned into a crime years later. It's been lucrative for hoes for decades. Yeah. That's the thing. It's the number one way to get rich for them. And they don't even have to be married to you. Some bitch you slept with a couple years ago that told you to do that freaky shit to her is getting a divorce settlement type. These are divorce numbers. These are divorce numbers right here. Here go Jason. Jason gonna rub it in.
Each cheek. That's a text message from this Gabriella Zuniga, I think is her name, on January 1, 2025. That's just where they started out. No, actually where they started out was, I want you to put a dog collar around my neck and choke me with it while you're effing me. That's on October 7th, 2023.
Right.
This
That sounds about white. I mean, right? That sounds about right.
is a woman that Shannon Sharpe allegedly met when she was 19, 20 years old, I believe, in Los Angeles at a gym. Shannon Sharpe is 56, 57 years old now. He met this woman in the past couple of years. They both, according to this lawsuit, are back and forth, moved to Nevada and have been carrying on a sexual relationship, pretty explicit or pretty...
You said, literally had a chick ask me to do that. Yeah, they do that. Absolutely, yeah, they do that shit. This bitch try to hang herself from the ceiling and tell you to kick the chair and shit like that, cause she wanna get an orgasm and feel lightheaded at the same time, so she can feel euphoria and shit like that. You better not deal with none of them goofy bitches. Bitch, you kick the chair by your own damn self. Hopefully you can get down, cause they're gonna find your ass swinging from that ceiling, cause I ain't gonna be here. Up here talking about some goddamn tie a collar around my neck. No. They're gonna try to tie a collar around my neck. You said Shannon Sharpe, SMH got a trick out the country, brother. He don't even have to trick, bro. Like bitches will fuck you because there's a screen on it with your face on it. They will fuck you because there's a TV or internet or some type of shit with your face on it. I don't understand this. Even as a pedestrian, you can channel this aura where women feel privileged to be around you. Just the fact that she's around you is a blessing. Like, literally, your demeanor would stop all of this shit. I've never, nigga, $50 million worth of pussy. That's crazy. That's not even a modest number. Like, Wallow, y'all, the black people trying to cancel Wallow and shit. I gotta do that story because he not wrong. But that's $1 million worth of game. This bitch asking for $50 million worth of pussy. Damn. Never in my life would I believe, if I was a woman, never in my life would I believe mine or another woman's pussy is that much. With OnlyFans culture, I've never seen $50 million worth of pussy. Hopefully they show a picture of her, because I can guarantee you, nigga, Ruby Rose and women that are sitting at the epitome, the pinnacle of their beauty right now, nigga, Cleopatra, royal pussy ain't even worth $50 million. What type of pussy did she thought she threw at him? Well, she said it. They said it was the bussy too. So you know, people already think he gay. So damn. Here we go.
Freaky sexual relationship for a long time, and so my reaction to this is that I'm sure these are birds of a feather flocking together. Shannon's defense here seems pretty aggressive, and he's probably winning the argument at the moment. But the lawyer involved, Tony Busby, is the lawyer that brought down Deshaun Watson. That's who's working with this alleged victim. And if we know anything about Tony Busby, his tactic is,
if you want women to F with you, then you have to know how to F with women. And by F,
never mind.
He's trying to fan the
wing woman
flames, and he's trying to attract other victims to reach out to him to build a case against Shannon Sharpe, to basically Deshaun Watson, right. Shannon Sharpe, or
right. Warmaster said he wouldn't touch Brittany Renner with a 10-foot pole. I wonder what $50 million worth of coochie look like. What that look like? Oh, you got a couple of 100K. You local women are walking around with 100K coochie, allegedly, Warmaster. You can see 100K. You know, I mean, because that's really what it is. That's what I said. Like, if being a pro became legal, you would have a lot of women that will be against women, doing that. Because women are like, man, you selling coochie for $40. Listen. You could have got the house, the cars, the crib. You fucking it up for bitches that know what the hell they doing. You said that old broad needs to get off the screen. He put her picture up? You said, I'll slide up in that Renner. Renner. Shout outs to Chris G. You said, I ain't paying her, though. Shit. Charging somebody 50 M's for some coochie. That's crazy. Why the hell am I gonna pay for it? She didn't even pay for that coochie, Your Honor. Yeah, it's socially acceptable to take advantage of men.
Bill Cosby.
Especially if somebody's looking at you like, oh, he got it. What the fuck does that mean? How do you? Oh no.
Shannon Sharpe or Harvey Weinstein. Of what was said on the Pat McAfee show, it's like they're going to create, and maybe this is all good, and this is what I can't figure out, and we'll have to ask. Maybe they're going to create enough controversy around Shannon Sharpe, enough conversation.
You said, I know her too. She been around for a long time. She was around during the pickup era. You said, the commercial. You said I can't stand broads trying to be wing women. No, I mean I've had some wing women. You get, I actually wing women are way more effective than the wing men. To tell you the truth. You know what's going on, Untitled? Yeah, Shannon is cooked. Shannon is cooked. Don't send Toby away. Toby be good, nigga, master. Don't send Toby away. Ah, Toby good now. Shannon is done.
Around Shannon Sharpe, that this works like a Kim Kardashian deal. That on the other side of this, Shannon Sharpe will be even more popular, even more powerful on the other side.
Man, I guess I'm never gonna be on Club Shay Shay. Don't send Toby away. Toby.
Side of these sexual allegations. Or
take your right hand, shake it out. How many people here want to learn faster? How many people want to remember more?
Well, Tony Busby and the Me Too movement and women coming out of the closet and out of the woodwork to make allegations about Shannon Sharpe, will that catch Shannon Sharpe up? And will he face the...
And let me tell y'all, let me tell y'all something else too, because sometimes too, this might not even be about that lady. You know what I'm saying? This might not even be about her. If you wrong the wrong people in the NFL, man, there's endless groupies hanging around the NFL. They'll get somebody to come back later on. You know? Yeah, you gotta be smarter than that. You said Brittany is messy. You said I will always stay away from chicks like that. Yeah. You're not letting your little man override the big man. You know, you said Kuda a good nigga. He fixed mics real good. Don't send me away. Don't send Kuda away. He a good nigga. Ah, Kuda good now. Oh, man. Yeah, she played the long-term game. Shannon about to go red pill. He need to go live and shit like that. Didn't he do a red pill stream the other day with the other dude? They've been stealing our talking points. Come on, Shannon. Now you gotta put them shits to the test now. Shannon gotta go red pill now at this point. Speak up for the men. Don't send Toby away. Toby be good nigga. You gotta speak up now, Shannon. God damn. I want to see this woman. What do you say her name is? Hopefully you show a picture
same
of her.
fate as a Bill Cosby, a Harvey
I'm
Weinstein.
trying to see what $50 million worth of pussy look like. This is intriguing.
A Deshaun Watson. I love to know what you all think, and I know many of you are like, hey, look, these women, and I certainly get that. But when there's a 20-year pattern, 15-year pattern of allegations of misconduct that cost you a job at CBS Sports, landed you in some behind-the-scenes trouble at Fox Sports, and now has spilled out. And this is when I was saying Shannon seemed to take a lot of delight in what happened with Charlie Dixon and Skip Bayless and Joy Taylor. And I was saying, hey, be careful, Shannon. These same flames that are blowing up Skip Bayless and Charlie Dixon, these same flames could come after you. And this,
I knew once they threw Skip under the bus, I knew it was a matter of time for Shannon.
May be the beginning of it. It obviously there will be a lot of people caping up for Shannon Sharpe because he's a persecuted black man, I'm sure, in their minds. But this is very fascinating. When I saw Paul Heyman on Pat McAfee's show and the way he attacked Shannon Sharpe, I was like, they're fanning.
Okay, that's why he got Paul Heyman up. Now, and we're gonna get into some WWE stuff probably on the next show or a little bit later. But let me stick a pin in this here. Pause. Paul Heyman been around for a long time, and all of a sudden he's speaking up more, y'all. And and I'm saying he's been around for a long time because you know a lot of. Let me tell you what's also another money grab. When you have people that been around for a long time, and they knew what was going on, and they've even helped, and they'd even coerced, Diddy, Diddy's security, other rappers, Diddy's homeboys and stuff like that. What some of these dudes do in the midst of you going down, they try to turn your ass into. They just as bad as that bitch, but worse. They just as bad as that bitch, but worse. Don't ever forget that. Now, I like Paul Heyman. I don't, really, he's always been like a guy that just accompanies other wrestlers, and I've seen he does some cool stuff behind the scene. I like Paul Heyman. But, like I said, due to the nature and what we talk about and where we from, right, y'all? I'm not going to say I'm playing devil's advocate, but naturally, I got to be on Shannon Sharpe's side. And I know what happens in these situations, right? Been doing this for a long time. So check this out, right? Paul Heyman recently just started. Well, honestly, I saw him speaking out with the Chris Benoit situation. That's the first time I really oh, damn, I didn't know Paul really said much like that, right? With the whole Chris Benoit situation. Paul Heyman recently started speaking out with the whole Vince McMahon situation. And Brock Lesnar. Paul Heyman used to, accompany Brock Lesnar out there. Brock Lesnar was guilty too. Brock Lesnar was guilty. Brock got kids and a wife and shit. Brock Lesnar was guilty. What's going on? What's going on, Jesus? Good to see you, player. Welcome back to the show. New wrench holder in the building. Good to see you guys coming back. Yes, sir. So Paul Heyman, he had to know something. And Brock Lesnar don't like being around people. Brock Lesnar's an introvert. He be by himself and stuff like that. So So Paul Heyman knew too. So now Paul Heyman is like a anti. I don't know. Yeah, let's go.
In the flames of this fire, they're not done with this Shannon Sharpe deal. And we'll play those clips here in a second. But before we do that, I want to make sure I thank our partners at Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain.
All right. And niggas selling arthritis materials and stuff. Got to get that bag. I feel you, Jason.
Give me 7 minutes a day in the chair and I'll help you lose that.
You can head to where Jason is talking about, or you can go to Hemp for Fitness. Hemp for Fitness got something that'll get rid of all kinds of arthritis. All right.
Beer belly. We start on March 17th. Here's the personalized plan of short chair workouts designed for beginners.
Don't take my word for it.
People who are very relevant in your life. You don't care what the opinions of the people who pay.
Minutes of.
Now, Paul Heyman always sounds like he has a toad or some type of frog in his voice. I don't know why, but he does. All right, let's go.
Of within 60.
Yeah. Like Alex Jones, yeah.
90 minutes of this news coming out. Paul Heyman's taking shots at Shannon Sharpe on the Pat McAfee show. Let's start with SOT number 2. This is a quick one where this is the one I think that has gone most viral. Let's play SOT number 2, Paul Heyman just taking a unnecessary shot at Shannon Sharpe.
Do you care about the opinions of people who are irrelevant? You don't care about the opinions of most people who are very relevant in your life. You don't care about the opinions of the people who pay you. Okay. They sit there and they go, hey, Mr. McAfee, don't talk about Shannon Sharpe on the air today. Okay. And you go, I talk about anything I want. I'm Pat McAfee. Right. Watch me swing my schlong all over the place. They go, McAfee, don't talk about your podcast on the air. What do? I'm King Schlong. Okay. Watch me, Pat McAfee. Right?
This is on you. This is about you. I mean, accurate stuff,
right?
Accurate stuff, but
I mean, come on. Hey, last night when the roast was over and you and I were out back and you're going, wise man. By the way, it's puff, puff, pass, not puff, 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 chase down the gummy, puff, 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 pass, right? And you go, wise man.
Oh, sound like you got a hemp for fitness order. Hold on, puff, puff, chase down the gummy.
You know Stephen A. Smith really sucks, right? And I go, I love Stephen A. The man calls me the GOAT. The man, Stephen A. Smith, is on the air saying, if there's one person in the universe that I, Stephen A. Smith, at $70 billion a year want to be, it's the wise man Paul Heyman. And you sit there and you go, these ESPN bastards give me the same money as him, or they can.
No, that's not true. None of that's true. With that being said, there was a lot of weed being smoked last night.
So,
okay, with all the drug testing and the bullshit that they talk about and put athletes through, what is going on with sports? I'm not even gonna lie, they got Lil Wayne up there. Somebody was like, Lil Wayne sounds like a leaf blower. And look, I got this video that I gotta show y'all. It's like Lil Wayne sound like a leaf blower. And not, it's two ways. Not like a leaf blower like that, like his voice. Like when you ask Lil Wayne a question, he starts sounding like a leaf blower. Oh, I gotta find the video. Me talking about it don't do no justice. But why are they openly talking about doing drugs on sports shows now? You know? Like the athletes that smoke, it was taboo. Like I know Michael Phelps mad as shit. I know all them dudes in the UFC. Them dudes in the UFC be smoking like shit. Masvidal and all them other dudes and I know they be smoking like crazy in the UFC. And then what's his name? Rob Van Dam. You know Rob Van Dam was high as hell. You know, there's a lot of wrestlers that smoke, you know, and that's what they do to, you know, from their muscles and stuff and working out and stuff like that. It, you know, calms your muscles down. You know? And it's good for fitness to a certain degree, you know? So make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com. What I'm trying to say is, why are they talking about it openly like that? Yeah, it's glamorized now. Like weed came out yesterday. Okay. And you would look like you bro, I ain't gonna lie, the pushback that weed heads got in sports was unprecedented. They make it seem like you were worse than a roid rage nigga. They made it seem like you were worse than a coke. Like, what? They threw you all the way under the bus for some tree. Look at the basketball girl that just came home. What was she stuck in China for some weed? Was that her name was Renner too? Jesus Christ.
The WrestleMania, a lot of its fans upset ticket pricing, didn't think it was.
Wasn't they just giving Carissa Shields some bullshit over some weed? Hey, man, we're going to have to take them championships back, man. Somebody found the J in your system, bitch. Somebody hanging around Papoose. Somebody found the J. Damn, so you mean to tell me she can't smoke one J? Running from Remy? Oh, it was Russia. Okay, I knew it was one of them places. Putin wasn't Putin up with that shit. Y'all see what I tried to do there? I know it's corny. I know. Putin up with it.
It was creatively done. There was a lot of conversation. It had good ratings, got it. But there was a lot of conversation about WrestleMania being off without Vince McMahon. The creative's not.
Please don't unsubscribe. I swear, I'll make it funnier next time. Toby be good, Joker. Toby, don't send Toby away.
Good, and the pricing has gone through the roof, and all of a sudden, Paul Heyman's on ESPN taking all the attention away from that and putting the WWE in a different conversation or switching the conversation to Shannon Sharpe. This is all fascinating and interesting to me that, like, what's ESPN going to do? What?
Yeah, Putin a whole hypocrite now. I bet you Putin smoking some weed now. He in the war room. And Trump put a little bit of pressure on that man.
This Pat McAfee riff with Stephen A. Smith and people that are aligned with Stephen A. Smith, such as Shannon Sharpe, that war just keeps spinning and spinning and spinning. And the entire thing, what we just saw there in terms of Paul Heyman talking about Pat McAfee and getting high and all of this, it's unbelievable for me that these sinners, and I saw the movie Sinners last night, and I'll probably talk about it with Shamika on the.
They said the movie Sinners was good. They said there's going to be a part 2 of it, definitely. So I've heard.
Harmony Channel after today's show on the different Harmony Channel, and I'll bring that up at the end of the show. But
stop using ChatGPT like everyone else and do this instead. Mercy. To the men over 50 who don't know how to use AI.
These sinners, from Pat McAfee to Shannon Sharpe, and again, I'm not sure where I'm going to try to squeeze in a Kanye conversation today as well, because Kanye spun off the rails again and talked about, it's one of the most unbelievable, sexual molestation and his involvement in it. But it's like, what world have we created where you're more valuable as a personality and a entertainer and as an influencer? You're more respected the more controversy and the more sexual controversy and the more immoral, irresponsible you are. We've turned all of television into basically the real world. You remember The Real World on MTV, and maybe it's still going on. But that's when we started doing reality TV and placing flawed people, very flawed people, screwed up people in a house, and then pouring some gasoline in there and throwing a lit match into the house and just setting things on fire. And it feels like that's what's happened at ESPN. It feels like that's what's happened throughout all of TV. If you're not tatted up, sexually degenerate, profane, unnecessarily profane, there's no place for you in corporate media. There's no place for you with an elevated platform. You must be profane. You must be degenerate. You must promote sin to some degree in order to be, and so I just sit back and go, I think Shannon Sharpe, part of me thinks this controversy, this latest controversy, and no matter what Tony Busby does, no matter how many women come out and say anything about Shannon Sharpe, I actually think it's going to work for Shannon Sharpe. This is brand building. And I'm looking at Pat McAfee, brand build. And I'm looking at Kanye West, brand build. And we're living.
Well, we're living in a day where all attention is good attention. Crazy as it is, all attention is good attention. For real. No such thing as bad attention. Now, if you don't know how to flip it, that's another thing. That's the trade-off. You got to know how to flip it. You got to know how to parlay that attention into something or flip it into something. You know? Whew.
For someone like me, 57, I spent my entire life thinking like, hey, if I avoid some of these activities, if I avoid...
That's a great way to look at it, Jesus. No matter the brand, you'll always have fans. That's a bar for the car. Yeah, that's some real shit. That's some real shit. I mean, like I said, if everybody's doing the same thing, it becomes a lottery. You know what I'm saying? No, really, one redeeming factor really lets or makes people stand out. You know, and it's okay. I mean, look, we used to do extensive research or at least know what we're talking about, so we won't be in public or on air or anywhere, sounding stupid. But you got journalists and all kinds of people up here sounding stupid. Like, even being dumb will make you a millionaire. It's like, bro, put a camera on this foolishness ASAP. Put a camera on this foolishness ASAP. And watch the bucks come in. People want to see a train wreck. People want to see a train wreck, especially niggas. People want to see a train wreck because guess what? Sometimes they're a train wreck, and sometimes watching other people destroy themselves kind of makes them feel better about themselves, or not even. In a weird way, it's relatable. It's to the point that it's not even weird. It's like I get it. People want to see a train wreck. Do you have a train wreck that for me today? Can we? That's what people do. That's why Black YouTube failed. It's just nothing but goofy dudes running around. They just want to see a train wreck all day. That's why a lot of shit failed. We were talking about Charleston White. Shout outs to David Akasani. We were talking about the Nigerian dude that brought Charleston White to that neighborhood. And I'm like, shit, at this point, no one cares about racism. I even told y'all I want y'all to look around at this whole Metcalf situation and look at how people are fake and fake care about racism and all. Nobody care about no fucking racism. It's not racism no more. It's content. When I start seeing Gen Z kids turn their mother and their parents into content, I said, oh, this is the end of the world. Never in my life as a kid would I had thought of such a thing. Turn your parent into content. If you don't like your parent, you just turn them into content. You put a camera on them. But then again, it makes sense. Your parent up there jumping up and down in that TikTok video with you also. There's no ethics. There's no value. These people haven't experienced slavery, nigga. iPhones was around when you were born. The fuck are you talking about? You never had to use a razor. You don't even know what a razor is. Or a brick phone. They don't even know what a rotary phone is. You know one of them phones where you put your finger in the number and spin that shit around? A cordless phone? Talking about some slavery. In slavery. Like, what are you talking about? Before you fall in love with a sister, you gotta listen to some kumbaya story. Just to get her to fry you some eggs that you paid $6 for. Man, this shit is content. This shit is content at the end of the day, y'all.
Dirtying up my name. If I avoid embarrassing myself or embarrassing my family and getting caught up in some sort of controversy that puts me in a bad light, it's going to actually enhance my career and increase my opportunities. And now I've lived long enough to know it's just the opposite. And I'm baffled and disturbed and disconcerted and wondering, what world are we leaving young people? This is
What world?
So I just, there's a lot to talk about.
What young people? I can ask y'all a question today. Nobody can answer the question. At what age do kids stop being kids? What is a childhood? There's no such thing as a childhood anymore. By the time a kid turns 7 years old, they're not a kid no more. They're not even a kid before 7 years old. These kids playing Fortnite, Minecraft, Grand Theft Auto. You got 5-year-olds playing Grand Theft Auto.
About a lot to digest. I can't even say my thoughts on this are crystal clear. But holy cow, what a time to be alive. What a time to be a culture critic. And to, at some point today, either on this channel or it'll probably be on the Harmony channel, I'm going to talk about this movie, Sinners. I'm going to talk about the latest with Karmelo Anthony and his family moving on up like George Jefferson.
Yeah, that's
what world have we built
for them too, like the upper class family.
What is this? And am I just the old fart that has clearly existed in the corporate world past his expiration date, or just my ways just have no value in this current world? Is it the real, has it gone that evil and woke? Because I'm telling you, I was sitting at this movie last night. It's a Monday night. The theater is packed on a Monday night, and I'm watching this movie, Sinners. This is the Michael B. Jordan movie, with my mouth wide open, like, what am I watching? This is art? This is allowed? And I turn on sports TV, and I'm like, this is allowed? This is, Paul Heyman can go on a show and talk about getting high with Pat McAfee,
right?
And he can talk about and troll Shannon Sharpe over allegations of rape. This is where we're at. Again, there used to be a place for,
and not get called a pothead
for this. And I, where it was off on the fringes, it's now all mainstream.
A commercial,
and
like
I know
a commercial like that will trigger me. I just found out I got ADHD. Hey, listen, man. If you find out you got ADHD in certain things and stuff like that, just shit, go play Sudoku or some shit, nigga. Because first of all, you try to take some of this medication, you going shit. You might as well just kept the first thing. If you find out that you got ADHD and you want to deal with it safely, head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Because who knows what Paul Heyman was smoking? He probably was high as hell on that show, just giving up all the beans. You know? All the safety. Let's go.
Oh, that some of you get tired.
Shout outs to Jesus. Yeah, man. Y'all hit the like button, support the shows, Player Talk Radio. 6 hours and 27 minutes into the madness. We're gonna get to the Kanye West situation next, but I wonder what this Shannon Sharpe accuser looks like.
Of me like, hey man, old man, get off my line. Don't you understand? The porn era is here. Quit complaining about it. When I complained about like the Temu ads that I was getting fed and that everybody's getting fed, oh, that's a reflection of what you search, Whitlock. Quit complaining, blah, blah.
Nah.
I just, my mind is blown. My mind is blown about where we're at, where we're headed, and, you know, perhaps you guys get tired of hearing me talk about it, but I can't quit talking about it because it's blowing my mind. We'll bring in Steve Kim, further this discussion, but before I do that, I want to talk to you and save you guys some money and tell you about real estate agents I trust. Anytime in life that you have to make a big change, it's hard. This is
my man trying to sell you supplements and a house and all kinds of shit together.
It's changed all of that. I feel better. I move better. I think better. It's been a
He lying like shit. He be dozing off like shit while watching the people. Hold on, y'all. Who is this?
Shannon Sharpe crash and burn like a Bill Cosby or Harvey Weinstein or a Deshaun Watson. Steve, where is this headed?
I'm not sure about this, but Jason, when I read the story early last morning, I'm thinking, not good, not completely surprising. But Jason, when I heard the name Tony Busby attached, I was like, wait a minute, who's this guy? Tony Busby, that rings a bell. And then obviously I Googled it and then I said, geez, Busby, Deshaun Watson. Jason, isn't Busby really just a newer, maler version of Gloria Allred? I have to be honest about it. Once I heard that name, I started having my doubts. It does look Cosby. I think of the timing. Over the weekend, it was reported that Shannon's going to make a lot of money with this podcast. His deal is ending. He's going to sign a new deal. He's going to get generational wealth. Everything's looking good. And then this happened.
Yeah, she got his ass on the re-up. And Bill Cosby was wrong. They did him dirty and made him sit his old ass down. Bill Cosby was wrong. And listen, and don't let white people fool you. White people was the ones eating up all that Bill Cosby pudding. Don't let them fool you. They was the ones buying the shit out of that. They loved Bill Cosby's pudding. They did him dirty. They like the tapioca pudding, the Bill Cosby. I like tapioca too though. You know, and rice pudding. Rice pudding good as hell. But no, they were eating the hell out of Bill Cosby's pudding. I've never in my life, in all the cookouts and barbecues and functions that I've been to, seen black people eat Bill Cosby's pudding. I don't even think in the commercials they ate Bill Cosby's pudding. If we had pudding, that shit was from like a Lunchable or some what's that other one? It's that black and red label one. It wasn't Bill Cosby. We couldn't afford no damn Bill Cosby pudding. So they crossed them on that one. You know. You said, Kuda, did you see what Dr. Umar said about Shannon? He said he got stuff. Yeah, they did the same thing to Trump too. Yeah. Good observation. Yeah, they did the exact same thing to Trump. He survived it. You know, so they gotta circle back around. Umar said he got snow bunnies. So look, let me tell y'all something, because I was just about to say something about Umar. I'm glad you brought him up, D Nation. I was gonna say shit. Shannon, Umar, and a couple of other people, and maybe some good men from the sphere should go down there to the courts and raise hell about something. They'll take a consensual bathroom encounter and make it into a crime. Yeah. He exposed himself to me. Can't prove it. Can't prove it. You know? Talking about some boys and girls can be in the same bathroom. If you don't get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Because you know somebody could do that, right? They could say that you expose yourself to them in the bathroom and shit. Bad enough you a millionaire probably in there taking a dump. And then now you gotta, damn. You gotta deal with that shit. Oh, such and such done exposed himself to me in the bathroom. How you gonna prove that? And you'll be surprised. Your own audience will turn on you. This is gonna tarnish that new contract with Club Shay Shay shit. This is gonna tarnish that. But see, he lucky he owned a lot of his stuff, because see, a network would have canceled or got rid of the contract, because now he would have had to, they wouldn't want him to be the face of anything. So hopefully he owns a lot of stuff, because a lot of people are losing their podcasts now. Math Hoffa, when they found out that barbershop or that building that he was in, they got rid of that. They said nope. I guess somebody was subleasing it. They said, and they were saying that the owner didn't want him to do the podcast there. I think Tasha K lost the place the same way. A couple of people are just even losing. Adam 22. Look, No Jumper going down. God damn.
So yeah, it does feel a little Cosby-esque to me.
Okay, it feels Cosby-esque, but Cosby went to jail.
Yeah, that's true.
It feels,
that's true. Good point.
It feels Deshaun Watson-esque, but Deshaun Watson's career has been destroyed in the aftermath of it. And maybe, and people aren't ready for this, but it's just like, it feels Harvey Weinstein-esque, but Harvey Weinstein's in jail, because it's just like, Harvey Weinstein, the woman that I think either in New York or LA, he had a long-term relationship with her, but they still convicted him of rape, and they didn't have very much evidence at all.
And y'all, man, it's not even worth it. This is why they're trying to get y'all to sleep with dolls and transformers and shit, and robosexuals and shit. They're really trying to push this shit in the future, because listen, if a woman even mutters under her breath, no, you can't fuck around with them fuck arounds, man. If she even just said, I whispered under my breath, no, and he didn't stop, that's your ass. And listen, a lot of y'all are y'all gotta definitely support and definitely y'all gotta definitely support and take heed to brothers like myself that will sit up here and I know I'm joking in certain instances, but I'm being dead serious. Brothers that will at least talk to y'all about this type of shit. Because I'm gonna tell y'all some real shit. The future that we going in is crazy because anytime somebody even just thinks for 2 seconds to even care about you, what you're saying, or what you got going on, it's too late. You got mothers out here raising little boys and quote unquote sons and shit like that, and they're not even briefing their kids on shit like this. And the only time women give a damn about shit like this is when their son is going through it. You become a Carmelo Anthony or another young boy that's going through it. And even then it's too late. Little bullshit ass sex. What type of sex is worth 50 million? My bad, I said bathroom. They'll take a consensual bedroom and my bad, War Master. God damn. I'm seeing cross-eyed looking at this damn screen. They will take a consensual bedroom encounter and make it into a crime. Absolutely. I'm not gonna lie. You gotta record people. You gotta record people. Like, y'all niggas need to start walking around with body cams like cops and shit. Y'all niggas need to start walking around with GoPros and shit. I've been saying this for years. Like, you gotta record people. 360 camera that bitch. You gotta record people. You just gotta have tape recorders in your house going just for no reason. You gotta go back to that. That's a woman's kryptonite, being recorded. And I'm not even gonna lie, even if you record them, your chances of making it out is still slim. Because they'll have a recording, they'll have the woman saying she's gonna do what she's doing right now, and they still get off. Oh, I'm gonna ruin your life and say you did something to me. There's dudes that have that recorded and they threw it out and act like that bitch didn't say a damn thing. For real. You know? People will still act dumb and they have a whole recording. Amber Heard will say, hey man, I'm about to take a big ass deuce. I'm about to drop the deuce in this man's bed. And people will still go to court like, did she do it? Oh my God. So, miraculously, somehow a big steamy deuce is in this man's bed. And people playing dumb. If you have a ball of shit in your bed, you could tell if that's female shit or male shit. I can't believe I'm saying this, bro. Women, I don't know. I think, you know, when women shit versus a man shit, like a woman shit is like a chihuahua or like a medium-sized dog. It's like a medium-sized dog. And listen, niggas got cell phones and stuff like that. You mean to tell me Johnny Depp didn't record that shit? Like, look what this bitch did. Like, he didn't take a picture? Nobody would believe him. I mean, Your Honor, that does sound a little far-fetched. What man would shit in his own bed? You got her on recording, say, yo, I'm going to haul off and take a deuce in your bed and all kinds of stuff. Then the deuce show up. Now all of a sudden he's lying. So, I mean, don't even look at the cameras and all of that stuff as straight up proof, even though it's straight up proof. Because they're going to say, oh, it's been altered, it's been doctored, that's AI, Your Honor. That's what's going to even make shit even more worse in the future now, AI. AI. It's just an extra added layer of security. That's all I'm telling y'all, fellas. It's just an extra added layer of security. Okay? Your Honor, that was a nutty buddy that that was left in the victim's bed. And she didn't. She would never do that, Your Honor. You know. Yo, what if Johnny Depp didn't wanna record it or tell us because he accidentally laid in it? You know, cause he be drunk and shit. So he probably had a back full of shit. And that nigga probably sat in that joint and shit like, dog, I never did this down to somebody, man. What? He probably laid in it. She probably got him good too. Like she put it like not even she put it like deep in the covers and shit. So like when you pull the covers back, you don't see it, but you probably smell it a little bit. And then he dived in his bed, and then splat sound. Oh, this is disgusting, man. Scat party, man.
I'm not sure if that's going to happen here with Shannon Sharpe, but the thing when I see Tony Busby's name, what I think
2 girls, 1 cup
is he's fishing for more complaints, and someone's going to answer that call.
You're right about that. And Busby had a roster. I mean, that thing was deep, right, in terms of the complaints against Deshaun Watson. But, Jason, this is the ironic thing about the Me Too movement. Back when it started, whenever it did, it was about protecting females, supposedly. It was about men acting right. As we fast forward...
The Me Too movement wasn't about protecting females at all. It was a money grab. It was a money grab. Who would have known you can make more money by being the middleman? It was a money grab. The government was in on it. The third party was in on it, and the victims were in on it. It's a money grab. And y'all need to start putting an N at the end of that me. Men too. Men too. Me too, men 3. Men worse. Like, for example, the biggest criminals are the people that enforce the law. Meaning that if a cop breaks the same law, it's even worse because he enforces it and he has training and he took an oath and he's in a fraternity. And he knows better. So police break the biggest laws, to tell you the truth, even by their own rules. Right? But when you have somebody lying on somebody and victimizing somebody, they don't even go back and go lock the bitch up. They lied. She broke a way bigger law. I'm surprised with this swatting thing. Y'all know with the rapper Young Scooter. I'm surprised that they even locked that bitch up. She probably out, and you never know. I'm surprised they even followed up and locked her up. What are you gonna charge her with? Women get charged for murder and do like 5 years. But Karmelo Anthony, a 17-year-old kid, his life is done. Jadunsky. What the hell? What the helly? His life is done. A bitch could kill 2 niggas and rob a bank and shit like that and get out in 10 years. Then they try to throw a little clause in, or she gonna be on house arrest. Try to act like they serve some type of justice. Yep, it's the world we live in, y'all. It's the world we live in.
Forward to 2024 and 25, in my view, there's a healthy bit of cynicism over the whole movement, over how insidious it might really be, and it is about taking down men with power and controlling them in certain ways. My view is very simple as it relates to Sharpe. He deserves his day in court. This is why we have a system, as Don King would say, of Jewish prudence, and we got to let him come out with his own facts. Now, I'll be honest with you, Jason. I'm all for someone denying the allegations. The way they did it yesterday, Shannon, I'm like, okay, I think there's a fine line between sticking up for yourself and making a mockery of your own case. I mean, they gave up the whole playbook here. I don't know if that helps them either, releasing all that information with the graphic detail. But again, he deserves his due process.
It is. The system itself is sexist and biased towards men. Absolutely. You said, imagine if the roles were flipped in so many. This is why, but even the guy goes to jail. Like, a guy will coerce a woman to set a man up, and the woman will get off, and the guy will go to jail for murder for hire. Literally, that's literally what happens. The girl will get probation and get off, and the man will go to jail. And she'll know what's going on. Fulio, anybody? Fulio?
In this whole situation.
All you gotta do is go to jail pregnant.
Bottom line.
Want to see my V? And by V, I mean this V. See, as a woman, if I'm talking...
Yeah, y'all not gonna let the older wing women live. War Master said, man, what the fuck? Y'all not about to let the older wing women live. But I'm telling you, the older ones will get, well, both the young and the older ones, but the older ones will get you to, yeah, you know. We'll be a little bit more cooperative. Let's go.
ESPN. Do you have him on air today the way as if nothing has happened? And the reason I say that, let's say this woman is bogus, but there is a pattern of allegations against Shannon Sharpe involving women. There is a pattern of, hey, Shannon and the leaked tape of him having sex with a woman. And that was just an accident. He just happened to drop his phone or whatever that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, that was another thing that I forgot all about that. Yeah, they did leak a tape of Shannon. I wonder if that was the same woman. Hilarious.
That was. Now we have this. How many different does ESPN say, hey, this is a good thing, Shannon's in the news and more people are going to watch? He's got more street credibility now. What are the ESPN executives saying? If we sit him down, can he sue us? Maybe they think he doesn't need us. He's about to get a $100 million contract. Maybe we'll piss him off and he'll leave. What's ESPN thinking?
They may be afraid of the blowback. I mean, think about it. If you bench or suspend Sharpe, then it becomes, oh, here they go. They're going after the man's coming after our guy again. And they're going to start to play a game of whataboutism. So, Jason, are you saying that the sex tape is basically the Tower 7 of all sex tapes? That's the conspiracy? we should no longer believe the story.
Yes.
There's a story behind the story. That sex tape didn't just reveal itself. Right, I get what you're saying there. But the problem is, I don't think ESPN, this is what I think the problem is. ESPN has a different set of rules for different set of people, and some of it is based on stature, how much money you make, and also, let's be honest, what race you are. And so if you put all of those things together and you start doing your algorithm of like, what's going to be the public outrage if we even dare suspend Shannon Sharpe for one day, I believe they're going to go on as business as usual.
Look, I don't think you have to suspend Shannon Sharpe as much as you say, hey, he's got some allegations going on. We're going to give him the rest of this week to try to regroup and address that and bring it back. This isn't a suspension. It's just like, hey, we want sports fans tuning in and listening to our conversation and thinking about sports, not these text messages, not the latest sexual allegations. And I'm sure when he signed a contract with ESPN, it's very expensive, but I just don't think they can be surprised that Shannon Sharpe has another sexual controversy going on. He's gay, here's a sex tape he's released, now here's allegations of rape, now hey, here's the text messages that this woman was sending him that are really, really sexually explicit. I just, if this were Skip Bayless, and because I think you're 1,000% right about if the guy was white,
he gone.
If the guy was white, he's in a. Dan Orlovsky can't survive this, and Dan Orlovsky's a bad example. He's married, but I don't know what white personality at ESPN that could survive this.
The only tapes involving Dan Orlovsky, I think, probably show cover 2, cover 3, and 0 coverage. I don't think the explicit stuff would really apply to him. But Jason, here's the issue. And again, I am not trying to make light of the allegations, but we would be setting, or they would be setting, a slippery slope, in my opinion, if allegations could get you sidelined. Okay? And I am not disputing the track record of Shannon Sharpe, which you know well about. You've detailed them. The other thing is, Shannon Sharpe, this whole thing may bring him buzz. Keep this in mind still. ESPN is still in the programming and ratings business. If this does not hurt their business, but instead enhances their ratings, I mean, what really is the impetus at this point to pull Shannon Sharpe in lieu of another allegation not coming to light?
Steve, I want to pivot to Paul Heyman and Pat McAfee. But before I do, I want to inform the audience, tell the audience about a great new sponsor and opportunity for them. CBD.
We're gonna get him for fitness on look, hold on, y'all. Look, he's promoting CBD now. Hold on, see? We gotta get him for fitness on Jason Whitlock's show, man. Shout outs to LT man. Let me see if I can make something happen. Look.
CB Distillery. If you're tossing and turning all night and feeling edgy during the day, let me tell you about CBD from CB Distillery.
Man,
millions are turning.
Don't go to CBD Distillery. See, I know what the fuck I'm talking about, man. If you don't take your asses, this is a good segue. Take your asses to hempforfitness.com. Hold on, let me put it in the chat. Y'all keep hearing me say it. Y'all take your asses to hempforfitness.com. Cause guess what? I bet you you get a better deal at Hemp for Fitness than whatever he talking about. And their prices don't jump. You mentioned Kuda, you get 2 free gifts. Lord have mercy. Why can't I post links? This hold on. Oh, I know how to fix this. Hold on, y'all. Okay, I got a party trick for YouTube also. Hold on, y'all. Y'all playing games. Yeah, Jason's he probably high as hell. Yeah, Jason like a dragon. Jason like a dragon. Yeah, Jason look like a damn dragon. Alright, look, I'm gonna pin this to the top. Y'all make sure you guys head to hempforfitness.com. Look, it's right after 420. Jason about to talk shit about Paul Heyman being high as hell. We're talking about Tree. And guess what? He about to talk about Tree right now. Look, listen. We're going to do a comparison, y'all. Let's listen to Jason's commercial. And let's see if you're going to get a better deal. How much you want to bet Hemp for Fitness is giving you a way better deal than what Jason is promoting. Take a listen to this. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. He can barely even read the teleprompter.
Turning to their CBD for relief because it works. If you're not sleeping at night, I'm telling you, this thing could be the cure. In fact, over 90% of customers report better sleep with CBD. And it's not just sleep. CB Distillery offers targeted formulations for just about everything: sleep, stress, mood, focus, pain, after exercise. They even have CBD for.
Now, this is the thing about CBD and THC and smoking weed before you sleep. First of all, weed should help you go to sleep. Don't smoke and then knock yourself out. Even though it happens, sometimes you gotta take a little weed nap, a little tree nap. That happens. But I'm gonna tell you what you do. Weed is like the calm down. Your routine, which you can smoke in that routine. It's the calm down before you sleep. Within that first hour or a half an hour and stuff like that. Because honestly, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. That hour before you go to sleep and that first hour when you wake up, those 2 hours are crucial. You want to sleep, not passed out. Okay? You want to sleep, not pass out. You don't want to pass out. Because if you pass out, you might as well have not go to sleep. You're going to wake up exhausted. Okay? So you want to sleep and you do not want to pass out. You also, too, want to, at least try to dream. So you want to at least try to make it to the REM stage of sleep. REM is an acronym for rapid eye movement. Okay? So you at least want to, you want to at least make sure you have a routine before you go to sleep, okay? Smoke something, get some coffee or something. Not no coffee. Some tea or something, and yeah, and I ain't gonna lie, when you wake up, like, you can smoke half. If you smoking a vape or a J or whatever, smoke a little half, and then, calm down, read something, fall asleep, and then when you wake up, you do the same thing. You get some tea, smoke the rest of the vape or whatever you were smoking, and then go on about your day. Perfect. Post and pre. Shout outs to Jesus. Jesus said, Kuda, I'm Canadian, and notice I don't got Cash App in my region for some reason. Any other way I can help support you? I appreciate you. I have a PayPal. I do have a PayPal, and I also have a coffee store. I have a coffee store that I need to fix because I'm about to be putting some exclusive content over there. I think on my Rumble store, not Rumble, but on Rumble and over here on my coffee store. I'll put that in the chat. I appreciate you, man. I think I'm gonna put the wrestling content over there because I got the who saw I was about to say the Super Bowl. Who saw WrestleMania? I got the footage of Jade Cargill, and let me tell y'all something. Jade Cargill is fun. Bianca Belair. I said Jade Cargill. Bianca Belair is funny. She be what do Bianca Belair be doing? She be laughing. She be laughing during wrestling and stuff like that. She can't help but laugh. Like when she fought Io Sky at WrestleMania and Rhea Ripley, Rhea was on like the side apron and she did like some type of front flip and like Rhea's whole butt cheek landed into the side of Bianca Belair's face and like she was just on the ground laughing. It's like women they can't even sell it. They can't even sell it. It's like 3 different personalities. And then somebody was like, "Oh my God, I love this." What did somebody say? They were like, "Oh my God, I love this wrestling match." They said, did they call her? They said, hold on, what did they say? Hold on, somebody gonna comment, "I love this wrestling match." Hold on. Somebody called Rhea Ripley Marilyn Manson. They said the whole wrestle, because it was a triple threat match for the women's championship. They called Rhea Ripley Marilyn Manson. They called Io Sky Yoko Uno, and they called Bianca Belair Michelle Obama. It was like Marilyn Manson versus Yoko Uno versus Michelle Obama. One of my favorite matches, which is hilarious. It was hilarious. You know? Oh, man. Leah Ripley. Leah Ripley. You know? Because, you know, what you call it, EO is Japanese. But I'm surprised they let her keep her title. They let her keep the title. You know? But anyway, man, let's check this out, okay? All right, he's telling you to use CBD to go to sleep, which that might be okay. I mean, you get, you know, you massage it, you know, onto your skin or however you're going to take it. Yeah, you might could catch a nice little nap and stuff like that. But yeah, what you want to do, though, if you're doing it right, and some people, if they smoke, they don't get to REM sleep, okay? REM sleep is rapid eye movement. That's the stage of sleep where you have dreams, okay? So you wanna make it to REM sleep. That's the goal. You want to make it to REM sleep, because if you didn't make it to REM sleep, then you know you didn't get a good night's rest. Hold on. All right, try this one more time. Shout outs to everybody here. Thank you everybody for hitting the like button and supporting the show. Let's get it.
For pets, and it's all made with the highest quality, clean ingredients, no fillers, just premium CBD. After a long night, I love taking the sleep gummies from CB Distillery. They help me feel fully rested and ready for the day ahead. And with more than 2 million satisfied customers and 100% money back
Jason lying like shit. He on them gummies right now. Look, he high as hell looking at the screen. Look.
guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. If you're struggling with sleep, stress, or other health concerns and haven't found relief, make the change like millions are to CBD from CB Distillery. And for a limited time, you can save 25% off your entire purchase. Visit CB Distillery, use the promo code FEARLESS. That's cbdistillery.com, promo code FEARLESS, cbdistillery.com. Specific product availability depends on individual state regulations. Luke?
All right. So think about that. Okay, and then now YouTube hit me with another commercial. Hold on.
You ready to boost your digital marketing and online sales? Here's how you can leverage the power of the people also
who works here with.
Now listen, if you go to hempforfitness.com, he said you get 25% off. Well, guess what? You don't need 25% off at hempforfitness.com because they just did a BOGO deal. But listen, y'all are a little bit too late. You know, don't be an April Fool. Listen to what I'm telling you. 25% off versus 10% off and 2 free gifts plus your order. And then also, too, you get customer service on demand. Every time Player Talk Radio is live, there's a chance that a wild LT man will show up. And you can speak to him about your order, anything else, any questions that you have. And guess what? I've seen him double. He's like, hey, look, I'll double it. You know? He will show you everything. There is no filters or fillers or none of that stuff. I'm not gonna lie, them treats that Jason was showing look, not to hate on you, Jason, but them treats look a little dry. Them treats look a little dry. But if y'all click that link right there in the chat and head over to hempforfitness.com, you can just scroll down. It's not complicated. You can see what you like, see what you want. The prices stay the same. You don't have to worry about fentanyl this damn summer, because best believe it's out there. And it's coming for you, nigga. It's out there. You know? And then also, too, this shit ain't really, unless you want the CBD or whatever, how you using it, it's not even really meant to put you to sleep. It's meant for you to regulate your eating. You can go to the gym. You ain't going to fall asleep with no damn dumbbells in your hand. You know what I'm saying? You know, regulate your eating. You get your gains. You too can become Bobby Lashley overnight. So head to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com. They got vape cartridges. Listen, even the dog, they don't even leave the dog out. You know, if you got a horse, they got something for you too. You know, I know some of y'all, y'all don't want to buy a Tesla. You tired of gas cars too. Gas is high, rent is high. You might start taking a horse to work. Gotcha. We got you covered. We got you covered. I bet you Jason won't give you something to help you and your horse out. So hey, listen. Let me stop playing, man. But no, for real, they got some shit for the horses too. So head over to hempforfitness.com, you know? You, your horse, and the dog can be chilling. Okay? And it's safe too. You know, it's safe. Because that's what you need to be this summer. Safe. Inside the house, healthy and safe. Okay?
With us, I know you struggle with sleep from time to time, and I definitely want to get you to try this CB distillery, the CBD. I think it will have amazing impact on you. It's something I'm in roll call time, and I'm really overworked, really stressed. Again, I'm struggling with sleep. That's why I was at the movie theater last night until 12:30 in the morning, because I went to go see a movie at 10 p.m. at night. We're all going, me, Luke, we're going to try this, and I feel very confident that we're going to see results because a lot of people have, and I've used this product previously, and it has helped. My mother's used this product previously. It helped her sleep. Want you all to use, go to cbdistillery.com, use the promo code FEARLESS, 25% off. Steve, I want to go back to Pat McAfee and Paul Heyman. I think we have a different clip.
Now let me warn y'all now, for y'all that don't know, because unfortunately some people don't know. When you eat and digest, CBD or weed, you're gonna get a full dose. Okay? So don't eat a whole bag of gummies and be like, man, these edibles ain't shit. And then come back on Player Talk Radio and be like, man, Kuda, I took them edibles 15 minutes ago and I don't feel a damn thing. Look. Because in about another half an hour, you're going to be a completely different person. So, smoking and eating is two different things. Okay? When you smoke, you could pace it a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But you're wasting flour. Okay? You're wasting flour if you smoke. Because when you're not smoking, guess what's still burning? Flour. But when you eat it, you get your bang for your buck. All right? Let's get it.
We played the other one backwards, but here's Paul Heyman talking about CM Punk.
And you get your health for your wealth.
Punk and Shannon Sharpe. Let's play that clip.
See, CM Punk does as much good to my reputation as Shannon Sharpe does to ESPN.
Oh, no, jeez.
And they're going in on CM Punk because, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not a CM Punk. We're raving it. I'm not a CM Punk fan. But CM Punk tried to go to the UFC for a while. He tried to do what Brock Lesnar did and like literally just got pummeled. You know what I'm saying? It's completely different from wrestling, Man, LT, man, I just did it, man. You got to rewind this back for like the last 10 minutes. I just did a whole advertisement campaign for for him for fitness. So Jason Whitlock, he tried to promote his CBD thing, and I'm like, man, listen. I tried to tell them that you're gonna get a better deal at Hemp for Fitness. You said at the motorcycle shop. Let's see if I pick one up. Uh-oh. Be careful now. Be careful now. One man can't have too much toys, LT man. But no, look, I just did a whole. I just gave them the game. I was like, man, listen. Shout outs to Jason Whitlock, but Hemp for Fitness. That's why it's in the chat. Scroll up real quick. You see right there. They finally let me post the link. Hemp for Fitness is giving y'all a better deal. Hemp for Fitness is giving y'all a way better deal than what you call it, than whatever Jason Whitlock is promoting, and them treats look dry as hell. You know, Hemp for Fitness is giving y'all a way better deal. Okay, you can say in one instance you get 25% off, but what are the prices of those products over on Jason Whitlock's CBD and CBD guy, you know, and then they don't have no tincture. Yeah, Slingshot. They don't have a tincture. They don't have half the stuff. Even on Hemp for Fitness, y'all. Y'all know how you got the deodorant and stuff like that? They got hemp deodorant there. If you go look on the deodorant that you're using right now, 9 times out of 10, I guarantee you it's gonna say aluminum. Okay? It's gonna say aluminum. You go to hempforfitness.com, that deodorant not going to have aluminum in it. And it's a roll-on. Okay? Yeah. Manufacturing company, not a corner store. Right. And like I said, you know, it's quality products, y'all. You know? So that's why I keep telling y'all. Head to hempforfitness.com. You know? Once you head over there and see what they got, you'll, you know, I'm not telling y'all what to buy now. I told y'all what I would buy. But listen, you know, you head over to hempforfitness.com and take a look at their selection. You know, take a good look at their selection. And like I said, their prices don't go up. They don't fluctuate. Yeah, you might get 25% off with Jason Whitlock, but guess what? That shit probably expensive anyway. Absolutely. You got a whole research center. Like I'm telling you, I'm trying to tell them. I've seen the promised land. I'm trying to tell them. You know, just head over to hempforfitness.com, y'all, and just take a look at their selection, because 25% off some expensive CBD gummies is you know, ridiculous. You know, the price doesn't always dictate the quality. You know, price doesn't always dictate the quality. Okay? Also, too, you get 2 free gifts if you mention DJ Kuda, and you also get 10% off using code T-Tube10. Then if you're interested, you have LT Man right here in the chat. Okay? He'll let you know. And if you talk to him too, because like I said, I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it. If you speak to him too, he will be like, hey, what's your name? Okay, well, you make an order something extra and I'll take half off, or buy one get one free. So you're not just talking to a regular you know, worker there. You're talking to the man. Okay? Oh shit, where the hell did the coffee bot come from? When the hell did this happen? Now all of a sudden I post my link. Now coffee bot wants to show up. You see this shit? Oh shit, okay, I was about to say, where the hell did coffee bot come from? Shout outs to Ghetto Jesus. Thank you, bro, for supporting Player Talk Radio. Man, I was about to say, where the hell did coffee come from? Listen, I be trying to program these bots, y'all. I got like 3 bots that run amok in my chat. Streambot runs amok. What you call it? What's the other one? The Streamlabs one run amok. All right, all right. The coffee store works, man. Shout outs to Jesus, man. I appreciate that, man. But listen, guys. Like I said, it's after 420. You can smoke now, probably. All right. All right. And if anything, don't smoke. You don't need to smell like it. Go get you some gummies. Let me tell y'all what I would load up on. Okay. Y'all lucky I'm not in the States. I will load up on the green ones, the green rings, the peach rings, and the gummy bears. You know what I'm saying? Just don't leave that shit in your work fridge. Cause whoever's stealing from the work fridge is gonna be high as hell. Alright? So you know, or honestly, I ain't gonna lie, if y'all wanna find out who up there stealing people lunch and food and shit like that, you know, go ahead. You know, run a shit test. Leave that shit in the work fridge. Just don't let them know it's you. So when you walking around and talking to some of your coworkers and their eyes red as hell, you know, you gonna know who did it. You know, yeah, the gummies are the best. You know, of course, yeah, the gummies are way better than smoking. The gummies are the best. You know, nobody wants to walk around smelling like dank all day. You know, only potheads are impressed by smelling like dank. You know. He said, "What kind of cologne you on?" Joe is like, "My aftershave." Shout outs to Devin the dude. All right, let's get into this. All right, you know, and it's right for this conversation. So Paul Heyman is up here acting like weed came out yesterday and snitching on everybody. Let's see what he got to say.
Oh boy! All right, see, all right. We don't need that. A lot going on.
Don't ooh me. I'm not the one getting sued.
Whoa, okay, all right. Whoa.
Give me 7 minutes a day in the chair and I'll help you lose that beer belly. We start on March 24th. Here's the personalized plan.
Shout outs to LT, man. He said we also have water soluble THC and oil soluble THC. See? So if you guys want to vape indoors, it's all yours.
Is Pat McAfee in on that, or is he truly taken aback by Paul Heyman there?
That's a great question. I don't know what the relationship is between McAfee and Sharpe. Now, if it was Stephen A. Smith, I would say, yeah, that's a work, as they say in the professional wrestling world. But look, that's the beauty of the McAfee show, whether you're a fan or not. They are the renegades. They play by a different set of rules, and he seems to have a certain type of freedom or license that no other show has. I mean, look, they might get a reprimand, but at the end of the day, there could be some higher up saying, hey, you really shouldn't have done that. And McAfee could say, all right, I'm sorry it happened. But here's the reality. He could also say, well, what are you going to do? Throw me off? I'm here. You're stuck with me. This is what you signed up for.
Is Shannon Sharpe bothered? Because the thing you're missing is I think McAfee's at war with Stephen A. Smith and everyone aligned with Stephen A. Smith, and that would include Shannon Sharpe. You know, obviously Sharpe has bigger problems than what gets said on the McAfee show, but, you know, McAfee, if I'm an ESPN executive, it's like, hey, you're doing me no favors, Pat. You know, Shannon's caused us a little controversy here. We're having difficulty dealing with him. This is the outgrowth of the racial politics that has captured a lot of legacy in corporate media, is because if you say something to Shannon, Shannon's going to say, well, you got that white guy on his show taking pot shots at me, not being how many of these pot shots we got to take from Pat McAfee? Shannon will play the race card. And I mean, ESPN is just a...
I mean, I've never known ESPN to promote weed smoking. They put all kinds of athletes through hell for weed smoking. Now, the UFC, yeah, they've changed over the years. And the WWE, what? Even though, you know, Rob Van Dam, there's a lot of people that smoke. But ESPN, when they were just getting on Sha'Carri Richardson, and they were just getting on Carissa Shields. Ooh, I think I'm naming too much black people, y'all. They were just getting on Sha'Carri. They were just getting on Carissa Shields. Crazy. Craziness. The craziness, the craziness, the craziness, the craziness, the craziness. Shout outs to Ghetto Jesus dropping the huge 17 on the Cash App. Not the Cash App, the PayPal. Thank you so much for hitting the coffee store and supporting the show. Yeah, man, we done did a marathon on today's show. Full shift, 7 hours and 23 minutes, and we're still going. And look, on the last hour, we're going to get into Kanye. What's going on with Kanye? Okay. But yeah, I don't get it, man. I mean, sports is changing. You know, we got weed athletes. I mean, we've always had weed athletes. Michael Phelps. You know, I mean, if you a champion, I think shit, this deserves a J. You know what's funny? I had a friend that stopped smoking, right? And he wanted to celebrate. He's like, I stopped smoking, man. He's like, we want to celebrate. And it's like, damn, man, you should probably smoke something. You should. I was like, shit. It's like, man, you know what? I stopped drinking for 10 years. Dang, we should celebrate. What do you want to do? Let's get some beers. Oh, fuck. Hey, nigga, what do you do after you stop something for a long time? Like, eat a salad or something? Nah, you gotta get some steak. You gotta smoke a cigar. You can't go wrong with a cigar, you know? You can't go wrong with a cigar, you know? That's what I did. I stopped smoking, and I love cigars. Cigars are better. Cigars are the best. You can't go wrong with a cigar, you know? Because you don't smoke. The smoke doesn't touch your lungs. It does touch your mouth. But, you know, once you find a cigar that you like, you can smoke a cigar, you know? The best thing to do, though, get an edible, and then go sit down and go smoke a cigar. Oh, that's the best. You can't beat that. And maybe have a beer. You can't beat that. You can't beat that. That's the ultimate chill right there. You know. But no, man. Make sure, you know, all jokes aside, make sure you guys head over to Hemp for Fitness. Smoke responsibly. Do whatever you're doing responsibly. You know, don't go to work like that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Don't go to work like that. You know. Don't be up in them people face high as hell. You know. But sports, you know, these are athletes. These are people that for years had to hold up a level of professionalism, can't break the rules. And also with sports, because this is the part that people leave out. Sports, they're supposed to display a level of genetics. That's the other thing. Like a level of genetics is on display. You see what I'm saying? Like a level of genetics is on display. That's why, and I know some of y'all don't like him, Floyd Mayweather was telling Manny Pacquiao, hey, no, fight me straight up. Like, don't, like, flush your system, get all that shit out your system, and just fight me straight up. Just genetics on genetics. You know, just a straight level of, you know, just straight up genetics. You know? But honestly, I'm going to tell you, some of the greatest athletes have not even been discovered. A lot of athletes have been discovered. But if you look at the world and how much people are in the world, a lot of there's like a parallel if not even way more. NBAs and NFLs and stuff like that, full of people that are regular people that are genetic specimens and freaks. Only thing separating them from a lot of other people is dharma. If it was in the cards for you to play baseball and you pursued it, cool. But if you want to stock the shelf at Walmart and argue with your baby mama for the rest of your life, that's cool also. Because most people hear about karma, they don't know about dharma. Dharma is your life path. If you should be singing or in somebody's studio, cool. If you decide to, you know what I'm saying, be a plumber, well, hopefully you sing to your clients. Jesus said professionalism, but it seems that marijuana is becoming more socially accepted and less restricted. There are so many benefits to Mary Jane. Yeah, but see, that's that shit that Kamala, I put it in the same thing that, like, it is accepted now. It's been accepted, I somewhat didn't want it legalized in the beginning, and I'm still kind of sketchy of it. You know what I'm saying? Because when they legalized it in D.C., it was just weird. It was just fucking weird. And then you couldn't really pay for it outright. You had to buy a ticket, and then, then you pay for it with the ticket. I went to the weed museum, and it was interesting, but it was weird at the same time, too. Then when I got to Thailand, I had about, 2 months and a half before they legalized it out here, and then that shit got weird. I'm like, God damn, it's DC all over again. Well, it wasn't legalized. It was, and I'm using air quotes, y'all, decriminalized. You know what I'm saying? So it got interesting, And honestly, Thailand is the new hub. Like, I'm telling you, Thailand is the new Cali right now. Like real talk. I'm giving y'all some real game. Thailand is the new Cali. Like the climate out here, the type of weed that they're growing out here is ridiculous. On top of that, you got kratom. You got a bunch of other different things that are supplements and stuff like that. Like I said, some of y'all just gotta travel, because all of this stuff, by the time the West gets its hands on it and stuff, is gimmicky. It's gimmicky. And then they start putting other stuff in it. They sell it as a supplement instead of what it is. And then you got to do your research on the supplement. Okay, yes, I know what it is, but what else is added into it, So that's why I send you guys to reputable places that took all of that, done the work, done the foot research and stuff like that. That it's reputable and stuff like that. So that's why, like I said, you'll see me promoting hemp for fitness, and and just like y'all go get some good fruit. I got a video of these girls breaking down soursop. I try to put people on to soursop. Soursop is really good for you. Y'all go get yourself or get your hands on some soursop juice. Like, soursop is really good for you. And then they got something else out here, but it stinks, but it's good for you. Got 93 minerals that the body needs. It's called durian, and it's a spiky fruit. They don't allow you on a plane with it. They don't even allow you to have it in hotel rooms and stuff like that, and stuff because it smells. And they say if your spouse don't like it, the trick is to get them to eat it too. Just some healthy stuff. Or jackfruit. Durian, soursop, and jackfruit, they all look alike too, mind you. Okay? But yeah, you gotta eat better, eat good. I think every 2 to 3 years, you should detox and stuff, because you eat McDonald's, you eat junk food, Peruvian, I love Peruvian chicken and all kinds of just different foods and stuff, and your body doesn't get to clean all of that stuff out all the time. Absolutely, yes. Yeah, yeah, Jesus, yeah. Look, Kush, Jesus said, Kush originally came from Kush Mountains in Afghanistan. Then growers started growing their own out west and changed the dynamics. Now look at weed. Yeah, like all of it's loud. Like you know for sure you're gonna get high nowadays. All of it is loud. It's like god damn. I don't know if y'all remember who was yeah, I fast every once in a while. What you call it? Involuntarily. Sometimes I be working, I be like, damn, I didn't really eat today. Let me go get some food. But no, I went fruitarian. I did vegan for a little bit, but I went fruitarian, and I did pescatarian. I'm thinking about going back pescatarian, but I ain't gonna lie, that nigga been eating, tearing up some chicken lately. But no, speaking of Afghanistan and Kush, y'all used to listen to 3 6 Mafia back in the day. Y'all remember that song? Who got that hydro? Who got that light green? Who got that Bobby Brown? Who got Bin Laden weed? That's my song right there, Bin Laden weed. I might play that shit on the outro, y'all. We gonna wrap it up soon. You said 16-hour daily fasts are great for your body and mind. Yeah. 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 I was thinking about going on a smoothie diet, you know, just getting back on the fruits and just going on a smoothie diet. But y'all gotta y'all gotta y'all gotta be careful though when y'all are taking supplements and dieting and fasting and stuff though, because you don't want to confuse your body, you know. You definitely don't want to confuse your body, and honestly, if you're gonna take one source out like iron, you got to replace it with something. Or you can do multivitamin. Multivitamin is good, but you got to find a good one that and that works well with your body and your immune system and stuff like that, because you don't want to trick your body. But I think the best time to fast is late spring, early summertime. Late spring, early summertime is like the best time to fast. And the reason why I say that is because the weather's changing a little bit. Definitely you don't want to get sick, but come summertime, you can substitute a lot of stuff with water, alkaline water. You know what I'm saying? But don't I would say like Fiji water. You're not gonna be eating as much food, so you can allocate some of the money that you would spend on food to to for more quality water. I would say get artisan water, but I'm not even gonna lie. One of the best waters you can buy, and they're very cheap, and they sell a big jug of it, is Crystal Geyser. Or I used to drink this other water called Waikia or Waki or something. That's from the springs in Hawaii. That water is good. That's alkaline. There's another water I used to drink called Black. That's alkaline. Oh yeah, lime and lemon water. Yeah, Eric Bird. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely too. And you have what's the water that got the metals in it? I'm lapsing because I didn't think about talking about this, but what's the water where they put the metal in it? Dang, I done forgot. You said I did a 63-hour fast once. Life changing, but you're right. You got to be very careful. Electrolytes are good. Yeah, Gatorade is good. If you have a headache, anytime if you have a headache, get Gatorade, or you could get like the powdered, stuff that you put in the water and shake it up. No, it's not mineral water, but mineral water is one of them. Mineral water is good. I forgot though. What is it like? Was it colloidal silver? Is it called colloidal silver? I'm lapsing on it. Yeah, pickle juice is good. The vinegar though, that's you know. You said my friends who are Pan African usually have an alkaline water device. Yeah, yeah. It's to electrify. It's to electrify. Because the body's made of water. You know what I'm saying? The body's made of water. It's a lot that go into it. But like I said, like during the summertime is like the best because you can flood your system by just simply drinking water. But if you really want to detox and you really about that life, uh, you know, um, y'all look up the duck flower. Dr. Sebi talked about the duck flower and stuff. And y'all go look up like certain components like bladderwrack. Y'all take some bladderwrack with some Irish sea moss. And if you're really about that, you can get some purple Jamaican Irish sea moss. Y'all go look up chaparro. Y'all go look up yellow dock. Y'all go look up there's a lot of stuff. Start adding certain things to the foods you eat, like certain curry. Eat some Indian food. Get some curcumin. Y'all can get some curcumin in your life. Yeah, Kangen is good. Yeah, Kangen water is good. Yeah, but they're expensive. You know. But if you know the right people, also you can get some black seed oil, some cumin seed oil. You get some black seed oil and you mix that with some Yemeni honey or some Manuka honey. You take a teaspoon of both every day, you Gucci. Yeah, black seed oil. But if you smoke weed though, or you're a pothead or a little bit, you might get nightmares. With the black seed oil, you might get nightmares. You know. But if you're interested in some of the stuff that I'm talking about, and you really want to start your journey and stuff like that, like I said, I'm telling y'all, head to hempforfitness.com. You know. Head to hempforfitness.com. You gotta get the ball rolling. Yeah, definitely. These are gems. Yeah, this is stuff though. I had to be careful of sharing with people with over the pandemic. I got a whole show with OG, and we talking about all of this stuff. Me, OG, fasting. Yeah, strawberries is good. Let me tell y'all something too. Eat papaya seeds. Watermelon fast is good. You can eat straight up watermelon. And let me tell you something. You can eat a little bit of the husk, but you don't need to eat the husk. You can eat the watermelon, but the most valuable part of the watermelon is the seeds. So if you get the chance, eat the watermelon seeds. You can do the pumpkin seeds also. And like I said, if you're gonna do stuff like this, it's just best for you to go to like Walmart, Target, or CVS and go get you like a little ninja, like a little blender and stuff like that, and just and just like smoothie. I'm telling you, smoothie it out. Because if you got to sit up there and you want to crunch and eat that stuff, it might take some getting used to. Like I ain't gonna lie, the other day I just had a bunch of them. I ain't gonna lie, I was a monkey the other day, nigga. I ate about like 5 bananas. Little fat ones and stuff like that, because where I'm at we get the real bananas and they had seeds in them. So if y'all go look at that Dr. Sebi list, and I'm pretty sure he would have been revamped that list. There's so much stuff on that list that he tells you not to eat because it's not real. You know what I'm saying? Like lemons, they're fake. Limes, they're fake. But the real limes are key limes. The key limes are real. You have bananas that are real too. You have red bananas, and then you have the real bananas that y'all want to get if y'all going to go get bananas are burro bananas. Burro bananas. Burro bananas. Okay? There's a lot of fruits, man. Persimmons. There's a man, just start experimenting and stuff like that. That's all I did in the States. And like I said, I went fruitarian, you know. Certain things you don't want to eat. Broccoli and cauliflower, those are man-made. I didn't even know. The other day, you know what I found out? Cows. Moo. Cows. Beef. Did you know cows are man-made? Cows don't exist. I forgot the actual cattle that cows derive from. Cows are a man-made species. And I've heard of it before, but I totally forgot until I ran back into these videos. Cows are man-made. Broccoli's man-made. But nah, broccoli ain't nothing but colored cauliflower. And cauliflower is a little bit different too. The consistency, you know. But yeah, man, y'all be safe out here, man. A lot of this stuff is man-made. You know, a lot of this stuff is man-made. If you want to be real healthy, also kiwis. Kiwis are good for you. The skin is actually very good for you. You know, and start eating pomegranates. You know, what else? There's so much. I didn't expect to have this conversation, but you know, I'll shoot from the hip. You know. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff too, but I gotta do another show. I gotta get OG on here, you know, and tell y'all about, like, you know, the powerful combinations and stuff, and just certain things, you know, y'all niggas, a lot of y'all young niggas out here fucking around with that honey. And niggas be taking that honey pack. Y'all seen the little kids be eating them little honey packs and stuff to get. You got kids out here in their 20s that got erectile dysfunction because they grew up watching P-Hub all day. You know, that's a real thing with these younger cats nowadays, you know. They grew up with the internet. They didn't have to really find the actual physical P-tape. So they have erectile dysfunction and they got to take honey and stuff like that. If you got erectile dysfunction and stuff like that, I'm going to tell you what to do. Pause. Y'all need to drink beet juice. Y'all need to drink beet juice. Beet juice. B-E-E-T juice. Beet juice. And carrot juice too. Preferably mix the beet juice with the carrot juice, and then I forgot what they put in it. I don't know if it's like a pinch of salt or something to kind of bland it out. But you want to mix carrot and beet juice. Carrots are also good for your eyesight. So is mango. Champagne mangoes. And also too, you don't even, you know, if you're gonna grind up the beets and stuff like that, you know, do it with the leaf on it too. That's even better. Oh, and when y'all take the beet juice, your pee is gonna be purple. You know what I'm saying? So don't think you bleeding or something like that. You're you know, it's actually pretty good for you. You know. Also, shit, a glass of wine a day. A glass of wine a day keeps the doc away. You understand what I'm saying? Wine has a lot of good you know, good red wine. You know, have a lot of good, you know, ingredients in it also, depending on the grape also. Yeah, we can beat our dysfunctions instead of beating our meat, you know. You beat me to the punch. But nah, the wine is good, you know, but be careful though, because wine have tannins. And you can get organic wine. Organic wine has less tannins in it, but they don't go out of their way to put it on the labels, you know. Also too, you can do the pineapple thing. You know, if you and your girl want to get freaky and shit like that, and y'all trying to drink fluids and shit, y'all can do the pineapple thing, but be very careful with pineapple, because the acidity, the citrus, it's citrus, so the acidity that that's in the pineapple, you can have a reaction to because some of y'all might like pineapple, but then y'all like to eat oranges and lemon and all that other stuff that those are acidic, you know. Also too, if y'all, but be careful though, because you never know. Some people find out that they're allergic to stuff, so make sure y'all got an EpiPen or some type of first aid kit, or diabetes, treatment or something at your house, um, because fruits have natural sugar and stuff like that. But be careful with melons like honeydew and cantaloupe, even though both are very good for you, Also too, grapefruit. What I used to do as a kid. We used to, man, look, we used to get the grapefruit, cut them shits in half, and put sugar on the top of it, and just like scoop into it with the spoon, a ruby red grapefruit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. But if you guys wanna and I love avocados too. Avocados are good. Asparagus is good. Be careful with the wine and asparagus though. Asparagus does strip flavors. But yeah, grapefruit and sugar is oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. You want to cut the grapefruit, just cut the grapefruit right in half and sit it in a bowl and put some sugar on the top of it and just take the spoon and just scoop in it like it's a bowl and just eat the grapefruit that way. Man, that shit is good as hell. That shit is good as hell. Man, that's why I'm like I'm glad to be a tether, man. I swear I look, I'm telling you, I grew up with strong culture, so I was introduced to all of this shit as a kid, man. You know? And I appreciate my family, my Jamaican side and the Nigerian side, because I'm telling you some real shit. I learned some stuff. I learned some stuff that I'm like, dang. I don't know what I would do if I didn't learn certain things or know about certain things and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously it would have been a good journey to find out, but I'm talking about, uh, uh, being a kid around this stuff. Like, dang, all right, cool. This is interesting, pomegranate, all kinds of different stuff, you know. But listen, food and stuff, this is why it's like it's good that y'all find the right woman and stuff like that, because food takes on a whole different culture. You got to understand, you're a chemist. You're a chemist when you're dealing with food and compounds and supplements and stuff like that. You're a chemist. Mixing certain things together. And pairing certain things together. Also too, it's a ritual. It's a ritual. The reason why I'm a little bit passionate about what we're talking about is because I'm writing a book at the moment. I know I got a lot of stuff going on. Don't in due time it'll all make sense. I'm going through it too, y'all. I sit down and I'm like, damn, I'm overwhelmed. But I'm writing a book called Meals to Seal the Deal, and it's a really quick book. It got a couple of meals and stuff in it, like 5 to 6 meals that I'm putting in it, and I give y'all a shopping list. What to look out for, what brands are good, and stuff. Like I tell y'all. Like one of the meals that I'm teaching y'all to cook in the book is corned beef, cabbage, and rice. So I'm encouraging you guys to find decent women that you can bring to your house or bring to the grocery store with you on the way to your house, and you can cook for her and stuff like that. I'm encouraging you guys to go get a toaster oven if you don't have one already. They're way more better than a big ass oven, and you fucking bake some salmon. I'm teaching y'all how to like bake salmon. You put the oil, you get some foil, you put the oil in it, you lay that salmon steak on top of it, you put whatever seasonings you want in it, and then you fold that motherfucker up and pop that shit in the toaster oven and stuff like that. And then you go boil some rice and some cabbage. I ain't gonna lie, I cheat. I put butter and salt. You know, you go boil some rice and cabbage and stuff like that, and then guess what? You lay the rice on the plate. You know, after you done, you put the rice on the plate, you put the cabbage on the plate, you lay that salmon on that salmon on top of that, man. Listen. She'd be dumb as hell if she don't, man, look. Look. You know, I'm teaching y'all how to cook corned beef, cabbage, and rice. You know, toss it all up together, or you can separate it. You know, it's up to you. You know, ground beef, spaghetti with some ground beef and with the spaghetti sauce and stuff like that. You know, you don't. There's other ways that you can show you're valuable. You know, or that you have value and stuff like that. You know, I'm not gonna. You know, you can show women that you know how to cook your ass off. That like literally, there's other things that you can do to communicate to certain women that you will be okay without them. You know, she gonna be asking you how to cook some shit. You know, or bring that. That's why I'm saying like I bring the chef, because I've dated chefs and stuff like that. I bring the chef out of the woman. That's why I'm not up here in these YouTube streets telling y'all, hey man, you need to argue with that woman about cooperation and food and all this other shit. You don't need to argue with no dumb broad about no fucking food. Like, what is the most... Y'all don't even be asking yourselves no real question. What is the most prestigious meal a woman can cook for you? You know? Chicken and rice, really? You know? Your girl don't even say, hey babe, come home. I'm cooking tonight. And you like, oh shit, let me hurry up and get my ass home. You know what I'm saying? Stop by the liquor store, you grab something for her, man. Nigga, you're like, the women don't even take care of y'all. Your woman don't even be like, I'm cooking a roast compollo or Zataraz. Bitches be burning hamburger helper and shit. Just ghetto. You come home to the smoke detector going off. It's like, what are you doing? Nah, get out the kitchen, man. Man, listen. I ain't gonna lie. That y'all so glad I'm in Asia right now, nigga. I'm a snob to a certain degree. If I know a woman can't do nothing really in the house and shit like that, bitch will burn up your cast iron pan and shit like that. You got scrape marks. She using the fork and shit. You ever had somebody use a fork and now you got scratch marks at the bottom of your frying pan? And it's like, yo, what do you, like, you don't do that. That's a skillet. You don't do that. Like, you know, like, broads be, y'all sitting up here trying to negotiate with broads about cooking and shit like that. Bitch don't even own a damn pressure cooker. But she up here demanding Birkin bags from you, man. Get the fuck out of here. She couldn't even smoke a turkey neck if she tried. You don't even know. The girl that you trying to impress don't even get invited to Thanksgiving cooking. It's like, oh, she cooked again. Her meal, the food she brought is the only thing untouched. She don't even know how to use a pressure cooker pot and thinking somebody gonna sit up there and negotiate her cooking. We in the West. Cooking is mandatory. You know what I'm saying? My bad if I grew up with aunties and you know, rest in peace to my cousin Tashai. You know, I'm my bad if we grew up with, I ain't gonna lie, I grew up with some cooking ass woman, bro. Cooking with Kaya, that you know, it's impressive now because of the day and age we live in, but I ain't gonna lie, cooking with Kaya is a bit basic. Jamaican women cook they ass off. Kingfish, brown stew. Fucking Nigerian women cook they ass off. And then I know some FBA sisters that cook their ass off and shit like that. I'd be damned if I'm gonna be up there trying to negotiate with some broad about no fucking cooking. Or Rose Campollo, Latina. Shouts to my Cuban girls and my Latina girls and stuff like that. Cooking, they cook their ass off too. The word is born. Yeah, shit, I'm missing home now, fucking around talking about this shit. You said food can be very arousing and it brings sexual chemistry to the table. Yeah. Well, a lot of a lot of the food that they try to use is like oysters and stuff like that. I was gonna put I did put seafood in the book though. I do got a little bit of seafood in the book, but it's a little caveat to it. But I do have seafood in the book. You know, I did put a little bit of seafood in the book, but I don't want it to be something that's gonna break the bank. You know, so that's why I kind of was talking about you know, salmon and like tuna. Tilapia I heard is farmed fish. I know I was mad as fuck too when I found out. But you can do like what is it? What is it? Yellow. You can do what is it? Haddock or you know, different type of fish, spot fish or trout. You can do, but those fishes though, like trout and stuff like that, they're a little bit more delicate, you know. Or you can do a tuna steak or something like that, but they're like a little bit more like delicate. You know, those fish kind of break up, you know. And I don't want to do nothing like too bad, like you know, like breaded fish and stuff like that, you know. I was thinking about throwing in crab cakes, you know. But I'm from Maryland, so you know y'all gotta understand. Y'all gotta rock with me, dog. We do it different in the DMV, man. Like if y'all go to DC, DC is food capital too. I do want to go to Houston though, and really go on a food binge though. I do want to go to Texas and go on a food binge, cause in the DMV area we got Old Bay seasoning. You know, we got Old Bay seasoning. We got A1 in Tabasco, but that's probably everywhere. Y'all probably ran into that. But we got mumbo sauce. And then in the DMV area with the seafood, they do a mustard sauce. It's like a mustard sauce where like everybody jazzes it up a little bit different. Like you'll go to DC and it'll be like a little bit different, but it's good. And then you'll go to like Maryland and then you know, everybody kind of has their own recipe and stuff like that. So like if y'all really want to y'all really want to eat some, go to DC. Ben's Chili Bowl and all kinds of stuff, man. It's just nothing but, you know, the food culture in DC is crazy. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I tell you guys, like, you know, yeah, go out. I knew all the food spots, man. I used to take my girls to and my homeboys and friends to Vapiano's. Man, Vapiano's was the whew. Whew. Yeah. Aqua, you already know. You already know. Jesus says, you don't need to spend dollars to make a wonderful meal. Just depend on your cooking skills and what you're putting into. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was just talking to a student about this not too long ago, because we were reading an article and they were saying that that like grocery stores and stuff like that is overrated and that malls are making a comeback. And I'm like, man, they're saying that shit now because it's like 5 years after COVID. Of course they're gonna try to reintroduce malls back into the public and stuff like that. But grocery stores are where it's at. But you don't necessarily have to go to like a big chain grocery store like Publix or Safeway or whatever. There's a lot of like Spanish markets and Chinese markets and stuff like that where you could get the same thing if not more cleaner for cheap, you know. But you definitely gotta you definitely gotta wash your make sure you wash your fruits and stuff like that and wash wash the foods and stuff. So yeah, the farmers market, hell yeah. They got yellow watermelon. A lot of y'all haven't seen yellow watermelon. Y'all go to the farmers market or the Amish market. If you can find an Amish market, go to the Amish market too. You know? Yeah, but I'm gonna do something where cause I actually do want to do a cooking channel. You know, cooking with Kuda. I be cooking niggas too. You know, but I want an actual real cooking channel. You know what I'm saying? See what I did there, y'all? But nah, cause cooking is fun. You know, cooking is fun. You know, all you got to do is really prepare the food good, know what you're doing, how to do it, when to do it, and then babysit it. Honestly, you just apply heat, you know? You just apply heat and you're Gucci, you know? And it's a lost art nowadays. Everybody's ordering food and stuff, and honestly, when y'all go out to go eat and stuff like that, it's really the satisfaction of watching people cook, you know? That's why I like those hibachi places are like very popular. It's just watching somebody cook for you and shit like that. It's like, man, nah, you healthier eating at home than going to a goddamn hibachi place. The niggas are just weird. They want niggas to throw meat in their mouth. Pause. And do rice volcanoes and shit like that. See, bitch, now that man done did the rice volcano, you don't know if all that lighter fluid burnt off. Now you eating lighter fluid rice. Talking about a volcano. That's what happens when you play with your food. And niggas up here eating lighter fluid rice now, you know? Go get y'all, man, listen, y'all, go get y'all a sister that know how to cook. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said when you with the right woman, you bound to get a little fat. You both of y'all gonna get fat together and shit. You know what I'm saying? Both of y'all gonna get fat. You know, get a little fat together, you know? Nothing wrong with that. You know? Yeah, but you know, I've been introduced to so many different cultures. I've been blessed, you know. And I thank my mother because she taught me how to cook. You know, at 8, I was cooking full meals. You know, green banana, plantain, fritters, dumpling. Man, I know how to make jerk chicken with cocoa bread and curry chicken and man with brown stew rice and with the beans and the man. Listen, you know, get you a me. You know, I'm a menace in the kitchen. I'm a cold-blooded menace in the kitchen. But see, the reason why I said the girls got to have a pressure cooker pot or something or just some type of know-how, because fellas, guess what? Do you trust the lady that you laying with? If you were to get sick right now, if another lab experiment pandemic happened right now, could you trust your lady to make something for you or know where to get certain things and ingredients to nurse you back to health? Or would you be the one that had to, yo, get me this, please? You know, it used to be the women that used to put men onto compounds and certain things and share recipes and stuff with each other. Women have been on a fucking women have been missing, honestly. Women have been on a free easy crusade. Don't really gotta cook. Women in the West, they get the best. They get all these trinkets and stuff like that. What's the point of buying a millionaire kitchen and she don't even cook? Niggas be literally buying kitchens for their maids. I ain't even gonna lie. Depending on where we at, like in Asia, it's a little bit different because of the culture. Because I'm very versatile, so I can get that. But or maybe if your girl's pregnant or if she just gave birth and she needs a rest or something like that, cool. But I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Like 8 times out of 10, I believe that if you have a whole woman and still have to have a maid, depending on the situation, I think your woman has failed you. I think your woman has failed you. If some other woman got to come out of nowhere and cook for both of us, unless it's like a service or something like that, I think your lady has failed you. You said that's love. Food is love. You said I'm Italian and it's our way to show we love you. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. So yeah. All right, let's get back into it, y'all.
Captured organization
I'm up here having chef flashbacks, you know. But yeah, Italian food is really good. It's really good.
and corporation. I have some sympathy for them, but I really don't. They planted the seeds, laid the foundation, allowed the little special interest groups among their workers and employees to put them in this situation.
Well, I think the term you're looking for, Jason, is proxy war, which is a very fancy way of saying the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So now if you put those things together, it does add up. And again, you're bringing on someone from the WWE, even though it's been more corporatized than it was when I was watching it way back when. You look, when you hire Pat McAfee, which is a relatively unfiltered program compared to the rest of ESPN, you bring on someone from that world who probably does not care or even really know about the ESPN politics. He probably doesn't care if Shannon Sharpe or Stephen A. Smith ever like him. Yeah, this is exactly what you could end up with.
It's also what you end up with when everybody you employ and you pay a lot of money to, you then allow them to go out and do other things that allow them to make a lot of money where you don't need them.
Yeah.
And this is what I've never understood. The newspaper industry died because of this. It's like, hey, Jason, you write a great column for the Kansas City Star.
No, the internet killed the newspaper industry. The internet killed the newspaper industry.
But if you want to work for Fox Sports and ESPN as well, if you want to do this or that as well, you're perfectly free to do it. And now you've surrendered. You have no control over that employee. They have no control over Shannon Sharpe, Stephen A. Smith, or Pat McAfee. And that's how those guys are behaving.
Yeah, and you're going to create natural rivalries, especially when Stephen A. Smith has said, hey, I'm the hardest working guy here. I deserve to be paid the most. Meanwhile, McAfee will probably counter by saying, I probably have a bigger audience. And so the natural rivalries are going to develop. But again, also, there could be a situation where that Paul Heyman, he's just trying to make a joke. He may not even understand the corporate politics. I do know this. The years that I was at ESPN, it was made pretty clear to me, do not take shots at other ESPN personalities. Just don't. But again, I was really low on the totem pole. I was not at that McAfee level.
Steve, I want to change up. We're going to leave that topic alone and get you out of here on Nico Harrison. Nico made the comment yesterday that he did not know how important Luka Doncic was to the Dallas Mavericks fan base. Nico, of course, is the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks who's taking all the heat for trading Luka Doncic. Let's play the clip of Nico saying, I knew he was important, but I didn't know he was that important. I can't believe these fans are this upset. I'm caught by surprise. Let's play the Nico clip.
Still too lazy to learn AI? Watch others get ahead.
All right. We're gonna end that right there. Let's go over what a summary. We're gonna do another show. Let's go over a summary of what's going on with Kanye. You said Paul Heyman is in the mix. Yeah, he was talking about he was getting old boy he was talking about weed. You know, you said tell them Cuda just like brick and mortar stores. Absolutely, absolutely. Those are the best stores anyway. And then also too, just like the brick and mortar stores too, you can negotiate. You can negotiate. Let me see. Let's see if Flacco or somebody did a show. You know, you could peer through it, but you can negotiate. Dang, the Breakfast Club is on it too. But yeah, you can negotiate those prices with them. That's the problem. You can negotiate. Hold on, y'all. Let me share this. It's called haggling. You know, that's a lost art in the West. We need to bring back haggle culture. You know, where you can barter. You know, basically barter with the owners and stuff like that. You know, brick and mortar store. That's really honestly what America needs. We need husband and wife actually running these stores and stuff like that, where you walk into a store and you can actually talk to the owner of the store. You know what I'm saying? The you know, the guy. You know? Y'all be placing y'all companies
Hello everybody, welcome to the Impressive.
They be placing their company's values and you know, future in poorly trained cashiers and shit. All right, let's take a look at this. Next show gonna be lit. Make sure you guys come through. Hold on, y'all.
Channel. Kanye West needs help, y'all.
Yeah, definitely it encourages and it helps the growth and stuff of yeah. And also too, it keeps down the crime. You know, it keeps down the crime. You know, having and running a store in your neighborhood and stuff like that, and everybody kind of know each other and do business with each other, it keeps down the crime.
And that is not new, but recently he started trending again when he made this shocking revelation about his childhood. He released a song called Cousin, and this is what he tweeted about it.
I know Kanye probably didn't even get a chance to tell Donda, and rest in peace to Kanye's mother. He probably didn't even get a chance to tell Donda probably what occurred.
He said, this song is called Cousin, about my cousin that's locked in jail for life for unaliving a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6, and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found in the top of my mom's closet were different. My name is Ye, and I sucked my cousin's D till I was 14.
Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. 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 Whoa, 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 what? No.
Unaliving a pregnant lady a few years after I told him we wouldn't look at dirty magazines together anymore. Perhaps in my self-centered mess, I felt it was my fault that I showed him those dirty magazines when he was 6, and then we acted out what we saw. My dad had Playboy magazines, but the magazines I found in the top of my mom's closet were different. My name is Ye, and I sucked my cousin's D till I was 14.
Hey, yo. Whoa! Alright, I'm gonna turn this shit off. Alright, y'all. That's the end of the show. God damn! Oh, no! Oh no.
I just, first of all, I didn't want to know this. I don't know. There's a lot of things about Kanye that I don't want to know, but I've learned against my own will. And this was definitely one of them. And the tweet was very disturbing. And
Man, this gotta be fake, bro, or somebody slandering him, or forcing him to say, "Whoa."
kind of made me wonder, was he older than his cousin when
that's
he
enough internet for me today. I'm about to go to sleep. I'm not even. I was gonna go study and then take a nap. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep.
doing all of this with him? I understand that they both were underage, but if Kanye was actually older and he was the one who traumatized his own cousin, then that is unacceptable. And obviously, if he did something like that, he had to learn it from somewhere. And I don't think it was just from those magazines personally, but this whole situation just kind of shows how deep Kanye's trauma and issues really are. And it also explains his behavior today. It explains why he is so fixated and addicted to sex. And he really desperately needs help, but I don't know if he really wants it.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I see. You know who they did that to back in the day, and maybe he might be gay too. But you know who you know who did that? Remember back in the day when Halle Berry was dating Eric Benet? And it was like, oh my God, he's just such a horrible guy. He has a sex addiction. Like, what the fuck? The same people that will tell you got a sex addiction is butt naked in the club right now doing OnlyFans. Overstimulated by the hub. Some of these people, I'm not even going to lie, was just ahead of the curve. I'm not about to listen to no motherfucker talk about somebody got a sex addiction and all that other stuff when there's so many flavors out here that y'all put out here. Shit, at this point, how can you not have a sex addiction? Or fetish or something? Sex is getting waved in your face all day. That's why you're seeing a new generation of Z's that's like take a gas station pill and go do whatever. Yeah, they're immune to it. They're immune.
That's the thing. Kanye is so stubborn and prideful. He doesn't feel like anybody could tell him anything. He does what he wants, and that behavior is very destructive. Now, after Kanye admitted to this, people started having conversations about his sexuality. Azalea Banks claims to have inside
This place?
I was gonna say something about her. This bitch. I put her and Doechii in the same category.
It's crazy.
I have a special guest. She's my eyes and ears.
About the industry, and she alleged this about Kanye. She said Kanye and Virgil were lovers. Elon Def got head from Kanye off that ketamine. Kanye is on one of them Diddy tapes. I believe it. Jay-Z was like, no homo. Trump was like, no homo. Travis was like, no homo. Drake was like, no thank you. Amber hit him with the strap. Kim thought she could, but vomited on his back and started crying. Chris yelled, cut. Now, this tweet was wild. It sounds like Azalea was trolling, but I don't know. There might be some truth to some of what she said here. Also, the influencer Jeffree Star came out and claimed that, yeah, the rumors were true about him and Kanye. Now, if you don't know, there were rumors years ago that
Amber said she did something too. God damn, now I gotta backtrack. I might have to do an apology stream, y'all. Fuck. I overly defended Kanye. Fuck.
that Jeffree Star and Kanye were sleeping together while he was living in Wyoming, and this caused the divorce between Kanye and Kim Kardashian.
I guess allegedly Jeffree Star has been sleeping with Kanye West.
Oh my God.
And
all right. See, this is why you can't watch these hoes in they channel and shit, because then they start. And now we're supposed to take this nigga word for it. Okay, all right, enough. God damn, how I get this shit off my screen? Fuck. All right, enough gay shit for one day. Only one at a time. All right. God damn. Lord have mercy. Damn, this shit done fucked up my day. Now I'm gonna have to apologize. God damn. Fuck. Damn. And I've been listening to a lot of Kanye lately. Fuck. Now I don't know if he talking about a man or a woman. Damn. First it was Isaiah Rashad. Now it's fuck. Alright, y'all. Before I say something homophobic, I'm gonna have to get up out of here, man. Alright. Thank you everybody for hitting the like button. Thank you everybody for subscribing. Thank you everybody for supporting the show. Next show is gonna be crazy. This fucked my day up. With that said, I gotta take my ass to sleep. I gotta take my old ass to sleep. That just put 5 years on my shit. Take my ass to sleep, y'all. Listen, man, y'all be easy. No homo. Fuck. All right, y'all. I'm out. Peace. Peace. Oh my God.